Yes, but if you
Sometimes it fails and you have to
Sometimes
go
it
ask
times
for
out,
help.
they have to go like refresh it.
That's what I did.
okay. Just like
Oh, no. Crazy keyboard. Oh, I get an at sign. Are we using WebEx Chat or Zilla?
Zilla.
That said, you can use WebEx Chat for like purely shift.
I'm not in the WebEx chat.
Meeting technical stuff if you want, like we can't hear you, whatever, you're welcome to do that. All right. Does Facebook also block WebEx Chat?
Where's the link to Zula chat?
Say again?
Sorry, where's the link to the Zula chat?
Just go to zulip.ietf.org. I can drop it.
Yeah,
here.
or there's a the data tracker page for the meeting has links to everything.
Okay.
All right. It is past 9:30, so we're going to begin. Welcome everyone to our hybrid interim here in Toronto, in foggy Toronto. Good morning or evening or whatever it is in your part of the world. This session is in fact being recorded, so please behave accordingly. This is the IETF Note. It is a statement of the intellectual property implications you attending here, as well as a number of conduct expectations for IETF participants. If you're not familiar with it, if you're new to this, or if you just never got around to reading it, please take this opportunity to search for one of these terms, these BCPs, on your favorite search engine and read up on those policies. Okay, meeting logistics. Excuse me. I think we've all figured out by now that we're going to use WebEx for most of our meeting things. If you are in person here, please sign the blue sheet in the notes. And Magna, and actually shortly after this, I'm going to put something in the blue sheets.
Already did.
Thank you, Alan. Have you ever been a chair? You should try it sometime.
Hard pass.
Okay. Anyway, so please do add your name to the blue sheets. We are going to have a manual physical hands raised queue. We think that works better in a mostly in-person meeting. As chairs, we will endeavor quite diligently to make sure that those of you who raise your hands in WebEx because you're remote are correctly slotted into the queue. The order will not be perfect, but everyone will be heard. But yes, if you're in the room, just raise your hand if you want to enter. If you want to add yourself to the queue. For all technical chat, we should use Zulip. There's a link to Zulip on the data tracker page for the meeting. Someone might put it in the WebEx chat if they're asking to be helpful. You should also please sign the blue sheets by going to the notes and adding your name and affiliation. If you are logged into WebEx either remotely or if you're logged into either remotely or here, please mute your device or use headphones so that we don't get any feedback effects. Let's see, is there anything else? I don't think so. Oh, if there's any sort of purely meeting logistical messages, you can use the WebEx chat for that. Something like "we can't hear you," that'll obviously pop up on the screen here. That might be a better way to go. But for any sort of substantive chat about the content, we want that archived in the Zulu.
Quick question. Do we need to do a quick round of introductions? Does everybody know who everybody is?
We can do that, but yes.
I didn't know.
Good idea. I don't have a slide for that. I'll do that after my next sentence. In terms of room logistics, there's a restroom to our left here. There's a smaller dispenser of coffee down at the end of the hall in that direction. Currently, our hosts have set up some box of coffee here for us, along with a breakfast treat snack. I don't know.
Something healthy.
Which looks pretty healthy. That's good. So please help yourselves to that. And there's cups of water and a faucet there if you want to get some water. Also at the end of the hall. Anything else? Any other logistical thing I should have mentioned? Lunch is coming.
It's coming. If your Wi-Fi isn't working, we're trying to find someone to fix it. If you need to step out to make a phone call or something like that, Emily, who's just outside here, can probably find you a room that you can do a phone call from. Something like that.
All right, this seems like a good time as any to do introductions. So why don't we start with Suhas and work around the room, and then we'll go on to the.
I'm Sohas. I work for Cisco, focusing on more development.
Mosinati, also Cisco, also focused on, not just mock, but overall media.
Ellen Jennings, also Cisco, focus on explaining AI to executives. No, I mean, deeply involved with media.
Alan Frindell from Meta, and one of the co-editors of the mock transport specification.
Daniel Fay, also from Meta.
And no.
Martin Doof, one of the chairs. He's Magnus. He's also a chair. He's trying to fix his Wi-Fi.
And just a minute here, I want to introduce everyone to Emily. She's the person that makes this whole place work for us.
Hi.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Emily.
Scott Godden. I have my own consulting company, SIP Spectrum. I'm just starting to get involved in this working group.
Michael Hosna, I'm from CDN 77 doing media stuff there.
Yeku Wang, ByteDance, sort of newcomer to the physical meeting here.
But well known on GitHub. All right, let's see. Going on the participant list, Ali.
I am with Özyeğin University. I've been working on MOQ for a while now. Thank you.
Aman.
I'm Aman and I work at Meta.
Christian.
Christian Wittema. I work in my own company, but I'm working with Cisco on this project.
Mike.
Mike Bishop. I work at Akamai, but I'm here as the responsible AD.
Wei Hang.
Hi, this is Wei Hangjing. As I'm sort of new here, I'm from Huawei. Yeah, thank you.
Welcome. Will.
Hi, I'm Will Law. I'm also at Akamai. I do my best work from hotel rooms.
So you guys fly somewhere else for the interim, but not here. Stopper.
Hi, I'm Zafer from Özyeğin University and working with Professor Ali and also Constructive Tech as my company. Thanks.
Lovely. Okay, I think that's everyone. All of you welcome. Okay, we've already thanks to Mike where I was scribe for the morning. Start meant to be preparing yourself to be a scribe either this afternoon or tomorrow.
Wait, who's scribing?
Michael.
Oh, Michael. Okay, because Mike English also volunteered in the chat, but he's not here yet.
Yeah. Okay. Well, he can do the afternoon then. Okay, this is the agenda for today. Basically, a grab bag of topics that we hope will stir some interesting discussion this morning, and then the issue-a-thon all afternoon with Alan. I'm going to show you tomorrow as well. Tomorrow, we're going to talk about the non-MOQ drafts. We're going to do a little planning for upcoming meetings, talk about interop, and then after lunch, more issues. And then Alan's leaving a little early, so we're going to wrap up his issue-a-thon around 2:30. And we have a parking lot after that. Provisionally, if Ian gets some slides done, he might open a couple topics after Alan leaves at the end of the day. And we will be out of here by 4 for those of you who have flights to catch. All right, would anyone like to bash this agenda?
I'll just note that if you go on, I guess Data Tracker has it now, but also in the GitHub repo, there's like a detail of like which issues and PRs we're going to be discussing in which order. If you want to like read them, break for tonight.
Yeah, Alan would love this one actually read a PR before he talked about it. Okay, so that concludes that. So Victor, I think you're up first.
How do I present?
Well, you could either join the WebEx or we could do it for you.
Okay, let me join the WebEx. Actually, could you just maybe it's faster for you to present for me to figure out how to join WebEx.
Okay. Probably not, but I will try. Made it worse. Fuck that.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Go ahead, Victor.
Okay, next slide. So background here is that around a few months ago, we added the end of group flag to data groups and subgroups. And the reason we added this is that for things like audio streams tracks, it's pretty common for a group to just have one object. And if you send it as a datagram, you would have to send that object, and then you would have to send a separate datagram that closes the group for that object, which sounds extremely suboptimal the way that it's flagged. The problem with that is that there are a lot of consequences for that, which were not quite foreseen. One of them is like we added that flag to subscribe, but it's not clear what happens when you fetch that track. And there are some other things that, so next slide. So to fix that, we tried to spell out that what the flag actually does is when you send a subgroup and it ends with some object right after that object, you add the fake end of group object. And that mostly works. It has some really weird edge cases when you can trigger an integer overflow. And it is also generally unpleasant to implement for the reasons that you have to manually forward that flag, and then you have to make sure that you have to manually forward that flag on like subgroup level instead of object level. But reading all of that caused me to think more about why do we even have end of group. Next slide. And well, like intuitively, you could see why we would want something like end of group, especially if you're an application. You want to know, it's usually easy to tell where the group starts, but you want to know where it ends. But the question is, why does transport specifically need it? And the answer, next slide, is as far as I can tell, that there is only one case in which that's important, is that imagine you have a group 12 and group 12 has object 0 and that has some data. And that's the only object on the subgroup. Now, what you could do is you could close the subgroup with a fin and then publish object 13, object on group 13, object 0. And never close that group. But the problem is when you attempt to fetch it back, the relay will look at the cache. It will see that in the cache, the object 12.0 is there, but it's not clear what comes after 12.0, whether it's like 12.0 is the last object of the group, or whether there is another subgroup with object 12.1, or what, and that's why we have end of group. That's you put end of group of 12.1, and now you're really, when it iterates over that range from fetching from cache, it sees 12.1, and it knows that it can skip to group 13 in that fetch, and that objects 12.2 to 12 infinity do not exist. Next slide. So I guess my key observation about what I said is what effectively end of group does is that end of group tells you that objects from the current to the end of group do not exist. That is, I think there is a definition of, like, we say the track is malformed if you put an object after end of group, even on a different subgroup. And if you think about that, like the other two object statuses we defined kind of do the same. They're just saying in this range there are no objects. Next slide. Now, MOQ itself has quite a bit in terms of different ways we can tell you that objects or a range of objects that not exist. Object status is one of them. The before mentioned end of group is kind of one of those if you think it's as separate from object status. Then there are also like prior object ID and prior group ID extensions, which also kind of do that. And then there is, of course, the fetch, where in fetch if you skip objects, they're implied to not exist. Those mechanisms are not all the same. You work in different concepts, and some of them allow you to attach extensions to like your gap, and some of them do not. So on the next slide, I attempted to summarize all of the mechanisms we currently have in a table. As you can see, there is 7 of them. So after reading that, the question I had is, do we really need all of those mechanisms? And like, is there a way we can reduce the number, given that all of those mechanisms, the only things they do is they tell you that the object does not exist or some range of objects does not exist. Next slide. I tried to, as a first attempt, I attempted to write a PR in which object status is like replaced with the things. It just tells you there is a range of missing objects in here. That didn't really work because, so in MOQT data plane, if you put things on data plane, they basically have to have object and subgroup, object ID, group ID, and subgroup ID. Otherwise, data plane does not work, which is why, as I kept writing that PR, it just kept falling apart every time. But my observation is that we can easily do that in fetch. And the next slide is my first proposal is we can just not send any object status in fetch. So an example would be like you fetch a group that has 12, you fetch object 12.0, and then there is 12.1 that's end of group. But if you're seeing object 13.0 after that, you don't need 12.1 to know that the group ended, because there is 12.0 and then there is 13.0, and that unequivocally implies that 12.1 to 12 infinity are missing. You can kind of apply this logic. So in my proposal, when you receive objects, you forward them as is for subscribe plane, but when you put them in cache, you translate object status into like a gap. Since you already have to be able to store gaps in your cache because of the way fetch works, you just translate that into gap. And now, next slide. And now this also has like this nice property that like normally when you iterate over objects in your cache, you have to look at like 12.0, 12.1, and you have to check the status, and you have to like branch based on status to see how far further you jump. But here you don't need to, because you will just hit that gap, and you only deal with either objects that are regular objects or gaps. Next slide.
So, okay, just a quick clarifying question about this. I just sort of, I think what you're describing is how I assumed caches worked. So on the two there, objects with object status, like the non-regular objects, what do you have to store about them in your cache? I guess that's what I'm asking is, what is 2 in the cache?
12.1 in the cache. Well, it's like objects. The semantics is not about how you store them. The trick comes when you iterate over a range. Because like, imagine you fetch like 12 to 100.
Yeah.
You have to go like 12, 0. And then you have to go, what's next after 12, 0? And if 12, 0, and you have to have like special object. If it's end of group, then I have to jump to 13, 0. But if it's end of track, I just have to end this.
But I think, Colin, are you asking why doesn't it already work? Why isn't this already the case?
I guess I'm saying, is there it on the class 2, like if I want to implement my cache so I don't have to, like, is there anything that comes along with
you
it?
can already insert a fake range.
There's,
Okay.
The reason you can't do it now is that those things can have an object status can have an extension, which you have to serve. So you can't store that as gap.
Okay, I thought that's what you were going to say, and I think I'm when Victor gets that, I'm going to be like, that sounds like a bad idea, or whatever. I think I'm going to agree with Victor. So
So I kind of add what you're saying about kind of the conceptual mess here is I do think that even the current, well, setting aside the issues with the bit encoding, the end of group bit and like its problems, even the fetch gap thing sort of has problems because objects with status are not just markers; they're objects that are immutable. So you can't like just,
can't skip them.
You can't. Well, I mean, we have you skip them, but the point is, there's like a conceptual difference between a track that has like does not exist object that might have an extension, and one that just does not actually
One
publish
that does
it.
not exist is not allowed to have extensions.
That's true, but
Okay.
But end of group and end of track.
But, okay, all right. Thank you for clarifying that. But end of group, like there's a conceptual difference between a track that has chosen to mint an end of group object and one that is not, even though they both have the same end of group, which is like really messy. And then there's the extension issue, which makes it more complicated. So I'm not actually proposing anything. I'm just saying this is conceptually broken. I think we should do something.
Was that a clarifying question?
No, but
Yeah, the next slide, I just do some back and forth envelope math to show that in some cases this does improve, like wire overhead for fetch. You can save like 4% for like audio track because you don't have to send the end of group object, which is completely redundant. Next slide.
A clarifying question?
Yeah.
Victor, are you saying that the proposal to eliminate 2 from the memory of the cache or only for the delivery of a fetch, for the fulfillment of a fetch?
Both, but the cache is not, like if you don't fulfill the fetch, you don't need it.
I'm confused about something then because I don't understand how, I thought the whole purpose of 2 was, so the real objects are living bodies, and then the 2 is like a dead, a corpse, and 3 is a ghost. You don't even know, it's a gap. You don't even know what happened to the objects. But I thought the point of those corpses, to signal the corpses, was exactly for the fetches, for the caches to know that you don't have to do anything here.
So there are 2, we use gaps ambiguously. There are 2 kinds of gaps. There are gaps where you don't know that there are objects, and then there are gaps where you know there are no objects. So here I was referred to type number 3. So there are also gaps where you just don't know where it is, but here the problem is I have a thing and it's like there is a range. So the problem is like if you fetch 12.0 and 13.0, you have to insert like the gap between 12.1 and 13.0 that there is a missing objects, and you can't serve that from cache.
Is the proposal basically to convert 2 to 3?
Yes.
Okay.
You want to finish your slide?
Yeah.
Next slide.
Yeah, sure. That's yeah, and that's a simplified semantics of end of group bit, because when you receive end of group bit, you can now just like insert a gap in your cache, and that it's pretty. It makes it clear how it's reserved to a fetch. Next slide. So that's the first proposal. Okay, the most important is what this means for extensions. So right now, we effectively allow you to not serve object does not exist. And because of that, we banned extensions on object does not exist. And my observation is that if we decide to do something like that, we should also ban from extensions for other objects with no status. Objects which are not normal status. It is because then you would not be getting them back for fetch. So this is the first proposal, and the second proposal is next slide. It's related to that. It's the prior gap extension is also redundant in fetch. Like if you receive object 300 and then you receive object 300 0, and then you receive object 500 0, you don't need prior gap 200 extension because you know that you just saw that. I think we basically currently do not allow relays to do that, and I think we should allow but not require. Because that sounds like, yeah.
The only thing where this gives me hesitation is if we're doing integrity checking on the objects.
So if it's really important for integrity checking, you move it into immutable extensions, and then you cannot.
Relay can't touch anything in there.
Yeah.
Oh, well, it should be an immutable extension anyway, shouldn't it? Well, I mean, I guess this is the question you're asking. Is
Yeah.
The thing that seems so. Look, there are lots of attacks on media that involve cutting out pieces of the media.
That is true, but also your network can cut out your media for you. This is not reliable.
Yeah, but that's if you're using an end-to-end mechanism and you wanted to detect that things had been removed. But if you're using end-to-end and you wanted to be able to have gaps, you need some way to say the gap here was intended by the original publisher.
If that is what you intend to do, then you put it at immutable. The relays cannot remove it because relays cannot patch immutable extensions.
I mean, you're saying you want to always have it immutable?
I mean, I'm saying relays can't. It seems to me that it should be something relays don't need and shouldn't be able to change. Therefore, it should be an immutable. That would have been my default go-to. But I could be argued off of that. I'm not.
Well, my argument is that relay should be able to remove it when reserving from fetch if it's not immutable.
Relays need it in subscribe to populate the gap in the cache. So relays have to be able to read it in subscribe, but you don't need it after that. I think you're saying that it's not really needed anymore if there's fetch because it's implicit in fetch.
Just to clarify, does the spec currently require the gap to only be an original publisher specified gap?
It does. Yes, it does specify that right now. When we wrote it, we said it was possible for a relay, the relay retrieved the track via fetch, could actually create this header, which Vic's proposing the opposite, which is fine. We didn't add that. Yes, only OP can put it in.
Okay, so then it could be immutable.
Yes, if the OP wants. But that means that relays have to be immutable. They'll find it, but that's probably.
I think there's a very big difference between a original publisher specified gap and a dropout, somewhere else. That a gap because of a dropout should not be considered a gap because the gap should be only the original publisher saying there is no discontinuity in this track. This is what I intended the timeline to be of the object IDs. I don't think we should ever mix dropping things in between from the original publication had this intentional gap.
I don't think we do. Do you think we do?
For example, if relays are allowed to remove it, should remove it, I disagree with that because I think it's important to keep that intentional. Otherwise, how would you know that?
If it comes in fetch, it's the same, right? Like if there's a gap in the fetch stream, that is an original publisher inserted gap. It has to be.
No. What if the fetch just had loss?
It's not how fetch. But then the fetch ends.
Yeah, by definition,
an
an object missing in fetch implies it does not exist by decision of original publisher, or maybe because of does it expiring in cache even affected? I don't think so.
If I fetch for a range and there was a dropout gap in that range, the cache is empty for that range.
It goes back to the OP and says, I need this thing to serve.
Okay, and OP's not.
If the OP says I don't have it anymore, then it no longer exists and it's gone.
But what is the cache and fetch response for that?
If the OP, it depends on how the OP responds.
Say that OP's unavailable. This was days ago.
Then the fetch doesn't finish successfully. If the OP is completely gone, like.
Yes, the downstream fetch answer is what? It couldn't get an upstream
It'll
fetch
start
to fill a gap. What is the downstream fetch?
I think it would look like this. You say, I start serving what I have, I hit the gap, then I basically can't find out if there is something there or not, and then I reset the fetch stream.
So you stop at the gap.
I think that's how it would work. Does anybody else think it works differently? I think it's how it works.
That sounds like how I would expect it to work.
Okay. I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying it's written
mean,
down.
fetch is kind of like a HTTP request, right? Because it always goes to the origin unless you can hit the cache.
So I'm confused by the answer because I thought it was the opposite. I thought that a long time ago we decided that the fetches could have gaps in them, and you imply that because the object ID jumped, that there was a gap, and it's an unrecoverable gap because the fetch is telling you conclusively, I cannot fill this hole. Don't ever try to fill it.
That's
Go ahead.
object not exists.
So the only way we have to do that right now is to say that this object, it says does not exist, which doesn't, maybe it existed at some time, but it doesn't exist now and will not exist in the future. It's not recoverable.
But I thought that's implicit when the fetch has a gap in the object IDs. And no gap extension, just a gap in the object. It's implicit the object does not exist for all those intermediate objects. Oh, that's what we decided, right?
Yeah.
So you don't stop serving the fetch at the first gap.
But there's a difference between I can't talk to the publisher right now because then I don't know. Maybe the publisher temporarily offline is going to come back in a minute, and then it's there again.
The metaphysical state of the original publisher is very important here, which is maybe difficult to code. But like if it's intermittently gone, and like the track still exists somewhere in whatever is authoritative, that's different from if like that object no longer exists and there's no original publisher that holds that object anymore.
Okay, so there's an authoritative answer that the object does not exist, and that would continue the stream with a implicit gap.
Yes.
Right. And then the downstream guys would see that, okay, those objects conclusively, authoritatively do not exist because he delivered it to me. If it's inconclusive, you don't know what to do, then the relay will cut the stream right there.
Yeah.
And stop delivering the fetch.
That is how it'll work. I can't see how else it would work in the current specification.
Okay.
Maybe we need to say maybe we need a status, which is like, I don't really know.
Because currently the object text is like, I think both the prior object ID gaps and fetch gaps say that all objects in that range have status do not exist. I think that's the text.
Yeah.
So I think philosophically, like our relays are meant to allow scalability rather than temporal permanence. It maybe is a way to think about it, right? Like it is not to preserve, the relay does not exist to preserve the data once the original publisher has gone away. It is a way to fan out more efficiently, right? And so it's not, if that original publisher is gone, can't fetch anymore.
So then I don't understand why you're proposing this, because if you do this, now you're making it ambiguous. What if the prior ID gap was there and preserved by the relay? That tells the downstream receivers that the original publisher intended this stream to have a gap. If you remove that, now you're ambiguous with the relay conclusively determined that those objects do not exist for some other reason than the original publisher
but
didn't
the
publish
only
them.
reason it could determine that if the original publisher told it that they do not exist.
No, but they could be do not exist because I can't give it to you anymore. The original publisher doesn't have a cache. So somebody came back to it and said, hey, give me these objects. The original publisher says, sorry, I don't have them anymore. I did publish them, but I don't have them anymore.
So if the OP doesn't have a cache, the object doesn't exist anymore. In the canonical state, the object does not exist. It's gone, which means you can continue to fetch.
Okay. No, I think I think what Mo is highlighting is an important question, but I don't think it's directly related, which is, do we need another status for when you can't determine, I don't have it in cache and I can't contact the original publisher? it means I have to kill the fetch because I have no way to say you asked for something and I cannot
Do
determine
I
its status.
already have the status?
What's that?
Do I not already have the status?
What status?
Sorry, not status, I meant error code.
You can send an error code, but you can't continue. You can't continue the fetch, and the fetcher has no way of knowing. They'll have to basically fetch one at a time after the gap until they pick up where the stream, like where the cache is filled again, which is maybe not great.
That'd be great to return the information we know in the error code.
The fetch OK may have already been sent. So like the only thing you can do is kill the stream.
I mean, we also have the issue that it's a reset stream, which just has like a code.
That's what I'm saying. There's no other metadata you can include, right?
Well, we have about 10 minutes left, so I think you should finish your
You
slide.
have one more slide, yeah.
I mean, my one more slide is much less interesting. It's the observation is that we allow you to send objects and gaps, but we also allow you to send one object to a status does not exist. And as far as I understand, there is currently no case when you would actually want to do that instead of using prior object ID gap or prior group ID gap. So the question is like, do we want to even allow that? But this is a less important question than the previous.
Can you just summarize all of your points that you are proposing so we can talk about them one at a time? So
I think the most important one is the fetch gaps, the slide like a 9 or so.
Before we go off of that, can I just ask one question about this last point you had?
Slide 10. Yeah. Sure.
So let's say no objects exist whatsoever. How do you what do you send? You just send you send you send a fin, right? You just
in what context?
Let's say somebody asks. It's a good question. You have a group with no objects in it.
Okay.
And you want to say group 9 exists, group 10 doesn't exist, group 11 does exist and have objects in it. And you want to indicate that. Actually, I guess that's not. The case I was originally thinking was a fetch on a track that has never had a single object published on it.
Yeah,
you just said a fin, right?
Yeah, I think that's either a fin or
or an error.
Yeah, a fin, and like you have like the largest published. And
fetch OK has end of track and an object ID in it, so you could say like
end of track
0 end of track.
Okay.
And I think you would get something like that.
Okay.
So this track does not exist in it too.
Yeah, I know.
The track
also seems like we have about 5 ways of doing that.
There might be a difference between the track doesn't exist and I published a 0 object track. I don't know that it's an important thing. But
I think that it is a good distinction because I think a lot of applications will care about whether or not something was never published or is just no longer available. That's a big difference. I asked for a broadcast. It was never ever published. That's a very big difference than, okay, yeah, it was published, but you're asking me hours after I purged my cache. Sorry.
Okay, but I think what I'm saying is slightly different. The difference between an empty track, but this sounds also like a little bit of a different issue.
I'm fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's basically it. That's the most important part of this on this slide.
Okay, so I am fine with this proposal as we currently have it. But this question about that Mo's brought up, or like if you have a completely unknown object in fetch, do we want to try to solve that by sending a status, which is like they're like I can't. I'm going to answer your fetch, but you're going to get some holes in it that I just don't know.
I'm just trying to reason through this. If somebody later publishes an object for 12.1, you're saying here 12.0 has been sent and 12.0 says it's the end of group, is marked end of group.
Well, you publish 12.0 and then you publish 12.1 with status end of group. And that implies 12.1 through 12 infinity do not
doesn't exist. Yeah. Okay.
And if you send an object that's like in 12.1 to 12 infinity, that's a violation of our do not alter object state rules.
All right.
Okay, so this is the proposal so is 1224, is there already PR existing that does this? Is that?
No, there are issues.
That's an issue. Okay. So the proposal is to write a PR to this effect, and the one implication of that is there's no longer any object extensions in status objects.
Yes.
So is that a separate issue or it's tied to this?
That is, I consider this like tied.
Okay.
because
But there's no way to
If
do
we
this
decide
without-
against it, there is no reason.
So
to
maybe
that.
the question to ask is, does anybody want to make a case that we need to have extensions on end of track or end of group?
I don't think that's needed, but that's not what this proposal is. This
Well, but
proposal-
it's tied to it.
You have
If
to
you
do
have
that
extensions
if
on those
you
things,
do
then you
that.
have to store them and save them.
That's the first part. I think that's fine, but I think the second bar is higher.
Okay, so, but we can make separate PR that just kills extensions of those things and make some progress. So-
We should have done that originally.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay. So
That
let
was
the
a
minutes
oops.
show nobody's willing to speak for extensions on status objects. Okay, great. So now the question is this, but I think, again, this is fine with the statuses we have now.
What status, remind me, what status do we have now besides?
End of
do not
group,
exist?
end of track. Does not exist. Those are the three.
Yeah, we used to have group does not exist. We killed that.
Yeah.
We had end of subgroup which we removed as
We also, yeah.
It's not really an object status, it's really a fin, but we stick it somewhere.
Christian, did you had a question in the chat which hasn't been answered. Do you want to?
Yeah. I mean, I'm looking at that, and excuse me, I'm not necessarily completely up to date, but I read the spec, and the spec says that the group IDs are not necessarily monotonically increasing. I mean, they're increasing, but we can go from group 15 to group 31 because that's the way things are. And so what happened then if I fetch, if the only group that exists are 15 and 31, what happened if I fetch group 19?
It will go to the original publisher, and the original publisher can reply. And if it does not exist and never exist, it will reply with empty.
If there are no object, we have another issue for how it applies, but yes.
Right.
It either applies with an error or with an empty string with a fin, pending a different PR.
It seems that it's kind of the same need for having ghost or some kind that what we have when we have missing object in a stream.
One clarification on your proposal. You're saying that the proposal is to do those 3 bullets, but those 3 bullets are adding something to something which doesn't yet exist in the cache or fetch, right?
No, you already have to do this if you cache fetch replies.
You're saying, okay, if I got something with do not exist or end of group or end of track, I indicate that on the next object, right? By adding a gap to the next object. What if you don't have the next object yet? It's like a flag you have to set to know whether or not the next thing you get needs a gap.
So on subscribe data plane, you get an object which says end of group. When you receive that, instead of storing that in cache, you store a gap in cache, a range of missing objects.
But the gap is for the next object, not on this. This thing you're not gonna deliver it, right? So it's the thing that you're gonna deliver has to have the gap indicating it. So
No,
you have to have
only
that.
the OP adds that extension.
This
This is about how your cache represents the information that you got. And I believe Victor's slide is correct. You get the status. This is you're inserting in the cache is not an object.
This does not affect behavior of data plane on subscribe. Just to be clear.
Bring it in the cache.
It only affects it on fetch and on cache.
So we have 1 minute remaining. I feel like there's interest in the room to see a PR along these lines. Does anyone think this is like a bad way to go?
I think we just need to get clarification on most question. Let's say when 12.0 and 12.1 came with object, the end of group, and 13.0 did not come.
That's okay.
What you're going to do?
You put in the cache. There is
in the fetch will you send object status in that case?
No. What would let's say your fetch is for all of group 12. You'll just serve 12.0 fin. Because you know 12.1 was the fin marker.
That's not clarified in the current spec or here either.
That's
this says.
I see what you're saying.
This says you need to have something next to identify the gap.
No, you don't.
That's what it said. You need to include the gap. When storing the fetch, and when 13.0 comes.
This is about what goes in your cache, not what gets served from fetch. What gets served from fetch. This is what it means is you never need to serve an object status from fetch. Object status is only there to populate what goes into caches.
Let's say when you go from delivering the wire fetch response.
Yes.
You have some state in the cache. Let's say this updates the cache state. Now you want to actually deliver the fetch result. What goes out in that fetch result? An object gap ID extension?
No, the gaps are implicit in fetch already.
If
your fetch covers a gap.
What's the end location of your fetch?
Yeah.
In
this example, if you have 12.0, 12.1 end of group, then 13.0, what is your fetch for?
Okay, let's say it is for 13.2 or something.
So then it doesn't even cover them. We have no information in this example of what happens in 13. You're saying from 12.0 to 13.2?
Yes.
You'd get 12.0, 13.0.
Let me clarify. So when let's say the only objects exist is 100.0. If you fetch 0.0 to 200.0 and get that as a response, then effectively what you put into your cache is that object, the gap in front of it, and the gap next to it.
I think I'm reluctantly okay with this as long as we understand that for the things that your main point above about if the gaps are important for the original publisher and the end subscribers, they should be immutable header extensions and the relay can't touch them. Right? Can't remove them, even on a fetch delivery, can't remove them from the fetch, right?
If that's a semantically important message, you should put it into
I'm okay.
usable extensions or a payload.
Do whatever you want with the optimization of anything else, as long as that's preserved. Then I think the apps that care about the gap signaling will do that. Will do the immutable approach. The other apps can deal with this complexity.
This isn't a reasonable problem. I just don't quite understand what happened. Like, if we have groups, if 12 is going to have 10 objects in it, but only 8 have been produced so far, and we also have the first 3 groups of 13, and I've asked for groups 12 and 13, what goes across the fetch?
That's a good question. It's not directly related to this one, but that's a good point.
Well, there has to be an upstream fetch at that point.
And if those objects don't exist, that fetch is not satisfiable yet.
Yes.
Like, you can get the first part of it,
But
as soon as you encounter the place that's like.
But wait a minute. So the original publisher, like we said that if you have a multi-group fetch, like you have increasing group IDs, and so those objects must need to exist at the.
So what if I
unless they're just going to be skipped.
I don't think that's true. I think I can publish 12, 1, 2, 3, 13, 1, and then go back and publish 12, 4.
That happens all the time.
I think that's legit.
Wait. What do you mean by public? Like
the OP creates 12, 4 after it created 13, 0.
Yeah, that happens all the time.
I don't think there's a reason why you can't do that.
And that's.
But even if the OP didn't do them out of order, a big relay network will.
Well, that's fine, but you can do an upstream fetch, and you should be able to get an upstream fetch. And you should be able to get this is your. Okay.
That broke your mind. I don't think there's anything in the spec that requires 12.4 to be produced before 13.0.
I think we already discussed it doesn't, and there are cases in which you kind of want that.
Look, I can imagine that you terminate one stream and start another stream in the fetch to cover. I don't know what the end of this group is or whatever, but I mean
I think
this needs some clarification of how that works.
It's a different issue. We should file and talk about separately.
Okay.
Separate proposal.
I'm going to try to wrap this up. Okay. So it sounds like Victor's going to write a PR about this.
I can file an issue.
Is the objects have no extensions thing going to be rolled to this PR, or is something else going to take that? Okay.
Or we can do that PR first and then this one. But yeah.
Okay. Just do that as separate. It's just so easy and uncontroversial. Don't have it wrapped up with something hard.
I can do both.
Okay.
Is this PR only covering fetch?
Well, the object.
One's object model.
Is object model issue is conceptually separate, but it's required to make this work.
What about the last part of it, which is no sending DNE and subscribe?
Say that one more time. No sending.
There's another. Keep going through all your proposals because one of them says no more sending do not exist since.
I don't think we discussed this enough. Can I discuss this at a virtual intro? Something.
You can.
Anyway, we have time. Yeah.
Okay.
So the other thing I'll note is that we might be able to collaborate if we disallow object status and extensions in the same object that may allow some encoding opportunities to maybe be more compact. I don't know. I think we can figure that out, I suppose. But I guess we can leave that alone. Okay, thank you, Victor.
Can I ask one more question, which was the whole thing that we started with was the end of group bit, and I don't know that it's totally resolved. Or are you saying we leave that in for subgroups?
I think it solves half of it because you no longer have to insert a fake object.
It's just another way of signaling a gap.
Yeah.
Wait. So your proposal does not touch subscribe and subgroup streams. So you would still have an end of group object in a subscribe.
Well, we currently don't have the text for PR, right?
What?
I'll talk to Victor in the break and we'll get this sorted.
Okay,
out.
excellent. Thank you.
With just PR, we'll be focusing on the fetch flows.
Yeah.
Right, but the whole reason we started talking about it was because subscribes broken.
Yeah, well, yes and no. But but the object thing solves the problem with your PR on end of group bit.
Okay,
okay, yeah, take that offline. All right,
I'll file an issue on the fetch.
Next up is Mike. Mike, can you drive?
Yep.
All right, thank you. We're breaking in 25 minutes. Mike is going to try to resolve our new group problem.
Why do I feel like there was hard?
Hang on. I have to go out and come back in. Alan? I think the publish out of order problem for fetch is basically identical to the thing I previously complained about, where I'm a publisher that doesn't have enough bandwidth and I have stuff I want to publish. Can't send it right now. So what do I do?
It could have gone on the wire, and even if it was published in the correct order, it may not have gone on the wire. Oh, you're saying with the
Yeah, but I'm saying they're the same problem, basically. It exists, but I can't give it to you yet. And so either I need to skip it, tell you I skipped it, or I need to just hang there forever until it's actually available.
Sharing it on this mic.
We good? Okay.
Yeah.
So hopefully this will be short. When I set out to do this, I thought that there were more elegant solutions possible, and in the process of trying to articulate those, I think that may not be the case. So,
Should we skip it?
so let's just get through this. There's an issue, 1028, which describes the need for FIR-like behavior to signal when a subscriber needs a new group to be produced by the original publisher. So this is common in conferencing use cases where you have an open GOP, and you expect that to go until somebody asks for a new iframe. So WebRTC and other solutions have various ways of dealing with this, but it's basically interaction from subscriber to original publisher. When you look at scaling that up with something like MOQ, where you have this fan out infrastructure with potentially multiple layers of hierarchy of relays involved, then it starts to raise questions about how to do that in a scalable fashion, so that you're not sending a bunch of this stuff all the way back to the original publisher all the time. You would like to kind of aggregate it and deduplicate it, OLS the requests for new groups to be produced. And what I was kind of pushing for is having a mechanism that works for more than just this one signal, because it seems like there may be other signals where an original publisher might want some kind of feedback from end subscribers. It turns out that it's hard to make that scale in all cases. So let's get into some of the proposals. So originally there was a proposal for a new control message, a new group message. We talked about that and basically decided we would prefer not to add more control messages. And instead, there's an open PR, I believe Alan wrote 1060, which adds new group request parameter on the subscribe-like verbs that we have. And dynamic groups is a way for a publisher to opt into that capability. Ian has also opened a PR with an approach that we had discussed in kind of hallway track in Madrid. I think there's still some merit there, but there's also some awkwardness. And then I'll describe two possible approaches of just doing this fully at the application level, you know, no text changes to the mock transport draft at all. And they have, you know, trade-offs. Okay, so Alan's PR, I borrowed some of the key text from, but you can go read the actual PR, it's not long. The basic idea is that in a subscribe or a publish OK or a subscribe update, you can send this new group request parameter and ask for a new group, either at a particular point or at 0 if you're just joining and you don't know what group you want. And then importantly, publishers opt into this with the dynamic groups in publisher subscribe OK. The next proposal is using a joining fetch, a joining relative fetch with joining start 0. And this, I think, is fairly clever because you can use existing mechanisms to achieve this behavior. Essentially, what happens is you can, as a publisher, you can use max cache duration as a proxy for communicating the interval under which you're willing to produce new groups. So if your objects are in cache at the relays, then the effect of this is that the start of the group that's relevant to the new joining participant will be served from cache. And if it's not there, then it means you're willing to produce another group anyways. So as the joining fetch either terminates at some relay or makes it all the way back to the original publisher, it ends up getting the end subscriber the join point that they need. The only thing is that the original publisher needs to treat that mock transport level for the fetch as, you know, a semantically interesting signal that means I need to produce a group now. So if it goes all the way back to the original publisher, it needs to have a way of getting that from the mock transport layer up to the application to say, okay, I have to tell the encoder to produce a new iframe. And then a couple different application level approaches. First, probably the simplest, most straightforward one is you just have some kind of feedback tracks that each of the end subscribers produce. And the original publisher could then optionally subscribe to that and use that information to make decisions about various things, including when to start. So you could have, you know, the subscribers in a room have their own portion of the namespace and they produce a track maybe called, you know, new group request or new NGR or something like that. But you could also provide other metrics that, you know, the original publisher may want. The downside here is that the those signals are not aggregated by the fan out relay infrastructure. So the MOQ transport layer isn't going to help you at all with aggregation. You just need to be able to handle that at the application layer, however it is that you're subscribing to these tracks. And the other approach that's fully application level is another kind of clever idea. This is what I originally pitched in Madrid kind of hallway track conversations. If the signal that you care about is a Boolean signal, you could theoretically use the multi-publisher capability of MOQ transport in order to have multiple end subscribers act as publishers of a singular track. And so if they all are publishing to one track, empty objects, then you could say, okay, when an object on that track is produced with a given group ID that corresponds to the track that it is linked to, then new iframes get produced. So you can have the original publisher subscribe to only a single track, and this does aggregate depending on a couple things. So it requires robust support for multi-publisher, and the degree of aggregation that you get depends on how relays end up handling duplicate objects. So if there's some deduplication that happens, then you get that benefit. Otherwise, you have the potential of receiving a lot of the same object. So if a bunch of people join all at once, they might all send you an empty object on this track, and the relays might aggregate that back to you. So yeah, so these are the. I can go back to the overview and then we can talk about them.
Yeah, go. I have a question on this.
Good question on this one.
On the latest, yes.
Yeah.
Security wise, I mean, these seem to be opening up to, because it's not a structured message, I guess any of the application, anyone could publish something garbage that will be distributed great. Especially the last one that relies on the objects being identical could cause interesting side effects.
Yeah, both of these assume that the namespace track structure here would be authenticated, and you would have.
Yes, but we authenticated all the receivers in the whole group to publish.
Correct.
Yes, which has implications.
All these things have side effects. That's the point.
Yeah, right.
The side effect is the feature, not the bug.
Yes, but in
The
this,
desirable security property here is that any member of any receiver in the group can send an FIR effectively, right?
Yes.
So I'm not.
sure, but I mean, it's one thing to send, you are allowed to send an FIR, an open FIR, and the system can check this is an FIR, which like the new group message would restrict you to. This is, I will publish the Bible to you in a message on this feedback channel.
Yeah, there's nothing that constrains. I think maybe besides the payload content, which I think is the issue you're raising, it also doesn't constrain these subscribers from producing group IDs further in the future than they should be, and then creating
And that poisons the ability to do FIR.
right, because if the objects are immutable, then there's so basically as I walked through these ideas, I thought they were fairly clever, and then it turns out there's trade-offs involved that are.
Are you exploring the space, or you have a recommendation?
I had expected to recommend one of these, and now I'm just kind of putting this out there. This is the result of my exploration of the space, and I am less opposed than I was before to 1060. So if other people feel strongly that one of these things is worth pursuing, I can write up text and detail any of them, further. However, I don't want to block progress on just getting this solved. So
I'm very confused about 1219, but I'm fine with 1060. So I guess never mind. If people are fine with 1060, then I'm fine, and I don't need to ask questions.
I understand 1219. I think there's the key limitation of it is it relies on the minimum group duration being equal to the max cache duration.
Yes.
So
it conflicts those two things. I agree.
It prevents, which
I mean,
prevents
you could add
saying
an extra
like,
parameter that's that thing, but yeah.
but even if you did that, then I think then the structure of it breaks down. But as long as those things are the same, it works beautifully. It's very clever. But if you want to let people scrub 30 minutes back in the cache, but you're willing to mint a new group every 5 seconds, there's no way to express that.
Seems like a real problem to me.
Yeah, let me try and articulate that more just for.
I was going to say on that too, is that lots of people's algorithms to clean up their cache are like a sweep algorithm, right? So they periodically sweep and get all the, and it's not an exact time like that, right? Like if you sweep once a minute.
But the draft says that like if you get a request and like
Yeah, you're supposed
it's
to-
supposed to expire, you're not supposed to serve it at that point, even if you
Right.
haven't actually removed it.
Yeah, I see your
Yeah,
point.
yeah,
Okay,
sorry.
so that's okay.
Yeah. And to be clear, like maybe we should have a head request to be like, hey, like, can I still serve this thing you gave me like an hour ago? Like, is that cool? But I don't know. That's a different question.
But with those changes, is there a significant, what's the significant difference between 1219 and 1060?
I mean, they're
1219 is basically using mechanisms that already exist.
Yeah, 1219 is entirely editorial.
It's an editorial
It's
PR.
an editorial PR, and
What if the relay doesn't have a cache?
I mean, that's always.
so if the relay doesn't have a cache, then this goes back to the original publisher. So like
I think that
use some of the coalescing.
A few observations, at least I made on the 1219 PR, is that it's pretty clever, and we might want like at least from our implementation experience, we depend on cache to see if we can fulfill the gap before you go to the new group. Because if the cache can serve, say, 10 objects, 15 objects, right, like 2 seconds work might be okay. But if the cache is like 5 seconds or 10 seconds, you're just basically doing network rate delivery of all those things. But the thing is that it makes 2 things: like caching dependency as must, and second thing is that especially when making the cache duration match the group duration forces the original publisher to also be in static ops scenario, which is not the case we wanted to solve to begin with, where you don't have static ops.
I don't think that GOPS have to be static, but I think it does have the limitation. Too bad.
So I was confused about this proposal because I think there's a difference between, I don't see how the publisher can know whether or not a connecting client wants a new group or is willing to wait for a new group. I don't see how you can.
The
derive
publisher
that.
chooses, right? Like the idea is the publisher's in control.
But I'm the publisher. Okay, I get 2 different subscribers that do a joining relative, fetch to me. I don't know between those 2 subscribers if one can wait for a new group, if one is demanding a new group immediately. You don't know, right? So how would
You know what the most recent time you generate a new group beginning is. That's a join point. And so if it's like over 5 seconds old, then maybe you're like, okay, I'll generate one.
What if
Something like that.
what if one of the subscribers that's joining is a recorder and it doesn't want to interrupt, the live stream? It's willing to wait for the thing, so it's not issuing you a new group.
The recorder use case in particular is like what
I don't think the publisher can decide this on its own without a signal, an explicit signal saying, I don't want to wait for your new group. I want it now. That's an important signal. That's different than, okay, I'm joining, but maybe I can wait for your new group whenever it comes.
Okay, but I mean, if you have a recorder that can wait, why would that not just send a subscribe rather than a joining relative fetch?
Just subscribe at the very beginning, presumably.
Right, it would just open the subscribe and wait for wherever the next group is produced and start there.
Because a joining relative fetch is a speculative thing that I think there's enough cache to give me object 0 on. And if it doesn't, if that speculation fails, then how do you know at the publisher whether or not his response to that is going to be, well, I'll wait anyway, I'll just wait longer, or no, I want it right now. I don't see how you can infer that. It has to be an explicit signal. I don't see that the publisher can ever infer the receiver's intent.
I will call out to channel something I think Will has said before, that the intent here would be much easier to determine if there was actually like a single verb that said like, I want to join to this thing right now. Can you like make that happen? And I will say that like the joining fetch plus subscribe thing kind of does that, but it does that like in this somewhat indirect manner. And so like, like if you literally had a message that says like, I want to join now, go figure it out. Right? Like we wouldn't really be having this conversation because like presumably like that would do the right thing. Right? Like not like I don't know what the right thing is.
It's a signal that says make me a new group.
I mean I called it sub fetch, but like whatever. It's just like joining like one single verb opposed to like splitting them.
So I'm the reason I'm confused about this is like joining relative fetch with joining start 0 already has a semantic meaning, right? Which is give me the beginning of the current group via fetch. So like where did that go?
So yeah, so the idea here is that for this use case, you would basically only be using the cache for this purpose, right? And any recording type scenarios or something like wouldn't necessarily be using cache in the same way. They would be subscribers, and it would be like you know,
Right, this
system on the side.
This really makes my head hurt.
I think
don't
1219
see
is interesting to think about, but first of all, it's editorial. There's nothing that we don't want to add text to the draft that says you can't do this. You can go build an application like Ian suggested, whether we write that text or not. And I think we think it's insufficient to meet the use case that we're trying to solve in 1020, that 1028 is raised and 1060 is done. So we can continue to talk about it, like how it works and when you can use it, but I don't know if it's as important as like, are we ready to go about it on 1060?
What Martin said I think is important is that there's already a use case for why that joining relative fetch was added. And I don't think any PR should modify that text to indicate that, no, you don't, that's not the semantic of it anymore. There's this other new semantic.
I don't agree this is editorial. Like it doesn't seem editorial to me, but anyway, like it seems like we're all converging on 1060s. Let's not spend more time on
that's kind of what I'm asking. Like, does everyone have, like, should we just push the button on 1060 and we try to implement it and then see where
It was kind of ugly though.
What?
Like the details are super ugly.
Well, you know, you're an editor too.
I know.
I didn't figure out how to fix them. If I figured out how to fix them, I would fix them.
But I mean, from my perspective, the alternative to either we think that 1060 is looking good enough. Otherwise, I would suggest to push this into an extension and rip it out of the core.
I actually want to know if it can be made an extension. That's actually my concern about 1060.
I'm not sure that I think you missed the last intro, but it was one of the questions on my slides.
Yeah. I couldn't figure out how to make an extension, which was like the most terrifying part.
We need a
this.
protocol extension.
That was super scary.
Protocol extension.
Yeah, okay, it's the upstream filtering was a problem for.
What is a protocol extension?
I mean, if I negotiate, let's say we don't want to add it in MOQ.
Yeah.
We add it in MOQ.
Setup parameter?
Yeah.
No, not like in the setup parameter. I say like, do you support dynamic groups?
Yeah, the problem is that the relays on the stream needs to handle it. So that I agree.
But every relay along the chain would have to support it correctly in order for it to work. But our protocol extension negotiations have that.
But this is not something a relay can figure out. This is the original publisher that has to do this, right?
But the aggregation behavior in the relay
is
critical to making it work.
Because normally you would never send a subscribe or a fetch upstream if you could service it locally.
Well, it's a subscribe update, but yeah, like
Okay.
it needs this logic of like, if I get this special parameter, then I do this other thing. And relays need that behavior. And every relay in the chain better do it, because if one does and one doesn't, then the OP gets flipped.
So that's the part I dislike about 1060 the most by far, is that I can't figure out how to make it an extension. And that makes me concerned that like we've kind of like putzed something up. Like it really feels like something that should be able to be made an extension. But maybe I'm wrong.
But I would say like that's true of extensions in general. Like if something's mandatory at the transport layer that you have to negotiate an extension, it kind of has to be the whole chain doing it too.
There's some things like
you can't have random relays deciding on
Multicast is not deployed widely on the network is because it is very difficult to figure out and negotiate extensions for a multicast tree.
Yeah.
And
Exactly.
Like, we're deep into that. There's no way around it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have 2 minutes remaining in this segment. Alan, you have their PR exists, 1060 exists.
I believe all
There's a
feedback
lot of
has been addressed on it. I could go back and look. I can't remember if anybody else wanted any changes.
So-
I would take another read. Like, I don't know what else to do. I don't.
So while there's some angst, it feels like this is on the path to Alan push the button. So I encourage you to take a look at it. Maybe not right now, but like over the next couple days. And if you can live with it, like maybe if you can't live with it, put something in the GitHub. If you love it, you can give him a thumbs up, and then he will, assuming that nobody melts down over it, I think Alan will push the button sometime after this meeting. Is that an accurate statement of the state of this?
Yeah, I mean, I would need to go back and look and see if there's unaddressed feedback, but I
Sure.
think everything we talked about at the last time we talked about it, I believe that all the questions outstanding were resolved. So, you agree?
Yeah, I've read it multiple times. I think the issues has been addressed, and I think that the major use case for video conferencing stuff and so on, and to me that doesn't need a new message than the existing mechanism using joining, fetch, and so on. And also, since now we don't know yet when we are even final standard, and I think at this stage it's appropriate to have this, rather than thinking, okay, in future extensions and so on. So I'm supporting.
Okay.
Christian?
Yeah, I mean, what I'm convinced of is that this is an incast problem. I mean, for the stability of the network, the key function, the key requirement is that if 1 million subscribers want to get a new group, the publisher doesn't get 1 million messages. And the only way to guarantee that is to make sure that the incast is processed in the relay in the upward direction to the publisher. And that means that the relay has to be fully aware of that and has to do some processing, such as, oh, I've already seen one guy in my subtree send that. I'm not going to send it again until I get some answer. And so for me, the key characteristic of the actual mechanism is that there has to be this filtering function in the relay, and we have to explain how it works. And I'm not sure the current 1060 completely does that.
All right, please comment in the GitHub. I'm closing the queue, but go ahead, Will.
Yeah, thanks. Just as another idea on the table here, we've suggested there's simpler schemes where the publishers can request via a named track that they want a new iframe, but there was no aggregation method. But Mo is about to present a proposal that looks like aggregation if you squint a little bit. And I'm wondering if, Mo, if we could extend your proposal there to allow for the aggregation of these new group requests. And that way we might have a relatively simple solution on the table.
Can I just answer real quick?
Yeah.
Yes, but I think that's basically the later slides that Mike was showing, where you have feedback tracks, and even without the new relay filtering of feedback tracks that we're going to present this afternoon, even without that, you could hack it in with, multi-publisher. You could each feedback track sender could all publish the same track with different group ID or something like that. So you could hack in that way to get relay aggregation semantics working without what we're going to present this afternoon. But I think the core issue remains that it will never be as efficient as 1068, because 1068 allows relays to look at whether they've actually delivered that group downstream to suppress this new group request, whereas these other aggregation techniques are only going to allow aggregation of the same request going up, but it will never suppress the downstream real object flows. It'll never suppress the aggregation requests in response to downstream object flows. So you'll always have that inefficiency, even with what I proposed this afternoon. You'll always still have that inefficiency where you can't suppress because the relay sees group 30 going down. There's no reason to send up new group request 29. So you could never suppress that with these other techniques.
Okay, minor agenda bash. Actually, first of all, Alan, can you annotate in the GitHub what came out of this PR?
That people add your comments. We're going to merge next week.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, minor agenda bash. Lunch is at noon rather than 11:30. So unless it shows up early, we're going to move the demo back to noon. And Alan, if you can start your issue-a-thon for a half hour before lunch, that would be ideal.
Yeah, I think we can get at least one in.
Excellent. Okay, so let's go ahead and return at 11:05 and take a 15-minute break. What you need to do.
Hey, Martin. Can you approve my PR? One for QUIC.
You mean CL?
No, the PR in Google search QUIC.
Yes. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll look at it.
I will, because I will also need you to send the CL that merges it into Google frames.
All right. We'll do.
So I want to make sure I understand the resolution of the end of group flag.
And the group flag.
So the one that we broke in whatever, draft 12. Like, so now
they're extremely long or entirely open.
It's a really good point you had about all these other aggregate Play subscribers. This has an optimization beyond what any application has.
That's exactly.
Right, I mean, right now, most systems, you're just directly connected to the
Or
just.
That's gonna happen all the
When
way.
we
You know,
work
the
the
clients
commands.
all requesting a new frame roughly the same time for the same.
Basically,
reason.
like, and it's sometimes
optimizations.
we're constructing a problem that's probably like artificially difficult.
I mean, I can see some people living without the optimization.
People want to solve.
They're okay with the
Today, it's-
aggregation,
you just
but
everyone
a
connects to the
few
origin.
spurious requests will go up
You're like,
anyway.
I want to join the stream.
Some
Give me
applications, I
something.
say, okay, that's fine.
Decide
We'll
whether to come
implement
back
all
to
this new group stuff.
And this is
And I can live with that. I can live with that inefficiency that I'll get some spurious new group requests that I can ignore. The original publisher won't have the option to ignore it because he'll say, well, I don't know if there was a problem in delivering.
Make a request to the encoder.
If somebody gives me a new group request for an old group, does that mean that there was just a latency? He won't know. Okay, that group's already in flight. He won't know if it's just because of a latency problem or he never got the head of that. He won't get the head of that anyway. So I have to generate a new group. So there's still ambiguity at the original publisher, and you probably just have some spurious new groups created IDRs spuriously.
Which are incredibly costly, really.
Yeah, we're very, very costly.
What's the plan for REM?
What's the what?
For REM, receiver estimated bit rate. I mean, that's my problem with PLIs at the transport layer is like, what's next?
Oh,
REM
yeah, no, I was happy when I came up. But I mean.
That's what I think, right? You gotta do the feedback track.
And like almost as the rate.
Like, what if you want both? Like, I have an example in the later slides about what if you're doing a live broadcast and you want those votes from
like a
upper
slightly
levels?
different spin on it.
So, and I want those aggregated. I don't want to see.
I just wanted to say, welcome. I'm really glad you came.
I got 1 million.
Thank you very much.
Up to me. So I think you will want some and aggregation.
I think as soon as you.
Different protocol.
Yeah, aggregation's weird. I just always wonder what layer. Like maybe there is like a layer on top. Transport has this more business level logic like aggregation, like combined PLIs. You're gonna see all of Canada. It's hard though. It's really hard to figure out what the generic aggregation.
That'll be next week, actually. I'm going down to San Diego.
Get out of RAM.
Cisco has an internal.
The slides that also
We have
one
conference for customers called Web.
aspirational.
At least that would be like at each hop. So it's more.
Aggregation works fine. You only want one signal.
That's nice.
But if you want a count of those signals, that's not solved. But I think we're close enough that
You would end up getting.
Okay, I'm gonna go
somebody's
catch
smarter
both.
than me to figure out what to solve.
And even REM, like Discord had a problem where we were taking right in the REM, but that meant that one person on a shitty mobile device caused the bitrate to go down. We wanted like percentiles, and doing like percentile aggregation in the relay is just like no.
Actually, when I present this afternoon, will work.
We want your screen.
You can have multiple filters. One of the filters will be the minimum, and the other filter can say only between this range.
I know.
The other filter will run first, so only the
I know.
range from 1 to 4 meg will be filtered first, and then say, give me the minimum from 1 to 4 meg. So then you'll forget the 200K guys,
And then on the way
the
out.
1 meg guy will
Yeah.
win
I tried to mute you.
and give you a RAM
You
of 1 meg.
could do averages too, like the relays could do combined averages. It's just it feels very business logic-y.
We don't have we don't have minimax.
So second
But I
section is
mean,
literally across the street, like
it's
the
like-
improv.
Yeah, I was like, is that something? I'm like,
Yeah.
Oh, it is. Okay.
It's a branch of the one in
Oh,
Chicago.
okay, okay.
So
we need
we're
for
trying to
conferencing.
navigate
It's like
it.
it's almost
I-
more required than PLI.
I mean, PLI is so like fundamental. Like, I can't imagine a video conferencing system
no idea.
that would work on an FIR PLI. And it's just
I mean,
happens all the time.
I saw that. You just have to keyframe it. Like that's the enforcement.
So if you have a
that's
static
how it
dot,
works. It's less efficient, but
if you have a static dot, and it's a short, very short static.
yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. It's not great, but
I mean, I don't know.
But conferences typically don't do that.
So I need to do feedback, like feedback.json. I'm calling it because I need codec support too. I need to know if the viewer supports AP1. Otherwise, the broadcaster should not use it.
That's a totally different thing. Yeah.
But that, I mean, that's
Signal.
your application is gonna have to, when it's like, okay, go check values.
And that's kind of what I'm getting at with like the new group requests. Is you kind of have to have this like application level feedback anyway. Like, could you do that for new group requests too?
I think it
Well,
works.
it's the question is, I think it's also comes down to the thing, when is it affecting the relay chain directly, and what can the relay do something?
Yeah.
I think the extension deployability is like, we're gonna be forced to, the relay network is gonna have to say, okay, when you order it, you order it for certain capabilities. And it's like, okay, you go to see that, I need a relay network that all support this.
Yeah.
So you don't give me an instance which hasn't deployed this part yet.
I mean, that's the problem with extensions.
Yeah.
I mean, in general, if you're using parameters, like you need every relay to support a parameter if it changes the relay behavior.
Yes.
Same way with extensions.
Yeah. And I think this is where it's slightly better than multicast in general, because multicast is an IP level. This is still something. Yeah. The relay network is, from an application perspective, something you have selected. To use. You know which nodes in some sense is
Yeah, like a CDN can only negotiate an extension if it knows every relay within the CDN supports it,
Yes.
for example.
Yeah.
That being said, it doesn't know if the original publisher supports it because the original publisher may not have connected yet.
No.
Right?
No,
So that's
but it's like, but you as an application say, I strive to support this. You might have that fallback in certain cases where if there's the lack of any of the
And then
the publisher or the end consumer which isn't supporting functionality.
And that's kind of why I want to do as much at the application layer as possible, because like you don't need extensions then. Like the relay just supports the base draft, and then both sides know they support the application layer. They can add whatever feedback they want without the relay supporting it.
Luke, are you going on your own slide? You need to do it.
I guess I can do it because it's rapid fire.
All right.
Just if everybody like finds out there's actually a different way to solve this problem. I haven't implemented the feedback yet, but I mean, I have for location, like drag and drop. So, but like the aggregation problem. I mean, aggregation's only a problem when you have a lot of viewers and you stop doing PLI at that point. Like once you have 100 viewers, you stop letting them request new groups. Or so you don't. Aggregation's a weird thing, and you only do it when you have like 20 or fewer viewers. Like you only allow REM or PLI. So it feels like maybe it's not the problem to solve, because I don't know.
But some of them are just like,
If your broadcast reaches a certain scale. Yeah, you stop PLI requests. You do not support them. You just switch to like interval gobs. Yeah, yeah, you have to. Yeah. But the original publisher can't know. Exactly. That's the magnitude of. That's kind of why you also need a solution for that. You need to know the number of viewers before you start responding to PLI requests, or REM as well. Like you can't do REM, you should not do REM at a certain threshold. You should not let the minimum, the worst client control the user experience. Yeah. Again, we had this problem even in Discord just for like 8 viewers. Like we just at a certain threshold, you just stop. Our mass fan out thing, we just disable PLIs. You do 2-second GOPS.
What's like the exact problem? Why do you need to disable PLIs in large?
You mostly disable PLIs just because it's bursts. Keyframes are huge and it just causes.
But if you
as a heads up, as a heads up warning to people, right before lunch or so, we're going to do a quick poll on who's interested in going for dinner and get a dinner head count. So think about it now.
Everybody write a PR before the next session starts.
Alan, do you want to use any of this half hour I'm giving you to like have your general field status?
If you have like
okay,
even with PLIs,
it's your time.
minimum amount of time.
I mean, I'm just.
until you will
I want to know how we can move.
generate new iframe. Then
Like,
it's
I was
basically
trying to
like
think about it last night. I
interval
my thoughts, but
POPs.
we have a pipeline of like
with like
issue.
you can set like
discussion,
okay, we have many
PR,
viewers.
discussion,
Let's set like the minimum interval to 1 second,
and like
but
this
still
whole
be able
pipeline
to
takes
request
trying to look at like
PLIs.
where are the stages in the pipeline?
That's what are like 1219.
The place where we discussed.
Yeah, so it's because even with large fan outs, you can still like save bandwidth.
It's not
because you don't have to like switch to interval jobs. You can still only generate intervals, but only generate different when they are needed.
What do we conclude?
And you can still set
1060
hundreds
merge
of
next
files.
week. I heard
If
that.
we do the
We're gonna
aggregation.
remove
I'm not saying it's the use case we want to support. Just like that.
You can. I mean,
It sounds like
very
probably it's like limitations of the aggregation that we cannot do.
I heard
for example,
Victor's
for
gonna
Discord,
write it.
at a
No,
certain
I didn't
viewer
hear it.
threshold,
Here,
in essence,
everybody's
you
gonna
started
merge it.
generating
Okay,
synthetic
and then we will
PLIs.
have we will read.
That's how we did it. On the client, we didn't have a fixed keyframe interval. We actually pretended like we needed a PLI every 2 seconds.
If you only want to have the discussion,
It's
once,
hacks. You try to make a generic relay though, right? You're trying
no,
not to
everyone-
have that
you can't
behavior.
you can't present without a PR.
And that's
Not that.
that's the problem with I think feedback in general is there's so much business logic and aggregation.
General relays, you don't even know how many relays how many viewers you actually have. That's like the problem you have with like the lurking
solid understanding.
subscribers. You don't know. You don't have to know.
I'm not saying some things weren't. I'm saying,
At any rate, like
but that's I think that's where things fall apart.
I think there's other places in the pipeline that also. For somebody who spends 2 hours every day working on MOQ specification issues.
I understand. But I think there's things that add latency and there's things that slow down throughput. And our problem right now is throughput, not latency.
I'm nervous.
You can boost throughput with by adding more processors. IC14.
Can try and get everything checked out and think she's gonna.
I mean, I think that's part of the problem. too. I agree with that, Tony.
Is the guy, what's his name, gonna help her?
No.
He's the IETF.
We should reduce this to the point where like I don't even bother writing PRs anymore. Since somebody else will. And that's starting inside, like really effective.
But don't they have other shipping overseas people that can come pick up?
I mean, you're a very busy person, and so you writing a lot of PRs is probably not useful because we'll review them and give you feedback, and then it'll be a week before you get to update it.
Why can't you put it right in front of the room? That's it.
Like
this
week.
Alan is positive.
Let Magnus explain the last 5 years to you.
Just find a cart.
Yes, and
No, I mean, yeah.
Bring it up on the cart and remove it in the cart.
I guess we need like 10 minutes break because everyone's back here already.
Crisp understandings and conclusions on things and not.
So we can just find somebody and say, hey, we want to sit the GTA and ask, hey, can you?
I mean, I think the other reason. I mean, either we need more synchronous meeting time, or we need people to engage more
Brian?
synchronously. Because like the number of times where like someone files an issue, I will respond to it. I respond to it. Nobody else responds. Or even the person who filed the issue, like I respond to their response, they never respond to my response.
I bought this
And then it sits until we have synchronous meeting times. It's just like doesn't have to be.
It's good when it works.
I mean, I boost them. I haven't been to a single.
I've never seen this. She's like, she's. Oh, yeah. Did you notice the flicker?
I noticed this.
Yeah. On the other hand, like the longer meeting time is just basically a way to force people to look at PRs. So people just looked at PRs. Would need all the meeting time.
They sit in that queue.
So
yeah.
You definitely do. We have to
Not
do
just
it.
the way your head is.
You know.
Yes.
And this is just
But it was
like,
relay.
I had one hour.
45 minutes.
Maybe you need trying around people, like 5 people to show up and review the PR that's there. I don't know.
Well, I mean, you're right.
I mean, like, there's like two ways to do this. There's like either, like, I feel an urgency to get this done. Sure. Like,
because a lot of things.
if we all do, then people should be spending more time on it. If not everybody
Should
does,
bring
I
the
can
Augie?
run my urgency.
Does Augie say on
Like,
WebEx
because
Telegram?
people, you know, because it took too long.
I don't think I'm worried about the analysts gonna say, hey, what happened to WebEx Telegram?
I think everybody feels your
Right, you go on
That
WebEx
needs to
Telegram,
translate.
there's no hologram.
USA, president of USA.
Oh, that. Oh, God.
So that we can like,
Oh, no.
there's probably people are like writing code and like trying to see.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it. I don't even know what's going on, but
No,
I'm sure it's bad.
If we didn't.
My speaking to my partnership, I did
We need some solution.
to give up on the five
Camera,
minutes.
because you hold the camera, that makes it
Wouldn't be able to.
Rambling inconsistent.
What I usually see is what happens.
Existing drafts.
I pull up.
The PR dot marks needs to
Yeah,
step.
sorry.
All right, it's 11:05. We're gonna resume.
That goes red.
I
see the.
First up,
That's
is
not
Luke,
red.
who Luke is of course rejoining us here at the at a hybrid interim in person. Welcome back, Luke, and he's been off implementing, I guess, a work of MOQ.
Yeah, it's more like a subset.
Okay, a subset of MOQ, and he has some information experience that he would like to share.
I need to be let into the meeting, so.
Oh, that could be a problem.
Oh, just a minute. Emily.
Yeah, Emily. Yeah.
Wait, there should be a way to do it on the panel. Race, see if Emily can do it. Oh.
Hey, Alan.
Looks like you're in, Luce.
Yep, I'm in there.
All right.
What?
We should have brought that to this.
Good enough. Okay, so yeah, I'm making this dumb app called Hang Live. It's 100% mock, so I'm just basically trying to get rid of WebRTC, so I never have to work on it again. And yeah, the elephant in the room is I just got kind of fed up rewriting the transport. I think at this point done like a mock transport implementation rewrite like 4 times, and I realized like I just need to focus on the product. I need to kind of stop having a lot of these debates and just make something dumb, spend 2 days designing an icon, and actually just implement something. So for example, like I stopped working on the Rust side, the relay, because it just works. 90% of the time I'm just working in TypeScript and doing things. And then the idea is interrupt later. So when CDNs start to exist, like, you know, when Mike put out Cloudflare CDN, I quickly added draft 04 compatibility so I could use the CDN. Oops. But my goal is just to do a subset of the draft that I need and try not to argue about fetch or anything. And yeah, I don't know, I found the Delaware Corp, so yay. Anyway, so my very, very, very small subset of mock is, I'm just calling it mock light. It's basically just the subscribe namespace stream. You say, hey, give me everything that matches this namespace, and it sends you announce, unannounce. That's it. There's times you make it for every subscribe, you make a new stream. It says okay, and then subscribe is open until you get a reset stream or fin, whatever. And then there's group stream. It's just frames. There's no IDs for them. It's just you receive one after another. It's just a size and payload tuple. So extremely simple. Only support latest group and descending. And that's it. There's like 8 messages in the protocol. And this is enough to do everything I'm about to show you.
Can I ask what the difference between announce and knit and announce is?
Oh yeah, so I added this for a race condition where I wanted to know once I receive subscribe namespace, I want to know everything that exists at this moment.
Oh, and
otherwise things trickle in, and you don't know when you've reached live. If that makes sense.
Okay. Yes. That I think somebody has an issue open against our existing that it announce subscribe namespace.
I forget the bug that this caused, but I added announce and knit. It's just you just give.
This is the currently subscribed list at the moment you're at.
Exactly. It's like having
like a fetch. I announce fetch.
Yeah, kind of, right? It's combining end announces into one message.
Oh my god.
Yeah. I forget. I really forget what issue it fixed. But it's there.
I know where it is.
Clifford, you are using descending group order?
Yes, I'm only. In fact, the relay is hard coded to only have 2 groups in flight at most ever. And for audio, it's a group per audio frame. So at most, the relay will only ever send 15 milliseconds of audio, basically. But it's hard coded descending because I don't need ascending. I don't
do video too.
Yeah.
And you just truncate the old group.
Yeah, at new keyframe, you just truncate after like 100 milliseconds right now is in the app. I just cancel the old group.
Okay.
So this is live only, even for chat. Like there's no history at all. Some tracks. I'll quickly try and go through these fast. Catalog.json. It's what everybody's talked about. It's very similar to Warp. I'm just using the web codecs config straight from TypeScript. So I'm using exactly the same fields as them. There's nothing interesting really. Every window, like every one of these little things in the app, is a namespace and catalog. So you learn when people screen share because it's an announce. And then you look at the catalog for that screen share and you get information. And it contains all the information like their avatar, their chat, whatever this is. And there's also a preview.json that I made. This is for somebody that's about to join the call. This is very similar to the catalog, but it's Boolean states. So you know if somebody's currently publishing video, or if they're currently speaking or chatting or whatever, but you don't have access to the raw data. Like you don't get the video data or the audio data. You just get like you're about to join, here you go. And the idea with this preview.json is it's served over MOQ and it's something like on the homepage.
Fetched or subscribed?
This is subscribed. So this is live updating.
Can you give deltas?
It's a JSON blob. So right now there's no deltas, but you'd use JSON patch. So every time somebody, for example, starts speaking, it just flips speaking from true to false in the JSON and posts a new group. So this is the idea here is I want to have people favorite rooms, and I want to subscribe to this preview.json for n rooms to learn about who's chatting in every room. And I create an auth token that lets you access multiple rooms at once, but just this one track, basically.
Sorry, this track is per room, or it's like
it's per room. Okay. It's per room. The idea is you see
roster.
Yeah, you see this right before you're about to join. It's a roster of who's currently in the meeting.
Oh, gotcha.
And you get this based on announce. You see that they announced, and then you get the preview.json to know that this is what they're currently doing. It's cool. It's live updating, unlike most rosters. Audio is very simple. There's an audio track. It's basically like lock, just a timestamp and a payload for a frame. Because all the other information's in the catalog. You don't need anything else. The sample rate's in the catalog, so etc. There's a captions.txt. Basically, it's a group every time there's a new caption added, and then I make a empty group with a single empty frame just after 10 seconds to clear it. Otherwise, that caption would linger there forever. So
custom audio formats or loc or something?
This is Opus, and the actual container is effectively just the varant timestamp and the payload. It's just the Opus bitstream. Again, there's nothing else you need. It's all in the catalog to initialize web codecs. There's a speaking.bool. This is kind of weird. There's a local VAT model running on the GPU in the browser, and it sets a frame that is either a 0 byte or a 1 byte, and it's a new group every time it changes. It's silly, but this is a way of people can subscribe if they care about the speaking state, and they receive either a 0 or 1 when it changes.
Can you say more about the captions for a second of what the?
Sure. I mean, captions right now are generated Whisper on local GPU, and the idea is it takes the result and you get the string and it just publishes it.
So the whole thing that needs to be displayed on the screen is one.
Yep.
One object. Got it.
And currently, I don't support streaming because Whisper doesn't support streaming. But the idea is you make a frame per word as it identifies them. Right. But it's a group for each thing you want to physically display.
Do you think that the media stuff in MOQ is not yet mature enough for you to be able to use it? You did this because you didn't think the stuff that we've worked on is mature enough yet?
What do you mean?
Say loc and
we have Loki that has a header extension for VAD and stuff like that. Do you think You just didn't have time to
There's
look at
no
that?
point. I think one of my things is it's too early for interop for building a product. Like I'm basically jumping through hoops if I'm trying to like implement another person's spec. Right. I could make my own spec and try to get you to implement it, but I think it's not productive. I think the transport matters the most because the CDN matters. But if I'm doing end to end my application, interop doesn't not important. It's like within Facebook Live. Facebook Live doesn't need interop between their clients. They just do whatever.
Well, let me ask you this. I mean, do you ever envision someone being able to write a third-party client that would be able to join a Hang.Live? Or is it only ever going to be the Hang.Live?
At some point, right? It could make sense, but it's this, it's like streaming to Twitch. Like, you use it would be nice to have an OBS client, but at the same time, they don't really support third-party players because there's no point.
Even for a totally closed, non-interoperable system, I would hope that the current specs that we're working on make it easier for a developer to adopt them rather than roll their own. So if you see deficiencies in LOC or Warp or whatever that make it harder to do that than roll your own, let us know, and we should try to make
I've spent too much time arguing. I just realized this is not what I think is important right now. Again, I think this is an experiment. Like as the first application, I think standards come a little bit later. Should come later, personally.
I think what you're saying is that the churn is
too much.
It's unproductive.
Yeah, I'm upgrading every draft version. Like it's just not. It's not. I don't need anything else. This is the bare minimum.
I do think periodically coming back. I mean, I think it's useful to have you come back and say, "Oh, now that thing, if this thing was stable, I would use it. But there's this gap. I have this, you have that. Like it would need this in order for me to use it. Like that is a valuable feedback channel to make sure that when you get to the interop point, then you're like, okay, now I can move to the standard because it stopped moving.
Yeah, and there's definitely some bugs or some issues, things I run into like announce init, for example, where it's like that's useful for the transport in general. And I think those learnings are useful.
I think it's useful to know that you wanted captions. And one of the things we had to open against LOC is whether or not time text would be important for things like captions.
Oh well, you wouldn't put it in the audio channel because captions are optional. Like I only subscribe to this track if the person wants it.
Yes.
So you'd have a separate track, I think, in my opinion.
Does it have captions like in the working group charter?
No, in LOC, there's a question of whether or not text tracks be in scope. Right now, we only say audio and video tracks. Okay. We don't have text tracks. There was a question of whether there's an issue of whether or not you allow web VTT tracks or something like that.
It's just unclear to me whether there's like a lock issue or a work issue.
Yeah.
It's,
We have web VTT and the ISMC captions as part of scope for Warp. And there'll be separate tracks as well, exact same progress.
Cool. For video, same thing. Basically, each frame is a timestamp and codec payload. I'm using Annex B right now just so you can change the width when you're of the browser and it doesn't crash web codecs. Yeah, because otherwise you need a new init segment or SBS PPS. I just didn't want to implement that. I have detection.json and eventually depth, which is actually just going to be a video track that is just the Z layer basically. These are dumb AI experiments, but the idea is that you can just add new tracks for any AI experiments you have, and you don't need lock to support it. You just make a new track. The application can add whatever it wants, which I think is the power of MOQ. And I almost want to keep stuff like the containers really lean. Let applications extend.
All of these track names that you're given, they're all published by your app server, not by the individual clients.
This is by the individual clients.
By the individual clients.
There's actually no app server. The clients communicate directly to each other through a relay. So,
okay, so there's no app server. So all of these track names are multi-publisher tracks?
No, there's a namespace per participant. Each person in the conference call is a namespace, and they make like 10 tracks.
Okay. So everybody has their own namespace and it's all the uniform track names.
And you use announce to figure out who's in the namespace within a room, basically. And you subscribe to all of them. So when you actually, like this Cisco call would be subscribing like 100 tracks because you'd have 10 people that make 10 different tracks. Although it depends, because if you, for example, if you're minimized, I unsubscribe to video. And if you're muted, I don't subscribe to audio and stuff like that. So it's really nice that they're separate tracks because you can pick and choose.
I'm not sure if you follow, but the new MOQ has you can stay subscribed but pause the flow, so you can like update via forward. So like it saves a little bit of resource work handling subscribe and unsubscribe.
Potentially, but I'll go into that a little bit later. So chat, it's just another track. It's a markdown message. You just make a group every time there's a new message. Somebody says something, and again, you just send an empty empty frame within a group to clear it. There's slash commands. There's a typing.bool, same thing. It's just a Boolean track that says if somebody's actively typing. And then memes are dumb. They see the slash command in the chat and they play a video or an audio file instead. I don't currently send the audio or video over a track just so I can reuse an HTTP cache. So I don't have to like transmit a meme every time somebody spams it. But in theory, you could send like a track that has just a URL of a video file. I don't want to actually send the video file. And a location, this one's I think probably the most interesting, is everybody publishes a location track, which is, I'm calling it like myself.json. It's an XYZ and Zoom tuple. Every time you move your own window, it just updates, sends that JSON file. It sends a patch or an update for it. Again, latest group only. So if you miss some updates, like who cares? There's also a handle, which is effectively just a string that says, if you want to move my window, please echo this handle. So there's a location peers track, and this is a feedback track where everybody produces a feedback track and they say, I want to move this person to this XYZ position. And that's how I do other people can drag and drop, is they effectively just announce, I want you to move here. And then the publisher says, yep, I'm moving here. They kind of like ack it, more or less.
How do you handle the namespaces for these feedback tracks? Am I publishing on your namespace or am I publishing on
this is, again, everybody has their own namespace and you just make a track within your namespace. So when you connect, you subscribe to everybody's peer.json thing, and then you'll just listen to see if they want you to move. And then if so, you'll echo it back within your track.
But so if there's like 1,000 people in the conference,
yeah,
and you want me to move, everybody else hears about it too.
Right now, the old implementation didn't do that. I actually had a track per peer. So you'd have location/Luke, request.json, and only Luke would subscribe to it. But that was kind of buggy, and I actually followed your feedback and made just one for everybody.
Okay.
Which is just like, yeah, you learn that somebody else wants to drag, but that's also useful from a product side, so you can see who is actively dragging the other person. So you see that Luke is dragging, Mike or whatever around, and you can put that in the UI. So I think it's still useful. And I even have this toggle here, this remote control. You do that, and it stops publishing the handle, and then you just stop listening to drag requests. And I also use this XYZ stuff for positional audio. So it's kind of cool. And I use the Z layer for Z fighting, and the Zoom, you can mouse wheels scale people. So it works pretty well, actually. It's kind of nice. And it's just using MOQ. Authentication. I ended up just going with a simple JWT token. It's done at connection time, and effectively you just give it a root. You say this is what the root of the namespace is, and you say this is what they can write to, and this is what they can read from. Everything's done at connection time, because when you have like 100 different tracks, I don't know, it seems kind of silly doing reauthing every time somebody subscribes. So I just threw it in the URL, the web transport URL instead. It's not great. I want, it'd be nice if it was a header, but that's being worked on. And the
Can I just let you know right now, so that you may have missed, you can now send authentication tokens in client setup. So
okay, I guess it's still easier to do it in the web transport URL, because you can kind of just give that to somebody. Like you don't need a separate API for it, but okay, cool. That's useful. And yet the idea is that you connect to the URL and everything's scoped. I think one thing that's kind of interesting here is when you connect to like room 123, every namespace automatically has that prefix removed. It's just redundant. Like if you can only receive namespaces that start with room 123, you don't need to echo it every single time. This is optional, but the idea is like, you now publish Alice/camera. You don't publish room 123/Alice/camera. And you can't escape your root, if that makes sense. So it's really simple auth, but And it's nice that it's done at connection time, but it doesn't really matter that much. One thing it does fix though is actually the fire hose of announces. So initially subscribe namespaces, I added that because you started getting announced for like the entire world. When you connect it to a relay, it gives you a bunch of rooms you didn't care about or tracks, and like you only want something that matches this prefix. But when you actually implement auth, you don't care anymore because you only receive things you're authorized to access. So you don't even need subscribe namespaces, in my opinion, anymore. You could just like, if auth scopes somebody down, then you just receive every announce. There's no reason you need to filter those announces.
Are you saying that as soon as you authenticate the connection with your like prefix path,
yeah,
that's an implicit subscribe namespace?
Exactly. And the Rust client right now explicitly does that subscribe namespace is star on connect, because I realize I'm just always going to want that data. I don't need to expose it as an API.
That would make your auth prefix to match your subscribe namespace prefix, then, right?
Basically, yeah. And so if you're a relay, your auth is star and you receive everything. But if you're just connecting to a room, it's like room/123/. I want all announces that match that prefix. Just send them to me. I shouldn't have to explicitly request them. So I just realized subscribe namespaces doesn't do much anymore now that I have auth. I could just remove it and just always announce.
I think this important thing for MOQ is that almost all of these things where they're rendezvous services, all going to have some kind of roster requirement. And we've kind of like, hacked in stuff like announce and subscribe namespace stuff. The core requirement for a roster is like there for every single rendezvous service. We're going to ask them to go do their own rendezvous somewhere else. We're going to try to actually beef up and make our announcement and name discovery a real thing for building a roster. And it sounds like there's a ton of text in all of these tracks. We've spent no time trying to figure out what's the best and easiest way for developers to implement JSON with deltas as their top tracks. It seems like that's going to be the app focus for a lot of apps, and we haven't spent hardly any time on that.
Yeah, and I also one more thing with announce is I also use this just for watching a single broadcast, because I learn when the broadcast goes online, offline with announce. So if you're watching Big Buck Bunny and they go down for like a minute, you get an announce when they come back and you resubscribe again. So even for like just generic, I'm watching a stream, I use announce. I don't just blindly subscribe. I wait for an announce before I subscribe.
Your publishers send unannounce when they stop a stream?
Yes.
Again, like some of this, I wonder, like publish is new and like might be a more efficient fit for some of what you're doing now.
I would think unannounced means I'm going away as a authorized.
Oh, as in it's no longer an origin. So it's so if you leave the call, for example, that's an unannounced. If you stop publishing video, that's in like, you stop that track, right? So I'm using unannounced as I leave the meeting room.
Okay. I misheard you.
You're about 8 minutes, so
I'm almost done.
Okay,
yeah.
Excellent.
So the relay, it's just 3 nodes. What's interesting though is it is dog fooding, so I am using announce for the relays to connect to each other. This is like overkill, but they connect to a central node and they use announce to figure out what the domain of the other relays are. Internal IP address, there's a internal root CA they use. They use the JWT token as well to authenticate each other. And then they forward every announce they get from non-relays. And there you go. You just have a simple mesh like CDN. Miscellaneous stuff. On demand, this is why I don't use publish, or I wouldn't use publish, is because when somebody's muted, I unsubscribe, and when there's no video, like they minimize, I unsubscribe, and the relay does the same to upstream. This means there's no network traffic. Like if you're in a room by yourself, I'm not sending video. And if you're in a room with somebody else and they minimize, I stop sending video too. I don't even encode it. So right now the encoder is contingent on the first subscribe. So as a publisher, I don't run an AI model if nobody asks for it. So if nobody asks for captions, I'm not going to run Whisper. So I think publish flies in the face of that because you always run it. You by definition, you're always on. But I really like how subscribe is actually just like, if nobody wants it, then I don't produce it. This is an efficiency optimization. This is just so I don't burn through people's battery. But I do think publish is kind of like the RTMP way of doing like always on. And I do like that MOQ is kind of like a, if somebody wants it, optimization. Same with simulcast. Like I'm going to add that within like a week or two. If nobody wants the lower rendition, I'm not going to encode it or transmit it over the network. And I learn about that via subscribe. Reconnect. So if there's a new origin, like let's say somebody refreshes their browser, I unannounce and reannounce as a way of telling subscribers that they need to subscribe again. I can't continue the existing subscription because the new broadcaster doesn't know the group. It could have different encoding settings, whatever. So I kind of need to trigger a new subscription. And my hack for doing this was unannounce and then reannounce anytime the origin changes. And it works. It's like somebody leaving then rejoining a meeting extremely quickly.
Just a question about that. I mean, the sending the unannounced on the old stream before it goes away is always sort of like a little exciting.
Unfortunately, I don't know when it goes away because actually one of the things with Chrome is it doesn't actually like, if you refresh a tab or something or close the tab and relaunch it, it doesn't even send connection close. I still have that publisher is still active, and I just don't know if they're producing track data or not.
All right.
So when I
receive, would you want the relay that had that inbound connection?
Yeah.
To send the when it realized that client went away with some people live or some magic, would you want it to automatically unannounce?
Yes. I think that's required, right?
When you refresh, you get a new.
I'm using the same namespace right now.
So you'll have two publishers for the same namespace. The old one that's dead and the new one that just.
And what happens is every time that there's a new tiebreaker, like it uses the newest announce, right? The newest publisher. I have the relay send unannounced, reannounce. Anytime that that tiebreaker changes. Does that make sense?
Your names are always the same. You don't have like an epoch or something like that.
Right now, no, because that's one way of solving it is to use the epoch and use like the highest one as the tiebreaker. I went with this, and mostly because I didn't want to implement in the application. You have to know that these two are the same thing and do that tiebreaker in the application. But that would have worked too. I used to do that, and for some reason I went to unannounce and reannounce. I don't know. It works. It's very bespoke. It's not in the draft, right?
So because you don't have caching, you don't. Like one of the problems with not using an epoch value in the track name or in the group number is that we have the restriction that like the content of a track never change. Like object,
you'd have
00 is always the same object forever and all time.
Yeah,
and it sounds like in your case it's not true.
If
like
you
reconnect, it's all up.
If you actually had like history like that, yeah, you have to use an epoch. You have to use a brand new namespace. I'm trying to use an existing namespace, and it means like it breaks fetch. Right, fetch wouldn't work anymore because.
You have 2 minutes, so I would
Yep. Safari support, added WebSocket fallback. It emulates web transport. It's just there for Safari and for servers. There's a web codecs fallback and Polyfill, but whatever. I realize like when you're building an app, not everybody's gonna support web transport, so you gotta bite the bullet and add a TCP and WebSocket fallback. And then fix it Victor. Connection close. When you close the tab, it doesn't actually send a quick connection close for web transport.
Did you file a bug?
Yes, I did.
Did you assign it to me?
No, I'll assign it to you though. And I need at some point I need to actually do send order and BBR, estimated bit rate, and doing like connect headers for web transport. These are all those things I need to implement at some point, but I can't necessarily right now because the client doesn't do it.
Best slide title ever.
Yeah. The connection close is really annoying just because when somebody actually closes the tab, the keep alive is like for 10 seconds. They just sit there frozen. Because the relay doesn't know that they stopped publishing video. They just lag out.
Is the quick connection close?
No. Oops. No, it doesn't. So I have to use a keep alive on my relay side just to close the connection.
The quick connection does not close when you close the tab?
No. Not for web transport. That's the fix it Victor.
Wait, so I can do slides to get Victor to do stuff?
observation.
I have a repro. I tested a bunch. It doesn't connection close on tab close or window close. If you close the whole browser, it doesn't close either.
We'll have to take a look about
Wait, what? That's actually how Chrome's talking. Reboot the machine. Now that I think about it.
I mean, if you reboot, it's probably the same thing. There's no explicit connection close.
No, the web transport actually explicitly closes it.
Oh, okay.
But it's unclear to me.
Okay, we have.
That's all I got.
Yeah, thank you, Luke. We have 1 minute. If anyone has any brief comments, but obviously Luke is going to be around if you want to have a more extended discussion about anything he's presented today.
So my comment is, thank you for doing this. It is super useful to have an actual AV thing that's running, even if it's not technically on the standard. Like, there are people in my company who are like, MOQ will never work for real time. And I'm like, really? Why don't we have a meeting right now? And like, send this, and we're like, we're like, this is using MOQ. And then, like I can show it to my boss and show it to other people. And I think it's super useful to have that like publicly available thing that's using the technology that people out there. It'll never work. So it's in existence for. Thank you.
And I have the same thing. Like I just keep telling people this will work in theory. I need to actually do it.
Maybe this is a lunch or dinner thing, but if you get funding and you're successful and you get millions of subscribers, what do you think would break, or what would you need to do differently?
I mean, the CDN, the relay side, right now I don't spend any time on that because it's not there. But I think actually on the application side, maybe if there's a large meeting, I would maybe need to do some better things. But I think it's pretty well designed right now, honestly. Like it's, I think the interaction of the tracks works a lot. Everything's on demand. This is better than Discord in a lot of the way in the way it's architected.
So you think your group management would still be the same? Your announced strategy would still be the same? And
Yep. In fact, announcements are pretty optimized right now. Yeah. I wouldn't really change anything if it started having a big influx of users, except for the CDN should have tiering. Right now it's a mesh network, so it doesn't scale very well.
All right, let's move on. Thank you, Luke. Okay, so we're going to switch to about a half-hour of issue discussion. I want to have 2 administrative notes. Number 1, if you are a late arriver, please sign the blue sheets. There are links in all kinds of places to the notes. Add your name and your affiliation. Certainly remotely, there have been quite a few late ads there. The other thing is Alan is about to start talking about issues. I just want to kind of as a...
Blue sheets are where?
In the notes.
Notes.
Before Alan just talks, I want to say that, there's been a lot of discussion about milestones and how quickly we're going to get done. And we have, 4 authors and editors who are working very hard on this draft. Alan is putting way more time in than most editors. And if you're concerned about getting done, like there's fundamentally an issue of like, our volunteers going to spend time to do this. So if you could like write a PR, if you file an issue that is an obvious fix, like provide the PR as well, that kind of thing, you will just really help us get done in a reasonable amount of time and help this to succeed. It's not all, sometimes in working groups, participants don't really do that kind of thing, and draft authors are responsible for everything like that. With the volume of issues we were filing, we're just never going to get there if people don't chip in. I mean, I just wrote a PR about request error. It wasn't that hard. Alan even took it home, which made it easier for me as an author, as a PR author. Right, and the flip side of that is, so that's the output side. The flip side is the input side. We created a tag called past deadline, which attempts to label things that are adding like new requirements all of a sudden or reopening consensus. And what that tag means is that if we don't like very quickly, if it's clear we're not going to quickly drive this resolution, we're going to kind of call time on it as chairs to try to get things going. But I mean, I think the time for like, wouldn't it be nice if sort of issues is rapidly going away. And so I ask you to like apply a little bit of a self-filter before you just kind of dreamcast in your, or wishcast in your issue filing. Because we're starting to see the end here. I think we have a goal of like getting this done, having work last call in 2026, if we possibly can. Yes, Colin.
I'm noting that several that are marked past deadline, we've never, that I'm aware of, had a time to discuss them.
We're talking about them all today, I bet.
Well,
okay, they're cool.
They're possible. So like, right. So I mean, we didn't close the issue because we are going to give them their moment in the sun. But if it turns into Vietnam War, we're going to kill it. That's basically what that label means. Okay.
All right. So someone want to present?
Go ahead.
That?
Yeah, Ian's got it.
Okay.
I'm doing it.
Super. I think the one we're gonna get. Hopefully, we're gonna get to. We'll see.
Which one did you want me to start with?
Let's start with the first slide, which is on expires.
Let's go.
It's good this before lunch will motivate people to achieve consensus quickly.
Or just be angry.
This work?
Perhaps.
I see that.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. No, I do. Okay. Hit the big button. There you go.
That one?
Yeah. Next. Okay, here we go. So this is all the text in our document about expires is contained on the slide. Expires seconds after which the subscribe is no longer valid. Doesn't define what a valid subscription is. Value 0 indicates subscription does not expire or expires at an unknown time. It's advisory, and a subscription can end prior to the expiry time or last longer. So basically, good luck. Okay, that's what we have so far. We need to clarify. Next.
Oh, sorry. Can you hit the arrow button? I'm just taking copy.
Okay, so what does it mean to you? These are some ideas I thought of. So like, maybe it means that there's an authentication token in your request, and that token will expire in some number of seconds. Or maybe it means that like this subscription is going to unilaterally end X seconds from now. Or maybe you can extend the life of that by sending a subscribe update. Or maybe it means that the publisher extends the life of the subscription by publishing on it. Or maybe it means all of those things, or something that I didn't even list. Or does it apply? Is this only for subscriptions? What about like namespace subscriptions or announcements? Like, did those expire, particularly if it's related to auth token? So I'm going to go through like 2 more slides, and then we can come back to this and we can talk about the questions. Next slide. So like, here's one example of something that can happen. Like, I can send a subscribe and say like, I want all of group 10. And then the publisher sends the very last object in group 10 and then starts publishing in group 11, group 12, group 100. And like, no more objects are passing my filter. Like, is expires meant so that the relay can clean this up at some point? It's like nothing has passed this, but even though like the publisher is publishing, maybe the token's still valid, but like, when does this get cleaned up? Or similarly, like subscriber can indefinitely pause. I can subscribe to forward 0 and like never receive anything. Or the publisher can indefinitely pause. Just not put any objects on that track forever. So how does expires interact with these? Let's go back to the questions first. I think this is good. Go back one slide. No, previous. Let's figure out what it means first before we figure out what to do when it happens. Okay. Who has an opinion? Suhas.
I think the 2 points of clarification. Expires is an end subscriber specific property, saying is not does not really need not have to carry it forward. And second thing is that my understanding of what expires is that any active subscription will stay active until the expiry ends. And by active subscription, it means someone has done a subscribe recently or an update to a subscription state recently on the relay. So that includes case 2 and 3, and it has nothing to do with the publisher publishing or those who publishing or not. Actually, that was my working understanding until today.
So the publisher sets the value, and the value is
the subscriber sets. Publisher sets the value.
Publisher sets the value, and it starts running as soon as they send a subscribe okay, and extends every time you get a subscribe update. Yeah. And okay.
Or it might extend.
What?
The thing in the response to the subscribe update would tell you if it extends, right?
You get a new value every
New
time
value,
you
yes.
get in the response to the subscribe update, you get a new value.
Right.
Okay.
That may or may not be longer. or
Well, that's
shorter
new.
than
Right?
your
No,
old-
I think said that was first of all, there isn't even a response to subscribe update. Yeah, we're working on it. There will be that. There will be.
That's the third point that we did not say.
Wait, there's a cue. Will.
Yeah, I actually think we can get rid of expires completely because this is under control of the client, right? If you want to expire your subscription in 11 seconds, then unsubscribe.
It's
But
publisher
we
side.
don't need-
Gotcha, Colin.
Oh, it's publisher side, not client side. Okay,
Publisher
thank you.
sets expires. Today it's only in subscribe okay.
Okay, that makes more sense. Then we do need to communicate it then.
Colin?
Yeah, I mean, I just think, I mean, this is deeply coupled with auth tokens. The auth tokens, the
in subscriber may not be able to even interpret the auth token. It has to send the auth token up to the relay and the subscribe. And the relay, as the publisher in this case, not the original publisher, but the relay needs to pass back down a time under which it needs to refresh that. It will presumably know that it might need to, get new tokens when it refreshes or whatever. But this is a pretty common design pattern for any authorization model, and for cleaning up any state, we need some.
So you're saying number one?
No, I'm saying it's actually it's 2 and I guess it's 2 and 3, but it implicitly will cover 1 as well in cases where that matters.
Okay.
But it's about the relay being able to say how long it's willing to hold state with you without you refreshing life. And when you refresh life, it may extend your lease on life.
Okay, Suhas, you're done. Luke?
I was going to say, when you get the auth token from an API server, can it just tell you the expires? Like, why does the relay have to tell you?
I was going to ask, do the tokens already have expires in them? Is this redundant with what tokens already contain?
Yeah, JWT, for example, contains expires in it.
Would this conflict with what the token says?
Will, you're the token commander-in-chief. What do you
Yeah,
say?
so in common access tokens, they're encrypted and the client cannot decrypt them, right? Only the relay can. So that's why it's opaque, the client sending them. JWT, you could inspect it, right? But not with CAT tokens. So it depends on the type of token that's being sent. But mostly the client's not that trusted. So the token, it's just handing the token from someone and giving it back to the relay.
And the same thing would happen with the privacy pass flows too.
So the relay has to decrypt it and then put it in some other protocol element like this.
And send it back.
Like this.
Okay. I'm trying to understand how I know that as a subscriber, I know the difference between my authentication token will expire when the subscription expires and some other reason that the relay set expires.
You don't, and you don't care.
And as it would be a security property to reveal that to you.
So it'd just be like, okay, so, and then will there be any language, do people need any language about like you really ought to re-authenticate before you resubscribe after it expires, or it's just like,
If you have a new auth token, you should send it.
What's that?
If you have a new auth token, you can send it. You should send it when you send subscribe update.
Or when you resubscribe.
Or when you get a non-authorized error.
Okay, I'm happy to say nothing about it.
No, I think
there's any text, right?
we should put text that's like, if you have a new thing, you should send the new thing.
Okay, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's not a directive to go do that.
Because my understanding here is that the expires might be just, I want to reevaluate the token at this point.
Yep.
And the token might last another week, but I want to reevaluate it every 5 minutes or 15 minutes.
Okay, that opens a different question about what's normative about how often you have to reevaluate the token.
But that's up to.
But maybe that's a separate issue.
That's a policy in the back end.
Suhas?
I think that's up to the application. I think in the token section, we have to anyway say that whenever you have a new token, you have to go and tell the relay. That needs to be written down regardless of this. But
Well, that's outside of MOQ.
right.
The transport doesn't need to say anything.
Transport should, that's the point, right? In the security consideration section, this is something we have to address to say that if you don't do this, it's not good.
Okay.
Luke?
I think what Alan's trying to get at is if a relay decides to say every subscription expires in a minute and refresh them, the client's just going to constantly request new auth tokens because it doesn't know, are you telling me it's just because I'm going to expire? Or are you telling me that because you just want me to constantly resubscribe? Like, it's ambiguous why expires is there. And you're assuming the application knows that.
I guess
You should know the token. If not, you're not.
But it can use expires for non-token reasons.
Yeah, I might just say
the draft doesn't say expires can only be for tokens.
I want expires to represent the maximum amount of time I'll keep state. So like,
Without subscribe update.
And like, what's that?
Without subscribe.
Without a subscribe update, you have to. But and like.
That's good because there's an action I need to take then as a client on this, which is always good rather than just being completely useless information.
Right.
I think we should focus on the action, not why.
Yes.
Does expires mean I should come back and do this other action after it, or I am prohibited from ever doing anything else? That's the important.
Okay, yeah. So
not why.
I think what I'm hearing is there anybody who wants to speak for a different meaning of expires other than what people have said here, which is that the publisher sets it, subscription lives until that time, and it's refreshed on every subscribe update that succeeds. Are people good with that definition? Okay.
Are you saying the definition is definitely not, don't try again? The definition is always keep trying again. This does not mean anything about track ended.
Definitely that the track's not ended. There's a special
track ended.
Expires. In fact, it's right here. What happens when it expires? The current draft defines an expired published done code. So like your data plane will end with a well, it's a control message, but it tells you you're not going to get any more objects because the subscription expired. And that just means the publisher reached the timeout that it said and subscribe okay. In this 1026, there was a different proposal, which is that after that time is exceeded, the relay can remove subscribe state and there's no signaling to subscriber whatsoever.
No. Can do that.
So let's start there. Do people want a control message or do they want it to be silent?
Message.
Does anybody?
People are going to mess this up otherwise.
I mean, if you don't have a message, then the subscriber needs a timer to know.
Yes, that's why I want.
Also, is there information in the subscribe, like done or whatever, that like helps you clean up state on the client side as well? Like there's all that stream counting stuff.
That's also a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, definitely send a message. It's not that expensive.
Yeah, this is just, this timer should never this is a backup timer of last resort to clean up state when other things have violated what they should have done.
Okay, you were the one who suggested that we should have it be silent. So are you okay that we make it have a control message?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah,
Okay,
ask
so
the
we'll
question.
keep the draft text that says when it is expired, you will get this
So
control.
can we live GitHub to 1026 and note that like we're going to close that?
Ian, do you want to write that?
Yeah, so Ian is also our GitHub scribe, so we're going to attempt to annotate in real time conclusions in GitHub that we can all see it and all agree.
1026. Okay, so number one is it's publisher set.
Yep.
And it means the subscription will end at that time and it refreshes on every successful subscribe update. You're gonna have to make your text bigger if you want me to be able to see it, but I trust you. And we send a control message. We send a publish done that expired when it expires.
Do we also want to say you should send a new token if you have it? As
Said
a
that.
trap update? Or does it say that already?
No, it doesn't say it. There's no such text. Oh, you're saying his text.
Oh.
Yeah, can you make your font 3 times bigger?
3 times 9.
Just control plus and then.
Oh, that's. Oh, what is it?
It's bigger now.
A little bit.
Yeah.
One more of those.
Yeah, I know. No, it's me.
Yeah.
Okay. Then we also said we want something that says like if you have a new authentication token, you should send it.
That's already in there.
Oh, you did. Okay. Now let's go back to the slides. There's some more questions.
Okay. Sorry. Okay. Is that?
Can everyone live with that so far as a conclusion?
Sure. Sent as today. Subscription will end either at that.
Can you just add some sort of decided in Toronto?
Just discuss
at the front. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay. Back to slides. If everyone's wait, give everyone a minute to read the. Oh wait, we're not. Sorry for the
I can edit later.
Okay. Okay. There's 2 more questions on here which are somewhat related. Do we need to say anything about expiration jitter?
I mean, aren't people going to figure that out?
I just asked the question. Do we need to say that there has to be that the publisher really ought to not send the same time to 1 million people?
I think we do need to say something about this. I think it can be a single sentence that's a sort of should level recommendation, like it's recommended. And what we basically need to decide is who does the jitter. Is this clients or is it server? And that's why we need to say something. And, you know, like lots of other protocols we have around here say like, you know, the client should try and refresh its subscription at a random time between 70% and 100% of expiry time, right? Like it's something along those sort of lines. Or you could say it should wait until the expiry time before it starts the subscription. I mean, we need to say what advice we should do because this needs to be coordinated between the relays and the clients.
Do you care who's doing the jittering?
I always think that you should put everything complicated on clients, not relays, but I don't care.
I can live with it. Yeah, I don't care.
Can everyone live with that sentence?
The client or server has some jitter.
I mean, I think, are we just going to say
I think just update at the same time.
Will, go ahead.
Yeah, just a comment. I actually don't think we should give any even informative guidance as to what to do. We should keep this relay as simple as possible. It just signals that it's going to expire. And it's up to the application that's running through this to de-jitter it or to shard those requests over some time. But we're never going to cover all the use cases that might come up with this. And we should simply just say, here's an expiration notice. And your application should take care of it, or something very simple to that effect.
Well, I mean, I think what you're suggesting, Will, is the subscriber should do it, not the publisher should do the jitter.
Correct. The subscriber should handle the consequence of this.
That's fine with me. But I mean, I think it's sort of the opposite of what you're saying, Will. I think we need to say that. We need to say that this is the client's problem, not the relay's problem, and it should do it.
Can we just change client or server to subscriber?
That's right. That's where the relay could be the subscriber. Oh no, not if it's sent. Can clients send subscribe? Okay. Or when clients are publishers, do they send expires?
Actually,
how would this even?
Still, auth tokens pass it around, right?
No. This only flows one way, right?
I mean,
This value only flows downstream.
It flows from publisher to subscriber, not client, not server to client.
So subscriber doesn't have any control over.
Yeah.
Like how would the client really isn't in a position to inject jitter here because it's not.
Oh, not the jitter bit, but just
okay.
the in general.
Oh, yeah,
He's
sorry.
talking about so the person sets the system.
Okay.
I don't have a strong opinion on that, but
a few more questions. I mean, we have 4 minutes to lunch.
Lunch is here, so it's however many minutes you take. It's a lunch.
Okay, maybe that's good. Okay, is expires end to end or hop by hop?
Hop by hop.
I'm happy with that answer. Okay.
Any other questions?
Yes, there's a next slide.
You're asking a lot of questions.
Yeah, geez, I'm sorry. I need to figure out what the working group thinks so I can write it down. Okay, what messages need expiration? So right now it's only defined as subscribe okay, and there is a PR which was making expiration into a parameter, which we all can talk about in the parameter section. But part of the reason for that is that so we could include it and publish easily. And then, but the question is, if it has to do with authentication tokens, does it also need to go in the response to any message that contained an authentication token, including subscribe namespace and publish namespace, and God forbid fetch?
Yeah.
But you can issue a fetch that was long enough that your token expired while it was being served.
Reset it.
Yeah, well, or just live with it. You only evaluate it when you receive the fetch, and
if you receive the fetch, then does that change?
Okay. Anyway, who has opinions on what messages need expiration?
Does this mean that publish flow is reversible to subscribe?
In what way?
So, I mean, when you ask for subscribing to flow, you ask for the client and end consumer goes to the relay, try to authorize it, or asking it, I want to get this. But when you publish,
you say, I want to give this to you, but you better keep it subscribe updating or I'm going to stop.
Yeah, it's like it seems like the expiry goes to reverse. It's actually the relay that I will accept this until expires. So
okay. Yeah, Colin.
I was just trying to clarify that in a different way. I mean, imagine publish was called this makes a subscription, because that's what it actually is in the draft. The end result of what you get after you've done a publish or subscribe is the same. You get a subscription. And the thing that we're actually refreshing here is the subscription, not the publish message, not the subscribe message. We're refreshing the subscription. We have two ways to build a subscription. We need to be able to communicate this timer in both of them, but the timer always flows downstream.
Okay. instead of saying downstream, say publisher to subscriber or server to client.
Publisher to subscriber.
Okay, here's the thing where I think that's weird.
Yeah.
I'm a client publishing. I have an authentication token. I do publish. The server verifies it, and I set the expires. But I'm also the one. But I can't read my authentication token.
Yeah.
So actually, publish OK needs to have an expires in that case.
Yeah.
And so in some sense, it can go in lots of messages.
It's actually by the server.
Maybe it is server to client.
You're making me sad.
I'm making myself sad too. If it makes you feel any better.
I mean,
If it makes you feel any better, and when I said there's like we have a lot of big security topics that we need to sort out, like this is one of them. So like this is making good progress on a complicated thing that's never been sorted out.
is there ever a use case where servers are authenticating the clients? Or do we always like push it out on the client to prove themselves?
I think the other way to think about it.
Servers authenticate like CDNs all the time before they hand them their proprietary data.
You're saying with like, is there ever a case where a server would send a token to a client? And there's a different issue which Magnus filed 6 months ago.
Yeah.
That was like, how does a client even know how to verify an authentication token that is given to it by a server?
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't necessarily share a key with a CDN or.
So I mean, so if I connect to Relay, do I really need like, and the Relay sends me a publish, do I really like proof that it can serve that? Or do I kind of, I mean, I connected to you, like clearly I trust you. I don't.
Well, and it gets into matters of authority.
Yeah, Daniel's in the queue and I jumped in,
Oh,
so
sorry.
please go ahead.
I was basically, I realized I was thinking that publish done has the error code for this, but also that doesn't list us wrong because we don't know when it's coming. It just ends.
I think just to reiterate on what Cullen said, any message that creates subscription is what should tell. And in this case, like, and in publish OK is one, and server has to that token.
So, but you're saying, but does publish or publish OK create the subscription?
Or publish you can send, but unless the acceptor is not literally
OK.
subscription, right?
But when I'm a relay publisher to a client, the publish creates, it's really the relay is the one who sends it, regardless of the message the relay is sending. Server.
I think anything that is sending, any publisher needs to be able to send this, set this, and also anything that's a response to a auth token has to send this. I think it's the joint union of those two things.
So there's a challenge if we having it on subscribe OK and publish like works. It's easy, it's straightforward, it's clear what that does. If we want to allow the other like the other peer to set the value, then we don't have the equivalent of subscribe. We don't have a publish update. There's no message you can do to refresh.
There's another, that's on here.
It's subscribe update is the publish update.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're saying, okay, either peer can send subscribe update. Because I just want to make sure, like, one challenge here about which message to put it on is like the mechanics need to actually be possible. And right now it's impossible for like the publisher to send.
There's a separate topic we're going to talk about publish updates.
Okay.
I think we need it for a bunch of other things.
I kind of agree,
including-
but I just wanted to like point that out.
But part of it is related to the last question on this slide, which is like, does anything that carries an auth token also need to have an update message so that it can update the auth token?
That just doesn't need it. I don't care.
Okay, forget about that. But announce or publish namespace
Probably.
or subscribe namespace.
Probably.
Like, do those need updates so I can reissue the auth token without tearing down the subscription state? And do those response messages also need expiration? Do we need expiration everywhere? In every message can have expiration.
Yeah, I think we probably.
Here's my logic of thinking about it. It's there's original publisher, relay, and the end subscriber. We have a subscription here. We have a subscription here. There's two messages that can create this one. There's two messages that can create both that one. But it doesn't really, all of those seem valid for you want to be able to have this original publisher. Don't think of like Cullen's client running on my web thing. Think of some large server in the middle of the cloud that's serving a bunch of data and wants to be able to clean up state. It probably wants to deal with state. And it's going to want this person to refresh that state possibly if they disappear. So like it might seem less useful on this side, but I suspect we want it on this side anyway, and we definitely need it on this side.
And that's what I'm saying is I think it needs to go everywhere.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm very sad that we might need subscribe namespace update.
Me too. Did you have a question, Michael? Okay. I think so.
Can we go back to GitHub page? now?
Yeah, you want to go
Are
back?
you ready to write the dictate?
Write the what?
Are you ready to dictate?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I mean, I think
Are there more questions or can we adjourn?
I think if you guys want to go to lunch, no, because you guys need to verify that we're writing the right thing. So
Yeah, let's write this
Ian
down and
needs to
then,
go to the right tab.
we can come back to this maybe.
Oh, is it not? It didn't
One
switch.
quick thing to noodle on during lunch
Why
is
is it not?
I had a thought that maybe instead of duplicating this stuff in all these messages, what if we consider deprecating subscribe OK as the response and the response is publish, or you only subscribe OK with the same thing as subscribe error, just the top 3 fields, none of the actual subscribe level parameters, the stuff that's in subscribe OK and publish that are the meat of the subscription state, all of that has to go and publish. So you say subscribe OK and then publish immediately right after that. So subscribe OK looks exactly like subscribe error. And as a matter of fact, it could just be subscribe response, and error and OK are just the response, exact same message.
Publish user request ID, which is one of the issues.
All right. Well, let's go talk about it.
Okay.
At lunch, people. It's an interesting
All
idea.
right.
I think.
So
Okay.
for some reason we can't get to.
Oh, my internet doesn't work.
Oh, you need to log out and relog in again.
Tell me what typing. I'm typing right now on the issue.
It sounds like we think
I'm leeching the Oxford Wi-Fi.
expires needs to be in re-message.
No, not that.
List the messages.
We're back on here, guys.
Expires. Oh, okay. Ian's got it. Ian's got it.
Okay. Expires needs to be in messages that create subscriptions.
But wait, does that include subscribe namespace?
No.
Yes.
What if the authentication token I sent to subscribe namespace expires?
That's a separate issue.
Let's hunt the subscribe namespace thing for now. Like,
You mean until after lunch or like?
No, like
Until you
for
fix
another
it.
day.
Okay. All right. Let's
I
file a
need more
separate.
time to
Let's
think
file
about
a
it.
separate. Can you put in there to file a separate issue about namespace?
Maybe I can just. Okay.
I have
Well,
a,
like let's add the to do here. We'll file a separate issue about namespace.
I have a 1-slide thing about namespace rant in the after lunch session.
Maybe that'll solve it.
Highly unlikely.
And I think Colin's point on the can you
It needs to go in publish. Publish okay.
Subscribe.
yeah.
It's a, no.
Okay, but
Could it ever go and subscribe?
No.
I don't know. We said we were going to put it in everything.
No,
that's
that's
no
what you're
way.
supposed to say. That don't put that in the notes. That's like everything. It doesn't go in everything, and everything is undefined.
That's
Don't say
okay.
that.
No, I didn't. I know. I was trying to enumerate.
Listing messages it goes in.
Okay.
I was
Track status.
So does it go
okay.
in
Messages with authentication.
track
Subscribe
status?
okay. No, never mind. It's already there. It's the
It's
same
not-
as subscribe okay.
Subscribe OK.
I think it goes in subscribe okay and publish. I don't think it goes in publish okay.
It doesn't go. Okay.
Wait. I think it does need to go and publish okay.
Oh, sorry. Maybe I just said that backwards.
I think
But
it needs
doesn't
both
go in
publish and publish okay.
Could they
How
both have
can that be both?
authorization?
Because if I am a client publisher and my authentication token expires, I need the relay to tell me when.
Right, but that's a different token. That's your publish token, not your subscribe token. Yeah. We're talking about tokens flowing. Okay, we're talking past each other here.
Yeah.
So you definitely need to have your expire. You have 2 tokens, and they need different expiries. They're not going to be the same.
Well, but I'm just
Yes,
it'll be
but the
conveyed in the
request
same
is-
message.
But they won't. Okay, but they won't be in the same field called expires. They have to be in different fields. So we're talking about the expires header.
I can't wait until 2 years from now, and you're still giving me new requirements from this protocol.
Both sides need a token. I think this is the most painful way to figure out how to do security. I think we should systematically look at security and authorization across the board and fix
Okay.
it all.
We're talking about the
All right,
authorization.
all right, guys. All right, I'm gonna call timeout on this. Let's have lunch, and we can talk about it at lunch. And I don't think we're gonna completely settle this issue before lunch. So let's.
But don't we need to finish the list of messages in this?
Sounds like it's
no, because we're gonna argue about that.
Yes. Can I just say publish and publish okay for now and then TBD?
Look, you guys can work it out.
Question mark. Question mark.
Subscribe and subscribe. Okay.
Just put question mark.
Leave it that it
That's not a big question. So is the demo
It's already in
going on
subscribe,
as
okay.
well now?
Well, hold up. Okay. So we're gonna table this GitHub comment until after lunch, and we're gonna fix it then. Okay. All right. So here's the situation. We're starting lunch here at 12:10. We will conclude lunch at 1:10. 13:10. There will be a demo. Let's start roughly 15 minutes from now. So if you are, so Zafar and Ali have a demo. If you're interested in the demo, like don't waste time going and getting your lunch and come back here in about 15 minutes. We're going to start the demo, which should take about a half hour, right, Ali? Less than that?
Yes, we have 2 demos, by the way. Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, 2 demos. If you don't care, you can just sit outside the room and talk about whatever. Those of you who are online, if you don't want to, if you don't care about the demo, you can come back at 1:10. If you do care about the demo, you hang out here on this channel, and like I said, in roughly 15 minutes, we're gonna have the demo. Thank you, Michael, for keeping notes this morning. Mike is going to do it this afternoon.
Sure. And do we want notes from the demos?
If I don't see that would be necessary, but Mike, are you going to attend the demo?
Probably.
Okay. Are you going to attend the demo?
Probably not.
Okay.
I will attend the demo if anything.
Okay, if something
comes
huge
up, I will
happens,
record it.
okay, Alan is inscribed, should any of them come up, but which I don't anticipate. Okay, does anybody have any questions about the next hour of the agenda? Okay. So
We
I
start
will,
in 15 minutes. Martin, we start.
Yes,
in
Ahmed.
15
Can
minutes?
someone write that down into something, because the internet keeps kicking me off and it's like really frustrating.
Okay, Ali,
Yeah, thanks.
what was your question?
We start in 15 minutes.
Yes.
Yes, approximately. I will give you like a 2-minute warning. I will holler out in the hall when it's time for the demo if people want to go sit out there until it's time.
Okay.
All right, go do your thing. Go get food. So if you want to,
It's just right outside.
if you want, if the food's right outside, if you want to attend a demo, please get your food promptly. Thank you.
No. It's like, I didn't even move. Why are you kicking me? Oh.
So remote people, we're resuming the actual issue discussion at 1:10.
Let's see if this thing finally works again.
Oh yeah.
No, it's not. Okay.
I thought it happened. I sent the screenshot.
Oh, you got it. Okay.
I got it. Yeah.
Okay. I'll. Oh, did you send me?
You back on? It seems to reset after 24 hours.
Yeah, no, I know. It
Yes.
booted me off like earlier today, and they said they were going to refresh it, and it didn't work, but I don't know why. And so I was on the Oxford free Wi-Fi, whatever Oxford is, but the signal wasn't very good. So every like a few minutes, it like decided that it really wanted to be on the Wi-Fi that had good signal, but like service. So.
And they I think no. Or the better food. I'd like to be convenient. Oh, that's what happened. That's the vegan. That's the vegetarian. I'm not vegetarian. Yeah. Oh, it's this guy.
Our company should be an office. Be like an office. All these subscribe, almost all share like one office.
There's something. Well, there's. No, I mean, Jerry can tell you about that. Essentially, you can include it off. When you include it off to be in the spot, you can get significant cash. And you can refer to it by ID.
Yeah, I think that's what you should do. You should take that in half. Right? Not helping you subscribe. Very quick cost back.
I'm very pleased with it.
It's just easier to
Yes.
That's a separate case we're talking about.
Like I said,
The link on the other one by mistake.
Good.
He found the bug. He's like, it's right here. So I think at the end of this, that fetch didn't work in publish. It only worked for now. Because that we were only looking for do a fetch for a subscriber for a publisher that had announced that usually instead of a yeah, you have fixed that. We couldn't find an announced publisher, but there's a publisher. When you look at subscriptions for a fetch. So when you get a fetch, you're like, who should I send the application and the analysis? Like if you look at both, right? Because somebody may have only published a track, somebody may have published an namespace. Wait, how long do we have to mocktail? 1 minute. I deserve one though. Oh, for this way.
That's why
Hey, Suas, can you hear me?
Hey, Ali.
So one of my students, he's trying to get on WebEx. Looks like the host needs to let him in.
Let me ask Emily.
Yeah, why don't you guys just disable this? I mean, I don't think anybody's just gonna randomly show up in this meeting.
Yeah, let me ask Emily. So did that work?
Denise, are you in the? Yeah, he's in. Thank you.
Nobody's here.
Hey, Zafar, we're gonna start it up in a couple minutes, all right?
Okay, we are ready.
All right. The demo's beginning in 2 minutes. The demo's beginning in 2 minutes.
Maybe there's some really important control message that like is behind the graph.
Yeah, I think
So
we just agree on the mechanics of this thing so we can move on to other interesting bits.
Well, we can always punt it to the PR if like if
No, we're talking about a different issue.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we always said we were going to punt on the whole stream mapping thing until we like cared, and maybe we care now.
I feel like
We maybe we didn't.
I'm fairly convinced that the right answer on expires is that it goes in publish, subscribe okay, and publish okay.
Okay.
But I'm not sure everyone else is convinced.
That's fine with me. I ship it. Sorry, I don't have any objection on that. I thought we're no.
Did he erase this?
Martin, can you let Zafar in the meeting? I guess.
I can try.
Can I do it from here?
I think so.
How?
Well,
I mean, can we just
you and all your
the log?
follow-up questions. I would try participants.
Okay.
I saw Zafar at the bottom.
I did. That didn't do anything. getting kicked out of WebEx constantly.
Yeah, and then unfortunately we cannot just get in right away.
We have to ask Emily.
Most people are
Okay, Zach was in as I understand it. Guys, go ahead.
All right. I guess you can hear me and see my screen.
Yes.
Hello. Okay. There was some echo, but I think it's we are back to normal now. Okay. So this is our first demo. This is the first thing we implemented in our mocktail library. There is all this stuff, the documentation and the GitHub and some slides and things like that about mocktail implementation on our website, mocktail.dev. And then when you click on the demo, this is what you are going to see. So this is the first demo. I'm going to get into this meeting room. And Zafar, please do the same. Okay. So he turned on his camera. I'm going to turn on my camera as well. We are not going to turn on the audio here, but the audio works the same. So there are video tracks, audio tracks. You can do screen sharing. You can see all the codecs information, bitrate information over time, information like that. And then we can let more people in this demo room. And there is chat, and there's a chat track too. So all the things that you would expect from a video conferencing tool. So right now, this is I am in Konya, Turkey, and Zafer is in Istanbul, so it's a different city. And our relay is in Frankfurt. This is an AWS relay, and it's in Frankfurt. So I'm gonna zoom in now, just so that you can see it more easily. So since audio is disabled, it is 0 kilobit per second right now. The video is set 60p resolution. Since we are paying for the AWS traffic, we try to minimize the resolution. And that's about 300, 400 kilobit per second real-time encoded, as you can imagine. And then the latency, this is the latency I am seeing from Zafar. So considering our frame rate is 25 frames per second. So this is between 2, 3, 4 frame latency from Zafar to Frankfurt, Germany, and then back to me in Konya, Turkey. So that's already like a pretty long distance, considering that the network path. Given that there is not much buffering, and this is entirely based on web codecs, so we are painting the canvas, and the packaging format for this demo is LOC. So any questions so far?
It's basically the same as your thing.
Oh, okay.
Any questions? No? Okay.
I had a quick question, Ali. Was that 100 milliseconds glass to glass?
Glass to glass, correct. And it could be a bit lower, but at the moment we don't want to just do it at the cutting edge live. 100 milliseconds is already good enough, so we try to avoid frame stalling as much as possible. So if I do this demo with someone from West Coast, which I did yesterday, the latency was about one-way latency was about 130 milliseconds. So a big portion of that is already the network delay. So that means that we have only 1 frame at most, or 2 frames at most in our buffer for any jitter issues and things like that. But we can adjust this latency value. So if you think that your network is suffering, so 100 milliseconds is not enough, so you can increase it to 200 milliseconds and so on. So you will be a bit behind, but your video hopefully will not stall at all. Now, even Zafar is publishing, I can unsubscribe from his video. Maybe I don't want to see him anymore, or I can unsubscribe from his audio as well. So this is on my side, and he has the same controls as well for me. Now, the nice thing I want to show over here is the fetch implementation. So this is where we implemented the fetch for the first time. Zafer, I'm going to ask you to count from 1 to 10.
Yeah, sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10.
Okay, so let's say I missed what Zafer had to say. So you see that there is some latency difference because the audio is coming from WebEx, and the video is coming from my WebEx sharing. So it's maybe there's some delay difference there. But so here's what happened. So let's say I wasn't paying attention to what Zafer had to say. So our relay is currently caching last X seconds of each video for each user in the meeting. And you can click on that blue button, the rewind button on that user, and then you can just watch the last whatever number of seconds you would like to watch. So this is really like a replay thing in a video conferencing. Here we have 10 seconds, but that's again like configurable. And this becomes handy, especially when your boss says something in the meeting and then you weren't paying attention to. So you can just rewind and play it back. So there will be audio as well, but since there was, Zafer was muted on the conference call, there is no audio here.
Hey, Ollie, what's your group size?
2 seconds.
2 seconds in this case.
2.
2, yes. So we are generating an iframe like every 2 seconds more.
I'm sorry if I missed if you said Ollie, but you have your own relay or are you using another third-party relay?
No, this is our own relay in Frankfurt, in Germany. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And both Zafer and I are in Turkey right now, but we are in different cities. So all the traffic is being relayed through Germany.
Cool.
Any questions on this demo? So this is not really the primary use case for fetch maybe, but I think it's a cool feature. Like in a conference call, we can cache the whole meeting on the relay, not on the client. And then, once you want to rewind it back, you just play it back while the conference itself is going on, obviously.
Do you run into any major issues or any suggestions based on the implementation?
Well, obviously we had some difficulties and some challenges, but I guess the primary challenge was at the moment, if I disable the playout buffer of 100 milliseconds, and you can see that it's now around 122, so there's a slight increase compared to when we started. Don't forget that this rush hour traffic time in Turkey, so a lot of people are back home streaming stuff, so consumer internet is probably not the best at the moment. So the thing was, when we didn't have any playout buffer, so as soon as we received the frames, we tried to play them. It will be lower latency, but it will be very fragile, right? So implementing some playout buffer with a configurable latency was necessary.
Yeah, another problem that we actually faced was the determining the track aliases. So we are using WebSQL Server for this application, where we allocate some track aliases for the participants, and then they use this, like the other subscribers use those track aliases to subscribe to the specific tracks. But now we have publish message. So this is draft 11, but we will use publish message, and we will overcome this actual problem where just track alias will be defined by the publisher, which will make our lives easier actually, and we will just get rid of maybe this mechanism totally.
And this is draft 11 demo. So as much as we recently switched to draft 14, this demo hasn't been updated to draft 14 yet. So hopefully at some point we will do that, and then with publish message, things will get easier.
Are you doing anything with delivery timeout?
Delivery what?
Delivery timeout, like
delivery
partial reliability or
no?
This is stream mode, and the relay is not discarding any data. But if the data is too late for the client, it will not be displayed.
Okay, so everything's getting there eventually.
Yes. Yeah.
Are you using subgroups at all, or just single subgroup?
I think this was single subgroup, right?
Group and subgroup. So yeah. So that.
I mean, there's no scalability. It's straightforward IP frames.
And then are you using Loc as your content? Sorry, I stepped in and out at the beginning, so I might have missed. So are you using LOC or a different media format?
We are using LOC. LOC, yes. And this is AVC video, 360 resolution, as you can see, and with Opus audio, we can change it if we want to. Yeah.
And also, as far as I remember, we for the chat track we use text messages, so there's no like encoder for it or LOC header. I think we added some extension to it, so for the texts.
So and then but you're not using Warp.
Sorry?
You're not using Warp yet. You have your own sort of bespoke streaming format that uses Loc packaging, but how you do track naming and that kind of thing is all.
No.
Or like codec and NIC segments and all that stuff.
So at the moment, everybody is using the same codec, Alan. So there's no codec negotiation. I mean, that's something we should also add. So maybe I want to set HEVC, but who knows what the other party supports, sort of, right? I mean, we just used AB1 and AVC to support everybody at the moment. But that's something to be done. Yes.
Ali, are you showing your other demo with the basketball? Because that's
yes,
and that's far more like
we will.
correct. Oh, okay.
So any questions before we switch to the demo?
No, it's good.
No?
Thank you. Good. Bye.
All
Anyone
right.
else?
All
Does
right,
anyone want anything recorded in the minutes?
So the URL is demomocktail.dev. You can try it yourself, but obviously you need someone else, so you open another tab and join the same room. All right. So the second demo is something we did for IBC just the week before last week in Amsterdam. So since we had the fetch implementation, we wanted to use it for a more proper use this time. And this demo was a joint effort between all these companies, Akamai, Cinemedia, and Gwendal and Will already. And then Sixth Floor Solutions, that's a Portuguese company. They have nothing to do with MOQ itself, but they provided some valuable data for our demo. So if you go to this URL, ibc25mocktail.dev, you're going to see that we have two relays. And these are Akamai Linode servers, one in Amsterdam and the other one is in Chicago. And Amsterdam is closer to me, as you can see from the ping time. I'm going to pick it, and then I'm going to click on the watch basketball. So I want to explain what's happening here. The video might look a bit choppy because it's being transmitted over WebEx, but it works fine for at least for me now. So here is what I would like to explain what's happening. So this is a live feed. So supposedly this is a live basketball game. So this was a live game when it was recorded, and then all this events, all these points of interest were created in real time, and that's where this Portuguese company comes into play. So they have this AI engine, and then I can actually show the architecture right away. So we have a live game. We have a FFmpeg encoder. One feed goes to this real-time engine, and the other one goes to our publisher. And we have the relay, and then we have the player. So events are being sent through an API to our publisher, and all these events are published in the timeline track. So over a single quick connection between the publisher and relay, and then the relay and the player, we have all these different streams, control stream for the MOQ messages, catalog track, timeline track, audio track, and video track. At the moment, we have only a single video track, so there is no ABR or there is no rate adaptation, but that's just a straightforward extension. So so this is the basic workflow of the demo. Now coming back to this, all this real-time event, as soon as there is a score, 1 point, 2 point, or 3 point shots, they show up in our timeline. As you can see, it is moving slowly towards left, and we are showing the last 10 minutes. Obviously, we have the event data for the entire game since it started like 44 minutes ago. So there was a 2 point shot. And what's going to happen is that if I click on this, let's say I just missed it, right? I can do a replay. So this is entirely fetch operation. I know exactly which groups I need to fetch for this basketball shot. And the live game is still being streamed in the background. And then once this is done, I can close it or I can replay it, and then I can go back to the live feed. Now, the media time on the top left shows the time since the game started. So since the encoder has started encoding this game.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Is there a question?
No, sorry.
Yeah. All right. So it has been like 45 minutes, 8 seconds since the game started. Publisher time is where this encoder is, and that's in Amsterdam, and that's local time is 6:45 p.m. And subscriber time is my local time, which is 1 hour ahead of Amsterdam, so 7:45 p.m. And the latency, which we measure from the end of the encoder. So starting from here, encoding time is not included in this latency, all the way to the playback. So right now it is stable at 1.5 seconds. Okay. Now a couple of things before I show this settings. This event timeline is the events flow. I can open as many replays I want to. For example, let me show a couple of them, back to back. So I can have like I think 16 replays at the same time in addition to my live feed. And as soon as they are done, I can close them, or I can just go back to live and so on. Okay. Now, you might say that 1.5 seconds is too large. Well, it is actually. So we open the settings here, and there is a latency setting here, target latency. So if I bring this down to 0.5 seconds, you see that the latency over here will immediately go down. And then the latency tolerance is 0.25 seconds. So this means that the client is going to try to keep the latency, this target latency plus minus this tolerance. So if I reduce this, let's say to 0.1 seconds, it will reduce to around 500, 600 milliseconds range. And then the playback catch-up rate is how fast or how much faster, how more slowly I can play this content to manage my latency. It is at 10% at this point. Now, if I open the statistics, I'm going to zoom in because it's a bit slow. So first of all, I reduced my latency to 0.5, 0.6 seconds, all the way from Amsterdam to here. And this is the amount of data in my playback buffer. As you can see, it varies over time based on the MOQ object's arrival. So there was, apparently there was some problem. So my buffer almost gonna stall and then, depleted. So there was a slight stall over here. Latency is 0.57 and playback rate is 1x. So it is playing at the natural frame rate, right? Now, if I increase the latency, let's say 1 second here, as you can see, the playback rate increased a bit, slowed down a bit, and then it came back to 1x again. So the player is trying to manage the target latency by changing the playback rate so that, we hopefully won't skip any video data, right? We are gonna play it a bit faster or a bit slower, but we are not gonna skip the data. If something bad happens, let's say your Wi-Fi goes offline for 5 seconds. So once you come back, you are like 5 seconds behind the live, then the client knows that it's not gonna be able to catch up with the live feed at this rate. So it's gonna just skip some of the frames and then it will come back to the as close as possible to the live edge. So it is currently playing very stably at 1 second latency. Again, I can reduce latency a bit. I was able to see 0.4, 0.5 easily from Amsterdam, and now it's 0.6, and it's quite stable. You can also try this from Chicago, since we are closer to Chicago, and that hopefully it should work even better. So one of my students who is online now, he's in Vancouver, West Coast, and he was able to get 100 milliseconds latency from Chicago to Vancouver. Any questions, or Deniz or Zafer? Anything else I should add? If I had forgotten something, please let me know.
Did you mention about packaging that we use?
Oh yes, this is purely CMAP packaging. So this has nothing to do with LOC. We get the video frames and audio frames. We package them in CMAP, and we transmit them over the MOQ connection, web transport connection. By the way, only supports web transport at this point. Yes.
Are you using the new Warp Carp stuff, or just straight CMAP your own way?
Straight CMAP, but I guess the differences from Carp will be quite minimal. I already discussed this with Will.
For the fetch piece, are you just fetching the entire clip as like a single fetch, or are you doing it kind of HLS style where you're fetching one group at a time and using
by the way, this is CMAP, and we are playing. All these players are a media source extension player. These are all MSC players. So as many as we can open, like 16. And once we send a fetch request, Alan. So for example, I'm going to ask this 5 seconds. So it will, from this time to this time. So I'm going to send a fetch request, all those group numbers, and I'm going to download them. But one thing we do is that we still prioritize the live feed over the fetches, because we don't want to interrupt the live feed while we are downloading the replays. Now, all these videos are at 2 megabits per second. So if I have like 10 concurrent streams, that means like 20 megabits per second, right? And if you don't have enough bandwidth, you will still make sure that the live feed is flowing without any problems, while the replays might take a bit longer to load.
Fetch request is served by a single QUIC stream.
Yeah.
Right, but I guess what I mean is, like, if there's a group cut every 2 seconds, do you make, and the fetch clip is 10 seconds, are you making 5 fetches, one for each group, or are you just making one single fetch?
Oh, we are asking for a range, like, so starting group number and end group number.
Okay.
If there are 5 groups, they're all sent in the same QUIC stream.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So, I mean, one thing you might wonder why there are really not that many scores in this game. Well, that's the second league, Portuguese basketball league. So the teams are not very competitive, I guess. So that's one thing, and hopefully we will try to find a better game with more scores, more events, so that it will be better to demonstrate this as a demo. And then another thing we are going to allow for is we are going to be able to click on any time in this timeline, like a seek bar. So you are going to start streaming from that point on. So it's going to be time shifted replay. So as opposed to just these particular replays, we are going to allow you to stream, for example, starting from minute 45, and then you are just going to stream the game from that point on. The relay caches a certain number of groups, based on the duration, and then once they are out of the window, obviously you cannot send a fetch request, and you will get a fetch error message for that.
Does the relay just cache based on the number of, like, I know that groups are 2 seconds and I want 30 seconds, so I cache 15 groups, or does the relay have some notion of time, which is not currently in MOQ?
There's no notion of time, just like group number of groups. So we cache by group, actually. Groups are cached, and we just there's a configuration like max cache duration, a global setting, and also we have number of groups that can be cached per track. So that's we're using memory caching. That's
Where are your original publishers? An app server somewhere?
So the publisher and relay are co-located. So one is in Amsterdam, one is in Chicago. So now
AWS instances?
Huh?
They're AWS instances?
They are Linode from Akamai.
Okay, so there's no loss or there's never an issue with loss or gaps.
Yeah,
in
there
your
is
streams.
there is no loss here. There's no loss here. All the problem happens over here. Yes. Yes. I mean, one thing we want to do also more is that, I mean, right now we have two publishers and two relays in two different locations. So we want to do a single publisher and a backup publisher and then two relays. So when you come to this URL, I mean, based on your IP, probably you're going to get, the closer relay or the one with the smaller ping time, and then you're going to get connected to that server, right? So your publisher could be in Amsterdam, but your relay could be in Chicago, for example, when you are in North Carolina.
Is your audio going over datagram or streams?
It's also streams. And one nice thing about audio, which I'm not going to show here because I don't think audio is going to be transmitted from my browser, but when you open multiple replays, so obviously we don't want audio from all the streams at the same time. So when that's the case, if you unmute the audio, I can hear the audio now, but if you unmute the audio, all the replay audios will be unmuted. When you do that, the audio is actually going to come from where your mouse cursor is. So if you want to hear the audio from replay, you're going to move your mouse over there. Or if you still want to hear the live feed, you're going to move your mouse accordingly. The other ones will be silenced. Yeah. So, there is no ABR, as I said. It's a single video stream, but ABR is a straightforward extension to this. And, all this playback catch-up stuff is also not MOQ specific. I mean, those are the tricks that we already use for Dash, HLS, and things like that. But I think it is nice to show that with low latency Dash or low latency HLS, many providers have been struggling to get the latency down to a few seconds. I mean, 3-5 seconds, it's easily doable, but less than 1 second is not. And with this, as you can see, we can easily do this, and then it plays pretty stable. So it's now from Chicago all the way to Turkey with a latency of 0.6 seconds.
And I'm sorry if somebody said this, but do you skip video or do you buffer?
So right now we buffered. There was a stall, right? You saw that, but we obviously have a buffer, so we don't really skip. I mean, if it is still within a reasonable latency you just change the playback rate, like faster or slower playback to catch up with that, right? So right now my latency has, as you see, there was a slight increase again. So there's some stalling. So it looks like it is struggling a bit to keep up with this 0.6 seconds latency from Chicago. So let me increase it a bit. Hopefully there won't be any stalls anymore. But again, look, if you are like once there was a network problem, and then I'm having some problems apparently right now. So it's again 1.6. But if it is like, let's say like 5 seconds, if it is too far behind live edge, then we are going to skip the frames and we are going to try to get as close as possible to the live edge within that latency, target latency.
Yeah, I mean, if it's like HLS and a Dash buffer, I think if you want to get the latency lower, you have to skip some content, unfortunately. That's
well, I mean, again, that really depends on how far you are
too.
behind the target latency, right? I mean, right now, I'm playing at 1 second latency. If I want to change it to a bit lower, it will slow down a bit. but it's not gonna skip. If I wanna decrease, increase the latency again, it will just slow down a bit, and then it's not gonna skip, right? I mean, skipping doesn't really give you a very good experience, I will say. Like, all this frame skipping is gonna disturb you, like when you are watching sports, especially, right?
That's kind of my point.
That's our last resort. We try to play with the frame rate if possible. Otherwise, if we have to, then we will skip. Yes.
Ali.
Yes.
Question here. It's a nice demo. So, can we conclude some technical benefit of MOQ-based live streaming using CMAP compared to traditional Dash or HLS plus CMAP-based live streaming?
You see, I lost my Wi-Fi. Can you still hear me?
Yeah. Yeah. Did you hear my question?
Yes, I did. And then looks like my Wi-Fi is struggling. So, Will, can you take this question?
Sure. Sorry, I had my mouth full. I think certainly in terms of latency, this is a single bit rate. So your ability to keep a lower latency is far greater than when you do ABR, because with ABR, your client has to have a buffer at least covering your GOP interval. Otherwise, because you can only switch it at your GOP boundary. So if you did a 1 second GOP, say, you could probably run your client buffer at 1.5 seconds, which is still a lower latency than you can practically achieve with low latency HLS and low latency Dash today. The other implementation factor is this is a pub subsystem. So when you ask it to send you video, there's not this constant request happening in the background. So low latency HLS is extremely verbose in terms of requests, and every request needs some CPU to manage it and execute it on the client. So if you were to do a compute budget for this, your actual compute level would be lower. And that may not matter for one game, but if you're serving 1 million clients, then it starts to matter at scale. So I think the implementation here of the cacheability combined with the low latency is HLS and Dash give you the cache, but they struggle to give you the latency. So MOQ is a very interesting opportunity to start blending those two worlds together. And what he's also showing is the data. So that track data is being sent as a parallel track in the same QUIC connection. If we were to do this with HLS or Dash, you would have to have an out-of-band data source and then synchronize it. So another key benefit of MOQ is the ability to pack a whole lot of tracks in there. And Luke said there's 10 per client. It really doesn't matter, right? It's just a convenient encapsulation for you to decouple data streams and then send them independently of one another, but still bind them within the same QUIC connection.
And when they're in the same QUIC connection, you can use priorities to effectively.
Then priorities,
you got a lot going on the screen right there. Being able to like correctly set the priority of everything, including the fetches relative to the live video, like all of that was really important. And it'd be a little bit challenging, I think, to coordinate if you're fetching like audio and video segments, each as independent HTTP requests without like sort of logical grouping of tracks and stuff. It's pretty hard to manage.
Yeah. And so you might think this is a simple demo, but this demo alone, showing it to companies who are in production today, they were very interested in this. The immediate question was, when do I get this on a well-deployed CDN? I told them 2027, but we'll see what that's.
Yeah. So as you can see, there were only two 3-point shots in the last 10 minutes, which is
do they not watch the NBA?
But well, the problem was
this season.
The problem was, Ellen, the content rights, right? I mean, they didn't. I mean, they had the rights only for this piece for us to show in the demo. But since we are no longer in IBC, I think we are going to replace the game with a much nicer game on our website. Yeah.
No, I mean, why do the Portuguese basketball players not just take a 3 on every play? Like that's how they do it in NBA.
Yeah, it's so I mean, if there are any suggestions, I mean, why we use CMAP in this case? Well, we wanted to use, I mean, since we used LOC for the other demo, we wanted to show that CMAP is also doable with MOQ. And live sports usually comes with DRM. And with CMAP, DRM is just there. We don't really care about in MOQ. But if we want to do this with web codecs and LOC, then maybe lowering the latency a bit a bit further will be possible. But whether that's going to be a likable solution or not, that's I don't know. I mean, I guess many people prefer DRM for this kind of content anyway. So.
You mentioned there's a timeline track of some kind. How close is it to what's being worked on in Warp right now?
So the timeline, the events are coming to us in real time, and this publisher is sending objects every second, right, Zafer?
No, it's every 2 seconds, and
every 2 seconds.
Yeah, it's in JSON format, not CSV. We use JSON format.
Yeah, we use the JSON, but again, so as soon as there is some event over here in the timeline, it will come up in the next update, right? We certainly have some comments for the timeline track as we implemented it. So we will be more than happy to provide that feedback.
So for every 2 seconds, we send the full timeline. So if it should be updated, so we send a new version actually, so that when a new subscriber comes in and joins, and it just gets the new timeline of all data. It doesn't do it shouldn't do some patch for the timeline track. So
yeah, it's a very small data anyway, right? So it's not a big deal.
Exactly.
But will ask us to actually set updates rather than full timeline, the full track, all the events till now. Mm-hmm. So that's also something we should do.
Ideally, if you joined your timeline track at the last keyframe, you could basically just only publish updates when there was a change to the track, right? Then the last one would come out of the cache, and you wouldn't have this constant updating for clients for which there was no additional information. That's just an optimization.
Yeah. Any questions about the demo or the diagram over here?
I don't think there's any more questions in the room. Thank you. Anybody want anything recorded in the minutes? It was a great demo. Thank you.
Great demo.
I'll share the links in the chat. So anybody who wants to test themselves, feel free to.
Thank you.
And I really would like to acknowledge Zafer and Dennis, who put pretty much all the effort behind this demo, especially the IBC demo. I mean, it was a very rushed demo over the summer break, the last month, especially when the Europeans are mostly on vacation. So they did pretty much the whole work. Thank you.
What time are we restarting?
I think they said 1:10.
Yes.
You see the actual chair is not here, so I don't know.
Yeah.
So Emily has a question for us.
Dinner reservations for tonight? I didn't make them, but I'm going to. Who would like to join? That's the question.
Yes. I don't have everyone here.
Who? Right.
We're missing
9.
Martin, 3.
Ian and Victor is not here, so.
Okay. We'll make reservations for like 11 people, and that'll probably be.
Even Victor would be a yes, I think.
Sometimes
you're missing 3 in the room.
Sometimes, yeah.
Okay.
See Victor's out there, you can ask him.
Okay. All right, sounds good.
might be a no. Schultz will probably be a no.
Sean still has his breakfast. He hasn't touched it.
Yesterday, at the end of the day, he still hadn't eaten his breakfast.
And 2 cookies that he's hoarding.
You know, I know he's not here.
They may disappear.
All right, I'll make reservations. I'll let you guys know.
Thanks.
Thank you, Emily.
Colin, when a relay publishes to a client, does the relay include an auth token?
I think there are cases where it might.
It should be authenticated before it starts sending data.
You probably ought to know. Like,
Yeah, you probably ought to know
before you say no before you go. Like,
I mean, like,
but it might, like, supposedly the client might be like, well, I don't trust you to deliver that track, right? That's why it needs a special token of some kind.
well, I mean, it's a. I mean, I'm thinking of a use case of like, there's a recorder that's recording all the traffic for meetings, right? And so it's done. I mean, I'm thinking that the same token that the original publisher had delivered to the relay would be delivered on to it.
Do you expect? Okay.
Yeah.
So in this case, there's potentially an expires going in both directions. The relay might initiate a publish and be like, you better subscribe update or I'm gonna kill this.
You said
in this
subscribe
time
in
because it's
1
my
minute.
state I don't want. And the
No.
the client needs a
token. Mine is 2 minutes.
Or most,
Or might
there's
just
1
like
minute warnings.
well, or there could be
Yeah,
some-
by real stuff, like.
and it's like that.
So
You
you
give me a
don't
token,
do.
but I'm only
Yeah,
gonna accept that
well-
from you for.
Salah, are you ready?
Am I? Yeah, sure, whatever. Put up.
Or are we?
I was born ready.
Ian's in the men's room right at this moment. And he's our scribe. Not our scribe, but our
driver.
Our GitHub person and screen sharer. And Mike, who is our scribe, is not here either. So we're acting.
You're saying there's only 2 important people, and neither of them are here. That's correct.
Victor and Martin, Emily asked if we wanted to go to dinner tonight. So if you're in.
Oh,
I'm gonna take 2 minutes, so we can't.
Did you hear that, Victor?
Huh?
If you'd like to join the group for dinner, Emily's taking the head count.
What time?
She didn't say.
Far or near?
I assume near. She hasn't booked the place yet.
Okay.
I assume easy walk.
All right. Let me. I gotta figure out.
7.
Mike, you out here? You're very crucial to our progress.
You can bring up the slides.
Yeah.
Mike, you've been rated most valuable player.
Oh, Ian's here. There you go. Okay, great.
Let me go ahead.
So we have everybody we need. All right. So Alan and Colin, did you guys read?
We didn't spend. I watched the demos. We didn't talk about it a lot. I'm okay. I think we at least agreed there's only a need for one expires field in the message.
Okay.
Do we agree on this?
Yeah, probably. I mean, I think we
need to write down things.
Okay. So can we? Obviously, the PR is going to. There's going to be a PR. Can you share, please, Ian?
I need to log into WebEx.
Okay.
So I think we can probably resolve the current issue of fully sorting out at least part of what this means, the current expire means in a subscribe context, and at least sort of clarify that a little bit.
Okay. So
there may be some other uses which maybe are some additional.
So there will be a PR in response.
No?
Yes, we will make we can make a PR.
Change?
I think the only question is whether.
Oh, okay.
Which messages does expires allowed?
So there will be a PR that solves this issue for track related messages.
And there's already a separate issue filed.
There's a separate issue for namespaces, and in that PR, you will work out what messages actually need to contain this.
Seems fine.
Parameter.
People are okay, unless you want to talk about it. They are.
And like we can argue about it in the GitHub if people don't love it. Okay.
Alan now fully understands the problem.
So can we get to go to GitHub?
Everyone's gonna love it.
Barely here.
Oh, I am. Oh.
Okay. Next slide. Are we good?
Well, we're
shit,
no, we haven't recorded in GitHub.
We did. He clicked save.
Oh, I clicked save on the other one.
It just said publish OK subject to further discussion. File a separate namespace.
Okay. All right. So do you feel like that's
yes?
Is everyone happy with that? Does anyone have a problem with that? I'll give you 20 seconds to read it.
Okay, so you're.
So when you say messages that create subscriptions, you mean subscribe, OK, or publish?
Yeah, those are the only two that. Sorry. Okay, fair enough. Should we clarify that it creates track subscriptions?
But the question is, subscription requires
track.
2 messages to create. Some requests, then it's okay. So, do we mean all 4?
So do you have expires in a subscribe message?
Subscribe's the only one where it doesn't make sense. I think you need to do the other 3.
So I don't know if I agree with that statement. Then, if that's what you mean by messages that create.
I think the sentence.
Why don't we do this on the PR?
I think it's
We're
fine.
really like in the weeds at this point.
Let me fix that by deleting it.
Okay. I mean, like the point is, we're supposed to reflect our consensus.
There we
here.
go.
I don't have consensus.
I think it's fair that does not represent consensus.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. All right, if you're happy, I'm happy. Are you happy, Alan?
I'm happy.
All right, let's move.
All right. Next, what do you want, Alan?
They're in order. Let's go. Okay.
Wait, what about this one? This is like.
Well, that's what we just talked about. Okay, yeah. We're supposed to spend 15 minutes finalizing what's going to go in a parameter and what's going to go in a field.
Oh, I'm sorry. One more admin note. So we're scheduled for break at 2:45, but you can like pick a spot.
All right.
But we need to have a break between now and 5.
Okay, you bet.
So here's some open stuff.
These are all the names of the issues in the PRs that are open that address, but it's not the interesting.
That's not the interesting.
It's just sort of the title slide.
All right.
Next. Okay. So 1210 is open. We've talked about it a bunch. There's a little bit of feedback on it. The editors and authors tried to land it yesterday. I'm just going to go over the feedback we got. So there was some feedback about, does the group order parameter mean something different? And should it be a separate parameter when it's coming from the publisher versus the subscriber, where the 3.5 of us landed because Victor was sick, was that it's just going to be one parameter. It means, but when the subscriber sends it, it means the same. It always means the same thing. And when the publisher sends it, it always means the same thing. And the same is when it's omitted, is the same. So that's what's currently reflected in PR. There's a question about whether we should also make subscribe priority and or group order in fetch should be params instead of fields. Priority, we did yes. So that is now param in fetch. The group order is not optional and it does not have a single common value in fetch. So group order is a field in fetch. And there's a table on the next page which will show everything. So We haven't done, like, when Colin presented, we talked about which things should be TV and TLB. We filed a separate issue that we're going to do all of that in a single PR, rather than whether it's fixed or whether it's named is what this PR is about. And there'll be another one, which is like, is it length, value, or just value? Okay, and then can you update the group order of subscription? There's a parked issue about whether this should be possible or not. And originally this 1210 said it was okay to update it, and then we've undone that in the PR. So group order is not a valid parameter in
But that's not a change from the status quo.
It's not a change from the status quo. So if you care about that, go comment on the issue. Does anybody want to talk about any of these 4 pieces of feedback? Or the current resolution? If people are happy with this, I think we're good to, I think we still need Victor's stamp. Otherwise it's ready to land. Okay, that's an eye chart. I'm sorry. I'm trying to fill it all in one slide and I can't even read it.
It looks nicer now.
Okay, here's the, thank you. I put green check marks on it.
I appreciate it.
So this is the list of all of the things that are parameters in the draft in 1210, and sort of there's 2 which are expires and largest object, which are not, they have sort of old, outdated PRs about them. But this is how at least I am thinking about the end state. So I let max cache duration derivative time at an auth token were our existing parameters. So I didn't change it, although Colin raised a great point, which is that we don't specify a default for max cache duration right now. So I opened an issue for it. And then I don't know if you can tell, it's like what message they're allowed in, and the light green ones are subscriber messages, and the blue ones are publisher messages. So max cache duration can come in any of the publisher messages. Delivery timeout can come in subscribe, publish, subscribe okay, publish okay, and subscribe update. Auth token is valid in like every request type message. So subscribe, fetch, subscribe, update, and publish. Let's see, subscribe. So the subscriber priority can come in any subscriber message. Publisher priority, which if you missed, there is PR, which is, this is like the default publisher priority, which means you don't specify it in the data plane. It will use the one from the control plane in this parameter, which is valid in publish or subscribe okay. Okay, group order is there in its param and subscribe, in publish okay, and in publish subscribe okay. Fetch it. Actually, I fetch okay. What's that? Wait, I see Martin has a question.
Yeah, why is fetch different from subscribe qualitatively for group order?
So in subscribe, they mean 2 totally different. In subscribe, group order is input to the priority algorithm, describes how to break ties within a single track. In fetch, it completely changes the meaning of what is going on the wire, like, and how you interpret the results that you get. So like, you shouldn't be omitting it. And like,
wait, I'm confused. I thought omitting it if there's a sensible default was always the rule.
I think there's also not Colin used the phrase single common value, and I think we decided that descending fetch is a reasonable use case that somebody might be for like backfilling a buffer from live. So,
but are you saying that ascending is a insensible default?
It's not guaranteed to be common. I mean, I like sort of like the idea of it has to be there so you don't accidentally do the wrong thing and interpret it completely wrong. It's better to be explicit in this case. We're talking about a 1 byte control and 1 byte in the control.
I'm not looking at it from compression. I'm looking at it from consistency of the.
I mean, I guess I could be convinced if people want to take it out.
Yeah, just +1 to Mo. I think in 95% of instances, ascending could be the default, and then the times you need to override that, you can, but we don't need to specify it every time. There's a far common.
There's also a mistake on the slide. I removed group order from fetch okay because it has to be the same as what the subscriber asked for.
So okay. So is like whatever the publisher wants not a valid thing?
Not in fetch, it's not.
Okay.
Like because the subscriber has to interpret the results.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Sure. And the subscriber knew what it wanted. So I see. Okay, so the feedback says, does anybody want to make an argument that fixed that column that says group order fetch that says fixed? We want to change that to a parameter check mark. Whoa, go back. Yep, sorry.
My general view is anywhere where it's a parameter, it doesn't make it. It's hard to justify it being fixed somewhere else.
Okay.
If it was a parameter somewhere, that means that there was a sensible default. How is there not a sensible default in another message?
Well, okay, this is the only one. Okay, the two other places we'll talk to next have a reason for that,
okay,
which I'll explain. So, okay, can you also, Ian, while you go back to that slide and delete the fetch OK green check group order green check mark? Last column.
This one?
Yes. There's no longer there.
I also renamed subscribe update. Update to subscribe.
Oh. Okay. I don't know if
I'm trying to review this in my head really quickly, and I think this might be right, but I feel like this is going to take some careful.
Sure, that is fine.
There's a lot of information here.
Yes, there is. Okay. Let me talk about subscription filter. So the way that 1210 is written, subscription filter is fixed in subscribe and in publish OK. And that is because we don't think there is a single common value. But it can be serialized as a parameter in subscribe update, because in subscribe update, omitting it means don't change it. I want whatever I said before. And that is, and so like,
so let me propose an option to this, just as a random idea.
Okay.
For a second. So you can only narrow it, a filter, right?
The issue that was filed that made it that this is trying to address is that if I send a subscribe and I want to change, say, the priority,
but not the filter,
I haven't even found out from the subscribe OK what my filter even is, because it was relative. So I don't have any values to put in those fields. So I really don't. I just want to know.
So I was just going to suggest that the filters are additive things that are negation filters. So if you put nothing in the filter, since you can only narrow, you can't change, you can only add to your filter. And so if you don't put any filter items in, like, let's say before I was...
The current serialization of subscribe update filter is fixed. You have to put, it's not even a filter.
I think
it's a start location and an end group are required in every subscribe update. That's what we're trying to fix.
I think we should defer the discussion of filters until we talk about object filters and track filters, because I think, and maybe even not this meeting, but I think we'll eventually end up not having these separate filters and having a consolidated filter that does the work of, all we're trying to do is figure out which objects are in scope, right? That's what all the filters
This is
do.
the beginning and the end of the range that you're asked for. That's what we're talking about. When we say filter here, that's what
Yes.
its meaning is.
Selecting what objects are going to come to you and which ones are not. That's what all the filters do, right?
I agree with Mo, and I basically made the class of stuff. Yeah.
I would rather have them all be optional, because like there is a reasonable default, which is you get everything, which I think was what Cullen was saying.
Especially in publish OK.
Well, I mean, I guess what I'm saying, like, look, if the only filter was start and end, I'd see, like, we came to the design we have. But if the filters become, there are 22 different things you can have, and there's an array of them, and you accumulate them, we might want to rethink how we're doing this a little bit. So I guess on this one a little bit, I mean, I wouldn't mind if we kick the can down the road a little bit or something, or I don't care deeply about this. Like, this could go either way. Like let's not fall on our sword on this one when we're about to totally explode filters.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, is anyone in the queue in the queue? No. Okay, so subscription filter.
I have one priority interrupt. Does 7 work for dinner?
Yes. Not for me. Well, I mean, those of you who I talked to about the other thing. That's
Right,
it.
Oh, is
Second
that
City.
Does anybody prefer something earlier or later?
If you go to dinner with 11 people, you won't be done at 8, even if you start. at
No,
6.
absolutely not.
Start at 5.
So I'm not on dinner, I guess.
What time do we finish here today?
5.
Does anybody want to make it earlier?
7's fine.
So you don't.
I'm in for earlier. I'm gonna. Well, I've been at dinner with them. Immediately now it's gonna be like 12 people. That's fine.
So
I didn't know what time the economy would be. Anyway,
so I will not be able to make earlier, but that's fine. I mean, I think earlier makes sense. But
let's just do 7.
Ian, I might join you at 7.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Is there a different question?
So status quo is subscription filter is fixed and subscribe and publish. So
And subscribe update.
Okay. Like, I think making an optional subscribe update solves real issue we have now. Yeah, but like it's possible to formulate a proper subscribe update, and I would rather not hold that hostage to
something that's going to take 2 months to sort out.
Like maybe maybe we're going to do something completely different with filters.
Fair enough, but obviously we could put a flag in subscribe update that says update filter or not, right? Like this is, here's the thing that I find absolutely bizarre about the script. Let me just get one rant for a second, okay? We have all these things that are trinary values. They're true, false, or don't care.
Yeah.
And we try to constantly encode them in a binary value or the existence of something that's optional. Like the way we encode our trinary values is just, we jump through so many hoops versus just encoding the trinary value. Right.
I think right now all the trinaries are encoded on the wire, and the parameterization is using the absence of an optional thing to mean the thing.
Like we've made it work. I'm not saying it doesn't work. I'm just saying we do some weird acrobatics to do that, right?
While I think we're gonna rehash filters later, so I wouldn't waste too much time on it. I still think the overriding principle for the parameters is if there is a sensible default, it's a good candidate for parameter. I cannot see anyone argue against that there is a sensible default for the filters, which is they don't exist. You just want to subscribe, period.
Well,
that seems like the most sensible default. So I don't see how that could be.
It's subscribe update.
No, but I think Mo's arguing the other way.
I'm arguing that there's no reason for them to ever be fixed because you can't argue that there's no sensible default of there being no filters.
Okay, I am inclined to agree with you, Mo, but I felt like Colin's presentation of them said that they shouldn't be fixed, or they should be fixed in those messages, and so I wrote it that way so that I can get the PR granted. But if everybody wants them all to be parameters, I think that is fine with me too. I just want to be done.
I would rather be
we've been talking about it since May. Like,
Victor?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with both. There is at least one filter I want to add, which is like the subgroup filter.
There's another slide.
Okay.
Okay.
No. Sorry. So I'll just say I can live with whatever on the fixed. I heard some people saying let's not mess with this until we mess with filters. In which case we can leave it as fixed. But I'm happy to make it a parameter. But I'm semi-insisting that like subscribe update should be a parameter. The filter and the default is leave the filter the same in the subscribe. Yeah.
And the real head scratcher comes in. What if it's fixed, and some places and it's a parameter, in other places, implementers are going to scratch their head. What if it appears both? Somebody adds it as a fixed, and they also have a parameter.
No. Well, I mean, the parameter is still with parameter. If it's fixed, the parameter is not allowed in that message.
I would argue that if it's ever a parameter, it cannot be fixed in any other message because the ambiguity, if it's fixed and somebody sticks it on as a parameter, whether it's a bug or whether they think that's valid, that just.
I can't imagine anyone ever getting that wrong in something like HTTP.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mo. That's a good
Mo's
point.
argument is compelling.
Mo's argument is very compelling.
I would like to not I think given the pace of this working group, even if we decide that we love whatever's coming on, like more fancy filters, that it's going to take months to get that PR written and agreed on and landed. And I'm happy to make it go on this new baseline instead of what's like. I think this is a net improvement and it closes a bunch of issues and it may not be the final wire format, but I'm willing to absorb the churn.
So if Colin is saying, if Colin was the original source of the these should be fixed thing and is no longer holding that position, then I think nobody is going to lie down on the road over having them be fixed and subscribe.
Cool. Is that true? Okay.
I was just trying to find a structure for us to think about them. And it does not matter whether we spell these like in uppercase or lowercase. Like,
okay.
It'll work. Let's
Ship it.
move on. Yeah.
Let's not.
So like if you want to put green check marks across the subscription filter across it, go for it. Like
Okay.
let's just do it right now.
I can live with that.
Yeah.
So wait, somebody crossed out fixed and
That's what I did.
reported.
I-
Okay.
I-
So you're saying that we should also make that a parameter now?
I'm saying these are all green check boxes, I think is what we were.
Okay.
Can you just edit them a green check box right now? It's like
I think the overriding principle of the spec should be anywhere there's a parameter, it cannot be fixed in any other message. I think that's just asking for problems.
I didn't have that in my slide
That's
deck,
begging
but I
for
agree.
problems.
Okay. That is a different premise than the instructions I was given a month ago, but I like that.
I
And
like
I
that.
will do it. But you guys don't get to change your mind a second time.
Here's the notes.
Can we put this in GitHub now? Is it
We
time?
can.
Is it
I want to talk about expires and large.
Okay,
large
go ahead.
stuff real quick.
Please do.
Okay, so I have a PR that's been open since March about making expires into a parameter. And now that we all agree on what expires is for, should expires be a parameter? I'm going to say yes. It appears in a ton of messages. It has a reasonable default, which is like not
expired.
It's not expired. That's what the draft says right now.
Default.
It
Therefore, you're
says
way
if it's
allowed.
zero- it says if it's 0, it does not expire or expires at an unknown time. This is what the current text says.
I mean, it can't be wrong. It's an unknown time.
We'll spring it on you.
So are people okay moving forward with expires as a parameter?
I think that's sensible.
All right, and then but it needs some more check marks based on our previous discussion.
Okay.
Where
do you want your check marks?
Publish okay.
Why do you have a question mark still?
Oh, I don't know.
The question mark was whether you can update the group order of a subscription.
Oh, that's
Whether that's even allowed.
Yes.
Okay.
That's a different issue. But
If it's allowed, it can be a parameter.
If it's allowed, it'll be a
So
parameter.
it's not an issue for this
Yeah.
discussion.
That's orthogonal.
Comment on 1045, I feel like.
So expires goes in.
Expires can go to publish okay. I think it can go to publish okay.
Okay.
But we'll find out when we do the PR. I'm gonna write this PR that says can.
Correct.
Okay, and then the last one I'm talking about is largest object. This appears in subscribe okay and publish, but I think we want to when it has that stupid content exists Boolean flag in front
Oh,
of
I
it.
hate that thing.
So we want to move this to a parameter,
Yes.
and it's included if you have one, and if you don't know, if no data has been published, then you omit the thing. And it'll also, I put a little star on this, which you can't see right now, but I think you'll want to get this value. Like if I send you a subscribe update and I change forward to 0 and I change it back to 1, I think you're going to want to know like, what was the largest object when you flipped it back to 1?
I kind of think so too.
Can't you eliminate content that exists now if it's a parameter?
Yes, I will.
Okay, great.
Okay, that's the plan. Anybody want to argue against the plan?
Nope.
Okay. The GitHub issue can say like,
You want me to say something?
just
on GitHub?
screenshot this slide and paste it.
Or just yeah. see this. Well, yeah.
Okay, maybe just there in the corner, there's things that are always fixed. Track namespace and name are always fixed. Forward is always fixed. And the fetch range information.
Forward is fixed, isn't?
Forward is all there. Forward is always fixed. So when you send a subscribe update, even if you don't want to change forward, you got to send the value that you want.
But so in subscribe, I also need to send for. I can't just like. Is it sensible default? Yes, send me the data. Send me the object.
It's 1 byte. Just put it in there.
I mean, it's all.
This was if people change my. I was trying to go off what Colin was saying, that there's no single common value. Sometimes you want 0, and sometimes you want 1. So people think 1 is the sensible. So I was articulating a certain set of principles, and now people are changing their principles.
Just keep it as it is. It's fine.
I think what people are sort of trying to express here is the argument here is there a sensible default? That's the question, right? Yes or no?
Well,
it goes either. You could argue this either way, right? It's not a big deal. So
Sure. I mean, so I would argue. I'm not going to lie down the road on this, but like, I think getting the objects is the sensible default for forward.
I could live with that. I went the other way on last time I did slides, but it's obviously in the gray zone. I can live with it. I don't care. Right?
Okay.
Like, that's not one we should get wound up on.
We could flip a coin, or if somebody else has a strong preference, like that's fine.
I mean, let the PR like mostly as is with the like minor updates first, because like this is like really close to being done, and like I really want to get
All it needs is Victor's too.
And I don't really care about forward and whether it's a parameter or not.
I think I need to make some updates. Are you saying
Flip this
land
over.
as it is and then make a set PR that makes these edits?
Sure.
Can we? All right, that's fine. Can we like can we have a forward PR like on the tails of this one so that like we don't have to reopen this?
Do you want to? Okay. Is there consensus to make forward a parameter? I mean, there's already a PR that does it.
Does anyone care besides me and Colin? Or we don't even really care.
If we had the Boolean TLVs, then I think it would be fine to do it because it wouldn't hurt wire efficiency at all.
Do we have Boolean TLVs?
It would be it would still be 1 more byte because you'd have the T forward.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, but
The
you're saying
T
no,
would be-
no,
the T and take what
no,
class, yeah.
because in subscribe update, the absence of something just means you're not changing it.
No. Well, let's not discuss here. We can
Yeah.
easily get it in one bite if we do the TLD.
We're killing it.
Don't worry, we'll get it. Yeah.
Let's move on.
Okay.
Before we like
All right.
fail.
Can I get some kind of conclusion for the minutes?
I think Ian live edited this slide.
So there's gonna be a PR that reflects this live edited slide, and I don't know. Am I signing up to write the forward?
There's
the
already a
paragraph?
forward PR.
There's already one.
Ian wrote it.
Okay, excellent.
3
There's a
months
So
separate,
we'll end 12:10 and then there'll be a ton of conflicts and then I'll fix it.
there's a separate PR for forward becoming a parameter that we can argue about later. Awesome. That's excellent. So that's everything I want. Thank you.
Okay, and then was it the filters on was it subscribe and what?
On subscribe and publish, okay. And group order becomes a filter in, or a parameter in fetch. Victor, are you happy with this? Or the filters in general, like, or like you're still wanting to go to your like stack of filters.
No, this is fine. I mean, yeah.
Well, we'll talk about it in filter time, which may be the next slide, as far as I know. I don't even know.
Once we figure out what filters semantically do, we can discuss how to encode them on the wire.
Fair.
Is this comment accurate? This is on the PR, but I think that's the place to do it at this point. Okay.
Okay, next slide. I have no idea what's next.
This one?
Subscribe and fetch filtering. Okay.
Is this the one we want to do right now? Or
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, that I'm generally operating under the orders from the chairs of like the things we need to talk about are the things that change the API surface. And being able to filter the objects you get on track by something other than their location is new API. So we're talking about it. So
how many people have read 1164?
Alan, you read it really? I wrote it for once.
I know Will has. Okay. So the issue's been around forever. Will filed it years ago that we wanted to be able to filter objects that are sent in a subscription, and then mentioned it again in this outside in compression as like a sub requirement of that thing. I wrote an RFCPR just to get some ideas down to talk about. So I'll walk through what it does. So next slide. Okay. So here are some use cases that you might want to do. So maybe you want to subscribe, but you only ever want the first object in every group. So you can say like, subscribe to this track, but filter only object ID 0. Or maybe you only want to, when you subscribe, you only want ones that have like some extension value that's bigger than some prefix number. So like there's a bunch of data coming into a relay, but not all of that data is getting back to you because you don't care about all of it. You only care about some that needs some threshold. And that can be a particular extension. Maybe when you're joining a fetch, you only want to issue that initial joining fetch for the base layer subgroup. You don't want to block joining the group on enhancement subgroups. So you want to say like, I want to fetch, but I only want to fetch subgroup 0. You might want to be able to filter on priority. Like I only care about certain priority values. But, or again, like any particular value from any extension. So these came from Will in the issue. Those are ideas. I think you probably can come up with other things you want to do with them. Okay, next slide. This is what's in 1164. So it adds a parameter called object filter, and you can put that on a subscriber or fetch or publish OK, I guess. It has an enumeration, which is the operand, the thing that you're going to be filtering on field. It has a 1-bit flag as to whether you're going to negate the thing. It has an optional extension ID that is only present when operand is 04 extension. And it has an array of integers which encode a list of start and length -1 pairs, which are ranges. And there's examples on the next slide. except possibly the last one in that array, which can be just either it's a start length minus one pair, or it is just a start value, meaning it is that value and everything greater. So with those things plus the negation flag, you can express all of the operators less than, equal to, greater, greater than, equal to, equal, not equal, and also equal in a list of ranges, which is what Will asked for. But it's a rather compact encoding of it. Okay, Colin, you're about to ask a question.
Oh, okay.
Do you want to see the examples first?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I did put question marks on group ID here because we just spent a bunch of time talking about group IDs, how we're going to filter, and I'm not sure we want to have a second way to filter on groups. Okay, so this is how these things get encoded. If you just want object 0 in every group in your subscription, operand 3 is object ID, it's not negated, and you just want value 0 and length minus and only one value, just 0. So that's why it's 0, 0. The length of that range is 1. If you wanted to say express a greater than for a particular extension, then operand 4 is extension. Extension contains the number of the extension you care about, 400. And the values 25 with nothing after it means open-ended forever. Yes, Martin.
So, fine question. So is this conceptually distinct from the subscribe filter that we have today?
Yes.
Okay, so there's a different thing which is orthogonal to this, that with like object ranges and all that stuff.
This is when you say, yeah, okay. Like when you subscribe, you get a start and an optional end. That's all you get.
Yeah, and in fetch you get started.
And start you get fetch you get started in.
And that is orthogonal to this.
Then yes, and then this is an and filter on top.
Let's use a different word for one of them. I don't really care which.
Why? I fully assumed that start and end would just be expressed using this syntax.
I think that's where we're going eventually, but I think this PR
this is added.
Hasn't gotten there yet. But
got it. Okay.
That's what I was saying earlier, that I think we're going to revisit filters and ranges.
I mean, what you're saying is what Victor proposed 4 months ago.
Yes.
So, and the other, my other clarifying question is this, are these parameters optional to support, or do you think they're mandatory to support?
I think it's like what happens if I give you something that's outside of the filter you asked for? I didn't say.
Well, no. So what I'm suggesting, like as a relay, then am I sort of forced to parse extensions to?
This is a parameter, not an if somebody says extension,
right?
Blah, blah, blah. Probably. I didn't say. It's open.
I mean, there's no point in doing this. They're not mandatory to support because there's no way to negotiate whether they support them or not.
And I think the bulk of these filters will be on extensions.
You would just get more objects than you want, right? If you did that.
That may be a problem.
That would be the fallback. Okay.
I mean, you could negotiate this as an extension completely. If you wanted to.
I can live with it. It's a lot more code direct. Like I can live with it. I'm just asking the question. Please continue.
All right. Okay, I think that can be an open question. This is much more about sort of like, we'll get to high level questions. Do you guys want me to keep walking through the examples, or you guys get it?
I get it.
Okay. And anyway, like the one thing that's crazy is like to express less than, you do a greater than, like to do less than 10, you say values 11, which is everything from 11 and greater, and then you negate that with the negation flag. So anyway, like it's just a compact representation. It doesn't really matter as much as the higher level bit. Okay, next slide. So this is what we need to talk about. Do we agree we need such a feature? Do we need group ID in this filter? It overlaps, but you do subscribe and fetch. What's the maximum number of filters that you can specify in any one request? Seems like an infinite is a bad idea. And what's the maximum number of ranges per filter? So it shouldn't give you like 10,000 different values that it can be equal to, because it'll really slow things down. What is the impact if I filter a fetch? I can't infer do not exists from gaps anymore, because it may not be there because it doesn't exist, or it may not be there because I filtered it out. This proposal as written was only thinking about filtering objects in a single like request, subscribe to fetch. How does that intersect with subscribe namespace and track selection? Mo has like 15 slides on that. We can talk about alternate wire spelling additions, but like it doesn't really matter that much, nor does whether how we encode the length. But that was one comment here. So go. I think we have 30 minutes or something.
So I kind of felt that I would like to hear most presentation to before answering specific questions about the range defined is needed or not. Because it looks like either within single track or multiple tracks we're trying to do object filtering, and getting that context will also help understand specifically these questions how we want to answer.
Okay, I mean, I'm fine if we just want to like launch into most presentation, but does anybody want to have any discussion on this first?
Okay, I would like to say as chair, I'm not here to judge anyone's use cases, but this seems to me like an issue fountain once we let in the thing. So like, if we gotta have it, we gotta have it and we're gonna do it. But if we don't gotta have it, like, we're gonna save a lot of time.
I want to see most presentation.
So I'll just caveat that a couple of questions will be unrelated to mine, like the coding of the length, the impact on filtering. You can fetch. You can answer those directly now without.
But I don't think we should argue about wire spelling until we're sure we want the feature, or we're sure kind of what the feature does.
Okay. So there's not clarity on whether or not people are willing to swallow the feature. Okay.
Mike wants to say so.
Yeah, so I have been talking to Will like way back about doing this type of thing, and always envisioned it as an extension. So I think that the question of whether this could be done as an extension or not, like whether this is actually negotiable, is worth spending a few minutes on.
I mean, you could definitely make this an extension.
Yeah.
Like, that's obviously.
No.
I think I was wrong when I said. I think he is right.
The whole point of this is that the relays do the filtering. How's it an extension if the relays don't do the filtering?
And I think
hop by hop.
I think the answer is because the receiver only cares about it because it's the last closest hop. It's just its upstream that needs to do this filtering.
I think the bigger issue is that their application requires the feature.
It's not every relay in the path needs to support it. Only the last hop relay needs to support it, right?
Right, but I mean,
So
MOQ
that's why
doesn't
it's
even talk about all the relays now. It only talks about the edge relay. Right? MOQ doesn't even specify anything for the intermediate hops. MOQ specifies the edge relay behavior. So how could you not require this in the edge relay?
No, but that's why you can negotiate it that it supports it. You can verify by an option when you do set up that yes, the one relay I've talked to does support it, or an APN or whatever.
Okay, so we think that a setup parameter of whether or not this parameter is allowed, the filter parameter is allowed, is what some relay implementers want to do. Let me caveat this with saying that I think this is the biggest selling point for any relay vendor. Any CDN that does not have this will not stand a chance against a CDN that has this.
Yeah.
It's the most powerful application server replacement. I move all my app servers to your CDN because now you can do this filtering and I don't have to stand up an instance to run this stupid logic. So I can't see why a relay vendor would not want to
clearly CDN
support this.
I completely agree with you. But on the other hand, if I'm like doing like a web RTC replacement or some like, something that's more along the line, like a much simpler application, like the complexity might just not be warranted. In the same way that like the optoken stuff, the compression we developed is like clever and is sometimes helpful, but like if you have a simple application, I mean, you're just gonna like send 0 and not implement it because it's just not worth the hassle, right? I don't know. So I guess where are we on that spectrum for this particular feature would be my ask.
Colin, and then Will.
I think that like a way to split that difference might be, and with this sort of models where we've done in other ways, is you get back a limit of how many, let me call them these filter lines, the maximum number, number three there, you get back a number of those that your relay supports, and it's perfect. It's allowed to send you 0.
That works for me.
Yeah. Will?
Yeah, I think anyone who's saying we want a simple application and therefore we don't want this, they have a very media biased view of what their application is. But if you want a simple application that just collects temperature sensor data from cities around the country, then you don't actually care about a whole lot of the other stuff and you only care about this feature. So I agree with Mo. There's a tremendous opportunity and an addressable market here that where we can use a highly distributed edge to filter and collect data, which there's no alternative to do that at scale today. So I motivate strongly for this feature. And if the relay wants to turn it off and say, no, I don't support this, that's acceptable. And I think market forces will push that relay towards the edge or towards vertical applications where there's just no need for filtering. Yeah. But I think if you broaden your mind a bit, there's a lot of applications we can meet. And I don't believe the complexity is that great.
Victor?
Could you bring back the actual list of filters slide?
This one or the
previous one?
It's laggy.
Yeah.
It's not using MOQ.
This one. This is to be completely honest, this is kind of gives me a vibe of yeah, we're not really sure what the use case for this is.
So
This
again,
slide.
Victor, not really sure what.
What's the use case we're addressing in this?
Wait a minute. The previous slide had 6 use cases.
And then there's 6 hundreds.
Now, so if you go back to that list, I will point out the following. Subgroup ID is very useful because I want to be able to say, like, if I have 3 layers, I want to say, please stop me sending the upper layer. I don't need it. I'm not receiving it. And that is something we should definitely like use. Object ID, I can see extensions. You can build a lot of cool things, but I'm not sure, like, if we introduce that, that should definitely be an optional feature because that's a lot of code. And there are lots of non-relay use cases where that's not useful. My worry, another thing is worries me is that like the spelling here is object filter parameter, and that's like, what happens if I send an update? Does it replace a filter? Does it add a new filter?
It says that in the PR, but I mean, we would obviously clarify that whether these are additive filters, you have to specify the entire filter set, every single update.
I want us to remain with the principle we can only narrow.
I strongly disagree with the narrow thing. I think that was so.
In that case, Colin changes my complete.
The high order bit is here is whether or not people want to be supporting this or not, whether they want the feature or whether or not they don't want to be forced to implement the complexities. And I'll admit this is a lot of complexity for a relay to do, especially when you get into the multi-track cases. So I kind of like Colin's suggestion that we answer question 3 about how many filters can you have. Let that be a setup parameter. And if you can't do this, you set that to 0 and you will lose all of the real production clients that want to connect to you. But if you want to build a simple Hello World app, you can stand up your relay and let people connect to it and it'll just say 0.
Yeah, I was going to say mandatory to implement. This includes clients as well. They would have to implement this, right? In case they get a subscribe from the relay with or publishers, right? Would have to
or subscribe.
It's just
okay.
like I can see it as an extension, but it's just like there's too much to implement in this draft already. I think if this is just something that we don't want every implementation to have to do to be compatible, there should be a base required like functionality.
Okay, so respond to that. I mean, I think even if people want this mandatory to implement, it'd only be this like a relay feature, right? I don't see why it would be an original publisher feature.
So only servers would implement this? Like, is that how you make the distinction? Like,
I
why
think
would
what he said is you negotiate. You can say how many filters you support, and if you are simple
0,
you can say 0.
Right. So my concern is actually less about implementation complexity and more about this discussion. Like you said, like it being an issue found. Like, can we put this to an extension to get transport?
So that is, I'll observe that because I had this thought about token cache. We'll have another talk about that later. Like, which is effectively what Colin said. You use a setup parameter to turn it on, and the default is off. And it's like, then maybe this thing doesn't need to be defined in the base transport draft at all. And so I think that if we're allowing that here, apply that same logic. If you're going to be able to say 0 and 0 is the default, like, do we need to say anything in the base transport about it, or can we move this whole thing and say, you send your transport parameter, you send the setup parameter in MOQ, and then you unlock this set of features, and it's just
No, but that assumes that.
So I'm just saying maybe if okay, what I've heard is like people seem to be gravitating towards you can turn it on or off with a setup parameter. So I'm saying if people are good there, then the next step is what document defines it.
Right. So there would be some draft that does this, which we could adopt tomorrow if it was ready. Okay, I think Victor was next, then Suhas, then Mo.
Yeah, I guess the spells to be more explicit about like what I found a bit concerning is it sounds like it tries to take all of those issues and puts them into a framework, which is very funny coming from me, given that's what I did in Stockholm. But like, why not just have like max subgroup ID as a filter? And that sounds like as a separate, like we already have out of those 5 filters, we already basically have the first one.
Filter on group ID.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the filter on subgroup ID, you almost always need like either equals or less than, because you don't really need like subscribe to enhancement layers without base layers, right?
Nope. Well, so actually,
I think I have 2 points to make. One is that like why is this needs to be an optional external feature and why not the core feature? Going back to the point, right? Like we support a relative joining fetch, which addresses some set of use cases. Then we support an absolute joining fetch, which addresses some set of use cases, but not every use case. And this mobile and most presentation is bringing more use cases, which will be greatly benefited by MOQ doing it. And we are not giving the same level of consideration to think about if this solves a real use case, why can't we spend some time and make a core MOQ feature? And second thing is that with the group filtering today, we already have greater than, less than on group IDs. This is not adding 10 extra things, maybe a few extra integer comparisons or things. I think we need to give it some time to develop and see how it looks like and what it means and what kind of use cases it addresses in the real market. At the end of the day, that matters more.
Well, and then Ian and then Luke.
So I support what Colin said, is have a set of parameter that you can negotiate this to be a 0 if you don't want to implement it. I do not support deferring this entire thing into another draft or a later version of MOQ. I think it has to be in MOQ T version 1. And I think the vast majority of relays, production relays, will support this as their premier feature.
Oh, you didn't get to hear my idea about filter 6, which is the byte array is actually a BPF program.
Yes.
If someone was going to.
Ian,
In 7.
That's how you didn't say. All right. Strike that from the minutes. Ian.
Okay.
I believe I've already put that as a.
So on some issue, and I don't really remember which one, I proposed a like much more scaled down and simpler mechanism that I think hits a number of the use cases like before, but maybe not all of them. But I just figured I'd like throw it out there because it's awfully easy to implement. Is like we can change the forward value from a Boolean to a like give me everything that has a publisher priority lower than this number. And if you say 0, that means give me nothing because nothing is lower than 0 as we go negative vards. And that means if you wanted to filter by subgroup ID, it's like, make your base layer, priority 0 and make the other stuff or whatever. Make them different, which they probably already are different because you want the base layer to be higher priority than the higher layers anyway. So that like is a self-solving problem. You don't need group ID. Object ID probably do the same thing. I don't know. The extension filtering, it doesn't solve it directly, but man, the extension filtering is probably the part of this whole thing that makes me terrified. And then the publisher priority thing, I guess, basically I just said is exactly that. I don't know. I just wanted to throw that out there because it's basically kind of a tweak on an existing mechanism.
I have a slide on that in my talk. I'll talk about the publisher priority with forward as part of the next.
Okay, Luke.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say if you have the number of filters in the setup parameter, it quacks like that's an extension. Like it defaults to 0, just like an extension defaults off. I think if you put this in another draft, you can get MOQ T out like 6 months to a year sooner. And that's the main argument for not putting it in the draft. Is it's just more issues. It's not like it's the bad functionality, but it is optional and it could be in a deferred draft.
No.
So
I think it'll take longer to put it out.
So I'm next in the queue. I propose the following. So this seems everyone we find this as being optional. I don't want to necessarily today. Okay, what I'm going to propose is this: that somebody write a draft
I'll write a PR, but I'm not gonna write a draft.
With this optical capability. And if it turns out that and we'll give it, and assuming it gets adopted, we'll give it time. And if it moves, if it does not slow us down, then we can integrate it into the MOQ draft quite easily. But if it's going to take another 9 months, then I think we should ship MOQ without it. Mike?
Okay.
And then Suhas, and then Colin. Oh, I'm
then
sorry.
we'll-
Someone over here?
Mika had his hand for a minute.
Yeah, but this was exactly what I wanted to say. Just pause one for that.
Right. Suhas.
Yeah, I think if we ship it as a separate thing, it does not even cover the charter that we've started with. There's no interactive use case can be done without some filtering like this.
What interactive use cases will
Have you built
This is
a
optimization,
dozen
right?
conference? No, it's a prototype application. Yes, when you start building it, you will come to the same conclusion that we're doing.
The next session, the next talk will show the deficiencies in current solutions without something like this.
Yeah.
Colin?
Can we do
Look, I think putting it in a separate draft is just a form of pocket veto, so I'm not really supporting that. I think we've got a PR. It doesn't, I'm opposed to it.
No, I mean, everyone's opposed to, and everyone's trying to veto the capability. Everyone's like,
Right, let's just pursue Alan's PR and look at what it's doing. And it doesn't change the functionality of it. I think there's a bunch of people that feel pretty strongly about that are fine with the zero, with it being that it's not mandatory to implement effectively. And I think that will get us done much faster. I think it's quite exactly the opposite. I think you're seeing this right now. We're discussing the wrong thing. We're not discussing how to solve this. We're discussing how this gets sequenced.
Well, I think everyone's fine with having this filter thing. We've all decided it's going to be optional to support.
Right. Then we'll put it in the draft.
Well, that's
just every optional to support thing. But I mean, we're in the same discussion with Octo.
You cut the line somewhere.
So Will's got again, and it has for a while, I think.
Yeah, go ahead, Will.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out we're getting huge estimates for the complexity behind this. This is essentially a bunch of integer comparisons that we're doing some of them already. We do a few more. The extensions that this works with are the even ones, which are only varants, right? So it's just another, you have to read a varant and then compare it. So I don't believe it's that complex.
Go ahead, Mo.
I was also going to comment about the complexity. I think this forces people that are implementing relays to think about their actual forwarding path and the forwarding logic. And instead of having stuff thrown out all over the place about, do I send this object or not? This consolidates the decision of whether or not I send this object into one single place and one single spelling on the wire. And I think it helps implementation complexity because it forces the relay vendors to think about, this is the only decision that I need to make when I get ingress and decide whether or not to egress.
I'm going to respond to Will. Well, I mean, I think I'm going to say what Mike said again is I don't think this is all that hard to implement necessarily. I don't think that's the issue. I just think that there's so many spelling issues to be resolved here that it's just going to take up a lot of working group time. I'm completely concerned about the delay to the MOQ spec that this is going to cause. I think like auth tokens were way simpler and MOQ was way simpler and is creating a lot of stuff.
So there's already a
It's not-
PR. So can
Go ahead.
you be explicit about what these problems are? Because we have a PR. Why not go to some implementation experience and see what this actually takes to implement it, and then come back with actual, these are the issues and this is why it's difficult or it's going to take time. But the PR exists. It seems it can be implemented. And if you think about it, the forward flag is essentially a filter. We could remove forward and just collapse it into a filter that says block everything or don't block everything.
It's like
Yes,
they took
before it
Victor
was
from
all-
A and they cloned him.
Before it is already there. Okay, Zafar, go ahead, and then Victor.
Hi. So I agree with Will because it's just integer comparison, and when I think about the logic that we implemented in Mocktail, so actually I would prefer to implement it because it's like a low hanging fruit for me, and also it makes the relay more smarter, and it's like it makes a better application server. Right? So I agree with Will. Yeah, that's my decision.
Victor?
I mean, I think this is a useful feature. I am very skeptical about the proposed spelling.
Fine.
Which is like to say is like if the feature of being able to filter by those things sounds fine, the idea of having a framework with like very a lot of flexible operands is where I'm skeptical.
Are you saying there's an operand here you don't want to filter on?
Well, it's not just this. It's like I don't like. Why would I want to get only enhancement layers in subgroup filter?
I see. You're saying it's not the individual operands, but the combinations of
You
operands.
can answer that.
Hold on a second. I just want to make sure I understand your point. So it's not that you don't think we should be able to filter on any of these, or that the operations themselves, like greater than, less than, or range, are bad. It's that there are certain combinations that you think are not sensible. Like, I want priority, I only want low priority things.
My question is, can we get like the 99% of the use people functionality that people actually want from this format, the easier spelling?
I eagerly await your alternate from this.
Well, that was what I was trying to propose.
Is that what you want? Are you happy with that?
Which one?
You change forward to be like a publisher priority filter, and you get everything that has a priority lower than the number you stick in the forward value.
That requires filter 1, though.
I'll talk about that in the next hour.
Okay.
It's not optional anymore.
Have we exhausted this discussion and we should let Mo present his like extension to this extension?
Yeah, I mean, the other thing I'll say is like either like Will's right or I'm right. Like this is either a giant, like this is going to choose a logical layer or not. And I think if we have a separate draft and it turns out to be uncontroversial, like I think we should drop it into the MOQ draft. And if it does turn into issue fountain, then and if it's already in MOQ, then we're screwed.
Why are you objecting to the word PR replacing draft in what you just said?
Because if we drop this PR into the MOQ,
we write the PR and decide whether it's controversial or not.
Oh, fine. Like, yeah, I mean, if
I've only heard
and
one
by
argument.
controversial, I don't mean like I don't like this use case or we shouldn't have filters. I mean like spelling. And we're gonna have like 6 issues about spelling and compression.
I agree with Victor that there will be some spelling iteration, but I haven't heard anybody else say the spelling is completely off. We need totally different spelling. Victor's the only one that has probably some constructive feedback on the spelling.
My point is there's going to be like this whole new concept is going to have a lot of wire image refining, respelling, compression, and that's a lot of issues and that's a lot of time. Just as it's been with everything else we've done.
And it supports a lot of cases which we started with, right?
And it could be wrong, in which case we could just consolidate the drafts and that will not be nearly as painful.
So,
Anyway,
but yeah, I get the feeling here that I think we want to hear Mo.
And we new editors for something like that. I mean, Alan doesn't do it.
Yeah. On the higher level, but you wanted to say something? Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. So I want to express my support to this. I think it has a lot of good functionalities. One functionality I like particularly is, for example, the subgroup ID based filtering. Because I recently learned from Alan that for example, this draft hasn't been like fully designed, try to fully optimize view content on-demand stuff, right? And that subscription ID based stuff, subgroup ID based, can be used for example, multiple stream fetch and so on. This I think that makes fetch could also use multiple streams. But I personally don't understand really why that so much difference on fetch for VUD stuff compared to other cases. So, and I've also read this text multiple times. I think this PI is in a good shape, even there's still some very little open discussion. So I support it.
This is our IETF is the most detailed editorial reviews. He thinks this PR is well written. I want a t-shirt.
Are you in the queue?
Yeah, I want to say that I'm sympathetic with Collins that generally we don't solve issues by moving them from one draft to another.
Well, I mean, if the issue is we want to go faster, it is.
And I hear from
But
people
okay.
who are like, your spec is so long. Why, like, it's 100 pages. I don't understand what's going on. Why is it so complicated? So,
All right.
that's the counterpoint.
I'm not the head of the like we should finish soon brigade. So if like my entreaties are not convincing to people, then like I don't. It can be in the MOQ draft. I agree that most people are going to implement it anyway. But okay, so I think we have a strong signal that we want this in some form. That everyone is fine with it being optional to support, and like well, I mean, like a certainly like a second or third order question of like, where does this text live?
I think right now it's just in the parameter section.
Yeah, right. So, I don't know. Should we take like a show of hands on this draft thing? Sure. What do we think?
Can we do most? Let's do most thing first. Yeah. And then
let's do most presentation first.
I feel like
we'll revisit this.
I'm making.
I have an interrupt that doesn't have to do with this.
Yeah,
that's okay. Dinner. So I have a dinner question. If this is a good pause point for it.
Why not?
Yes. Yeah. Okay. We got two options here, both for like 4:40, 5:45, or 6 o'clock, and it would be Indian food for in the sort of $50 Canadian per person range, or gastropub that's probably in the $50 to $75 per person range. So how do we resolve like
number two?
Number two. Okay, everybody for number twos.
Yeah, fun too.
Okay.
Did you say that we just switched from 7 to 6?
Allegedly.
Yeah, and do it at 6. I won't be able to make it. But like,
I mean, if no one's gonna go, then are you in on that?
Can we do both?
No, look,
let's move the time back to 6. We moved the time to 6, so I think you can do both.
You might have to digital. You might have to move a little early. Order it and get that.
I mean, I can ask. Emily said you can do 5:45 or 6, so we could say 5:45 for dinner at a gastropub.
Yeah.
How many people are in?
We can survive. Okay. Yeah.
Let's do it.
All right.
Walkable from here.
Yeah, I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We're not missing anyone, right? Okay.
Thank you.
Consensus is it'll be in a separate draft pub and.
Okay. So what I hear is everyone wants to hear Mo's talk. So why don't we go to Mo's talk, and then at the conclusion of that, we'll have a little discussion, and then Magnus and/or I will have a show of hands on where should this live. And where does this initially live? Because I think, yes. All right.
So I guess I got to really put on my marketing hat here.
Yes.
Well, I think everyone's fine with it. I think the actual technical thing we've reached pretty good agreement on, or the high level technical issue, which you should have these filters that they should be on.
Should have some filters somewhere.
And like
probably, but not everyone wants them.
The spelling is a thing, and like
I agree, spelling's a thing.
But you know, we can eventually get to yes on that, I think, so after some amount of time.
Are you guys going to share it? Or- I'm not in the WebEx yet, but I can join if you need me to.
What would you like us to do?
If you could share it, that.
All right, let me find my.
Faster than joining the WebEx. I don't even know where the WebEx is posted. Is it in the agenda?
Oh,
let's see.
Or it's in the. It's just in the.
You need to be in the afternoon session.
It's in the what, Alan?
If you go to the
Just have
like,
share.
if you go to data tracker, MOQ,
I'm fine. I'm
meetings.
fine. I've got it. Let's see, filters for many tracks. Okay, here we go. There we go. All right. All right. There you go.
Okay, so the last talk was about filtering objects on a single track. Okay, this is about filtering across multiple tracks. The same filter happening across multiple tracks, not just objects on one single track. Next slide. And
no objection to the title slide.
I object to all title slides.
And why? Because there's a lot of use cases that really need to be able to apply this filter across many tracks, all in the same namespace. Next slide. Here's the use cases. So these are not like, fringe things. These are like very common, very common applications, meetings, security cams, viral videos. They all share the same common theme. You have many publishers or a single publisher with many tracks. So you have these many tracks, hundreds, thousands, who knows, maybe even millions. But you don't want to deliver all of those tracks. Different subscribers may have different interests in a small subset of those tracks. And so for the meetings case, you have a bunch of people in a meeting, but only the last 4 active speakers are what most subscribers want to see. Some subscribers may want, the 16 or 3 most active. Different subscribers can have different preferences. But the key is that there's a metric that each publisher can put into their objects that can help all of the relays figure out who is the most active or who should be selected. Security cameras, you have a bunch of cameras canvassing a venue, and you only want to see whatever can fit on the security guard's monitor. He's got a 4x4 or 2x2 grid, whatever monitor. The suspicious activity metric, again, comes from each publisher. Each camera publishing stream has a metric that it embeds in the objects of what it considers suspicious activity or something that a relay network can compare against. You can have viral videos where you have a bunch of video feeds and you're scrolling through them and you only want to see what can fit on your screen. So the top 4, 16, whatever that can fit on a screen. And the upvotes that go to the publisher is the metric that everybody is using to filter. So those are all traditional media use cases. Beyond media, even for general things like sensors or telemetry, you could have a bunch of temperature sensors or a bunch of hotel, security incident sensors that are monitoring either real physical things or monitoring, virtual, software things. And you only want to see the top 4 hits, top 4 hottest temperatures, top 4 most serious, security incidents, whatever you think the sensors or emitters are announcing as their metric for what's the most important. And then a really new use case that Will and I came up with in Madrid was because MOQ right now is really only thinking about the forward direction of fan out from one publisher to many subscribers. We haven't at all considered the reverse path. We've been talking a lot about feedback tracks, but we had never really considered about how they would actually work. This would allow the feedback tracks to actually be something you could start using MOQ for. Instead of the forward direction fan out, now you can get the reverse direction aggregation. So all of those feedback tracks that come from millions of subscribers would not overwhelm that single publisher. They could be aggregated by the feedback network, by the relay network, to aggregate those feedback signals into just a few unique ones going back to the publisher. So we could even implement something like New Group with something like this. If New Group was a feedback signal on a feedback track from thousands of subscribers back to that publisher, the relay network would aggregate them and give a single one back to the original publisher. And then finally, something like ABR videos, you have 10 or 100 different resolutions on, in a YouTube reel, then you can just say, I want the highest quality one that fits within my current bandwidth limits. All right, so next slide. Those are some of the use cases. How do we do those today? So before MOQ, you have a bunch of app servers that do this, right? So you have app servers at all the places where you would have had a relay network node. You have these app servers, and those app servers have to receive all of the tracks from all of the publishers. And then they filter using their own app logic, which one is the most important to forward to the subscribers. And then it has to republish, not just going directly from original publisher to in subscriber. It has to republish that from the app server down to the subscribers. So that's what happens today. If you implement MOQ and you do your exact same architecture as your current architecture, then you're going to have relay networks that basically do nothing but forward a bunch of things up to an app server. The app server does all the logic and then republishes everything back down to a MOQ distribution relay network. What happens then is you're flooding that ingest network with all of the tracks from all of the publishers unnecessarily. All of that traffic bottlenecks both the relay network and your app servers. Go ahead.
A clarifying question. So I agree that this is a huge problem with the draft as it stands. But if we have track filtering, can these ingest tracks be filtered to a puny number of objects because none of the objects meet the various criteria that we've done? Like, why do we need the superstructure of tracks on top of that?
I'll get to that in a second. So basically, the object filters only work on a single track.
Right.
What's going to be proposed here is you can do this on an entire namespace. So you don't have to individually, if you had 1 million subscribers to you, you're not going to subscribe to 1 million feedback tracks, are you? No.
Okay.
Right? If you had 1,000 subscribers, do you want to subscribe to 1,000 feedback tracks? You could just subscribe to your feedback track namespace. And everybody that's a subscriber to you will be publishing feedback on that feedback track namespace under their own names so they don't collide. And that will come back to you aggregated by the relay network.
Okay, I'm going to clarify the clarifying here. So, and this is maybe should be for a full proposal, but you're saying like, so today, if I subscribe namespace, I get a publish message for every track that is in that namespace. And what you're saying is, I'm going to send a subscribe namespace, and I'm going to get a publish message for a subset of tracks in the namespace.
Let's table that until we get the spelling.
Okay.
First, just the use cases. Okay. So,
okay.
So clearly today, if you do things the way that your current architecture is, and you just put MOQ on top of it, you're going to get this hairpinning of all the data onto your app servers, and you're going to flood the relay network, and you're going to flood your app servers with all this extra traffic, and you're going to republish, and you're going to add latency. So most of the traffic you're going to discard. You're not even going to use it because it's not part of the selection. It's not going to win the selection algorithm. So most of that traffic is even discarded. Even the stuff that is selected and gets forwarded incurs higher latency because now it has to go through your app servers instead of the optimal relay network path. So that's what happens today if you do things naively.
So I'm sorry. So the previous presentation about object filtering reduces your object traffic. You're trying to reduce control message traffic by limiting the number of publishes.
Yes.
Got it. Okay, that makes sense.
And not just also subscribe, unsubscribe, churn. I'll get to that too.
Control messages. Yeah, got it.
So here's an alternative. If you're a little bit smarter and you mock better, you think, okay, wait a minute, I don't want to do this the same way. I'm going to use MOQ's ability to fan out better. So I'll say, instead of sending everything to my app servers and then have them republish everything down, I'm just going to send the metadata track of my metric. So each publisher, it's publishing its real data, but it's also publishing a metric as a separate metadata track. And only those metadata tracks go to my app servers. My app servers are not in the path of the real media flow anymore, the real app flow. The objects don't go to the media servers. The metrics go up to the media servers, to the app servers, and they run that application logic to filter and decide, and they select which ones come back, and then they distribute that through the MOQ network, and they say, relays send all these metadatas down to all the subscribers. The subscribers then have the metadata to know who's selected, but then they have to actually unsubscribe and resubscribe really, really fast as the selection algorithm changes which tracks they should get. That's an incredible sustained storm of control messages that MOQ is not designed to support. And so you're going to flood the relay networks with a bunch of control messages, and that metadata adds latency because now you have to wait for the metadata to propagate through your app servers and come back down to the receivers. And then the receivers have to turn around and subscribe, unsubscribe to get the tracks that they wanted. So it adds even more latency than the previous naive approach. So both solutions really, really suck. And the metadata itself can be a lot. Like if you have millions of subscribers, even if they're single byte metadatas, that's a ton of objects floating around to get just who you should subscribe to. So all the solutions suck without something that can operate across all of these tracks. Next slide, please. What we would really like to do is use the MOQ relay network. The whole purpose of MOQ is to support distribution of things without the publisher knowing all of the endpoints that it's going to. So this whole power of MOQ can work in both directions. You can do fan out to publish something to millions, and you can get fan in to get feedback back from millions in an optimized, efficient way. So the point of this is the MOQ relay network becomes the app server filter and selection logic. You don't put app servers anymore. You don't have to have instances in every single global location that you want. You just have to have a CDN, a relay network that exists in all the places that you want, and all the selection and filtering logic can happen in those nodes. And that makes the bandwidth and compute much lower on both the relay network and all of your app servers. You can probably decommission 90% of your app servers. And the really beautiful part is that on any single path, you always are guaranteed that this prunes that single path, no matter how many subscribers there are, no matter how many publishers there are, this will prune every single path to only the number that you've actually selected. If your algorithm says only pick the top one, it doesn't matter if there's a million tracks out there, only one track will ever be forwarded across any path in the MOQ relay network or your app servers or your endpoints. So you get really, really low bandwidth across all the links that matter. So that's the ideal solution. So before we go into any spelling of anything, the whole point is whether or not we think this has enough use cases and enough merit to implement anything at all. Whether it's complex or whether it's simple, doesn't even matter. Is it something that people want to do and see a value in doing?
Do you think this eliminates the need for multi-publisher?
We actually started, we've been doing this for over a year. We started with doing things with multi-publisher. We started the naive ways, and we started with the metadata tracks, and we looked at, okay, multi-publisher, hacking multi-publisher with different group numbers, hacking multi-publisher with, stealing bits from the object ID or other fields, or track name.
I mean, the reason I ask, it sounds like multi-publisher is a different way to try to minimize the number of subscribers you're making. But frankly, I find that very hard to reason about. And if this replaces multi-publisher, I'm 100% in on it.
This removes the hack of multi-publisher because you can have actual names for your publishers instead of them being forced to use group ID or object ID or something else that doesn't violate the MOQ. All right, so that's the main thing is if people think that this is worth doing, then let's go to the spelling.
I can share some implementation experience where we started with the metadata track because we thought that would solve the problem because we don't have to send all the video to the central server and then drop 90% of it when it has distributed, and then we went to the metadata track and more on for 10 users works great. Make it 100, 200, 300. The subscribe storm is more higher and the latency is more higher too. And if we are expecting MOQ to support like 10,000 to 100,000 users, and it falls really quick. Now, every 100 users you add to the end solution. I see if we can come up with spelling of it which is clear and get to a point where we can implement it without having a lot of edge use cases. I think this is really powerful to have. Okay.
What's the difference between wildcard subscribe and this?
This is wildcard subscribe.
This is a filtered
wildcard. Effectively, right?
This is a filtered wildcard.
Well,
When we get into the spelling, I'll show exactly what kind of subscribe this is, but it is a wildcard subscribe.
Also, while you were out, we sort of added wildcard subscribe via subscribe namespace and publish. So like it's sort of already.
I've already
Anyway, so it's there, but this is like the idea of like it works great if there's 10. I say subscribe namespace, there's 10 there, I get all 10. But I think most cases, like I say subscribe to namespace, and there's a million, and I just create a big problem for myself.
I think this will be the single most important thing in MOQ is to be able to leverage the relay network to replace your current servers. And this allows the relay network to replace a lot more than just, duplication, packet duplication. This allows them to actually replace business logic that you're doing to filter and select things. So now you can embed your filter and selection logic inside of the relay network.
Unironically, it was a joke, but why don't you just ship like a script or something? Like this is what you guys are trying to do, right? Like you're trying to tell the relay, we want this filter over these tracks, over these different namespaces and whatever. It almost seems inevitable if that's what put your business logic on the relay.
So just like Berkeley packet filter.
Exactly.
Format
That's what I'm trying to get at.
So if we ever go down a route of extensions, you could extend the kinds of filters that you want to have a more complicated filter. But certainly for MOQ v1, I think when we get to implementation experience, this filter is so simple that it probably even helps implementations remove the crap that they've got now and consolidate it to a single ingress decision point egress filter.
Next person to say BPF goes to is scribed.
Said Blossom. Is that shower too?
All right, so let's go to spelling.
I just want to say, like, I think, I mean, I'm a little bit worried. I mean, what I heard you just say is that, like, the restricted set of things you can do is the feature, and everyone will love to do things more simply in their lives. But I do worry that, like, we're going to cover 90% of what we need with the simple things that we all understand now. And then this last 10% is going to be unachievable, or we're going to be forever extending this little bit of things that you can filter this way. Like, oh, today we have top end, but tomorrow we need, minimax distribution, random selection.
Yeah,
like,
I agree. There's no end to this. This doesn't. It's not a sledgehammer. This is everything.
That made Mark feel much better.
I mean, this is not going to solve all the world's problems in V1. I think this will cover, the vast majority of use cases that we've thought about. But there's plenty that we haven't thought about, and I'll cover two at the very end that are still unsolved. We may find a solution in the next couple of months, but maybe they'll end up being unsolved in V1. But I think it covers virtually all the real use cases that people care about for conferencing, for large live streams, for feedback aggregation, for all the things that really matter. I think it already covers it with a simple filter. So the design has three major pillars. So don't get into the details of the spelling, but this is the three major things that it needs to work. First of all is to obviously subscribe not just to a single name like we do today, but to subscribe to an entire population. The simplest way is to subscribe to an entire namespace. Okay, so we just eliminate the name. And we can talk about the spelling of how you eliminate name, whether you can have a zero-length name, meaning there's no name, and so it's the whole namespace, or whether we want to make the name itself optional in some way, make it a parameter or something, so that there's a distinction between null name and wildcard name.
Why is this not subscribed namespace?
Was what?
Why is it not?
Next slide, we'll talk about subscribe namespace. Right. So again, this is not subscribe namespace. This is subscribe with no name. So you just, the simplest way would be subscribe, and you put a null name. You put a zero-length name.
A namespace, but no name.
Yes, you put the namespace that you want to get all the tracks for, and you put no name. You put a zero-length name. That would be the simplest way. And then you have to also specify how many tracks do you want out of that namespace. Okay, so let's say only top one. So you just say, specify in your subscribe, I only want one top track, or I only want 4 top tracks, whatever the number is. And then you have to say, how are you evaluating what is the top track? What is the metric that you're using to evaluate top track? And so that's the operand that was in the object filters. That's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 list of things that you want to use to compare against. And one of them is extension ID. So that greatly opens up the space, almost infinitely, of what you could use your relay network nodes to compare against. And the key thing is that this metric has to be sent by all the publishers and their objects. Okay, so this is coming in the data plane objects themselves. This metric is coming in some object header, whether it's a real object fixed header or extension header. It's coming in every single object, and the relay network is operating on those objects to decide from ingress, decision point, to egress. Next slide. Okay, so why not subscribe namespace? This is kind of a rant, but I think we've totally confused the purposes of announcements and subscribe namespaces. And by calling them subscribe namespace and publish namespace, we've kind of conflated them with what real publish and subscribe are about. I think it's better to go back to publish and subscribe are about the objects. You're subscribing a stream of objects. You're publishing a stream of objects. Announcements and subscribe namespace are about name discovery. And I think it makes more sense for us to totally separate that out in the protocol and clarify that name discovery is a separate thing. And there may be some apps that never do name discovery. And there may be some apps that live off of name discovery and don't do anything else. So we should be clarifying that name discovery is a different thing than delivering objects. And so subscribe namespace is about name discovery. I want to know what the name is. Doesn't mean I want the data of the track. So this is not about, I want to know who those million people are. I don't care who those million people are. I don't care what their names are. I don't want to know their names. All I want to know is the metric that I'm giving you, which of the top three of those. So not subscribe namespace because we don't want to do name discovery here. And like I mentioned, publish namespace is also confusing. We should go back to announce, I think, and it should be announce names. So we should have discover names and announce names, and announce namespace or announce names should also be allowed to announce an individual name, not just an entire namespace.
So can I ask, are you asking to read, you don't want subscribe namespace to forward publish anymore?
We'll
irrespective of filters, is that part of your proposal?
The way that if publish namespace could be changed to be called announce names, and it can announce a single name, not just an entire namespace, that should be the response to subscribe namespace or discover names. That should be the response, not a publish.
So how do I get a publish?
Publish is I'm going to send you objects. So we're conflating discovery of the name with sending objects. Publish is I'm sending you objects. And now we've turned it to mean I subscribe namespace, I'm going to get a publish. That means the guy's going to publish me objects. I don't want objects. I just want to know his name. There's two totally different things. And we're conflating them.
I kind of understand what you're saying. I'm just trying to understand how central it is to your proposal.
It's not central. It's not central.
Okay.
So the key here point is that the subscribe has to be over an entire namespace. Whether we do it with subscribe namespace and bring all the fields from subscribe into subscribe namespace, that's doable too. But I think that totally pollutes and conflates what subscribe namespace was about, which is name discovery. Now you're gonna have to bring all these subscription filter level things into name discovery, which don't make sense. Whether or not something is forwarded, whether objects are going to be forwarded, all that stuff doesn't make sense for subscribe namespace. I just want to know what the names are, not get objects from them.
Okay, so there's a PR which is going to land soon, which is about when you subscribe namespace, you can control the default forward behavior. So,
and I disagree with that because again, that conflates with why did you send a subscribe namespace? Are you trying to do name discovery or are you trying to get objects?
Okay, I think I hear what you're saying, and I tend to agree that there's probably two separate use cases here, which we have merged into one, right? Like today it does both things, and that you might only want to know, because today what happens if I issue subscribe namespace, I will learn about all the names because I will get publishes back. But that also essentially establishes subscriptions.
And if you want to establish subscriptions, that means subscribe namespace is going to have to bring all the fields of subscribe. It cannot just say whether or not you want to forward. That's the tip of the iceberg. Whether or not
there's also a PR for that, which Ian wrote like.
So then you're going to end up being subscribe namespace is going to be all the stuff from subscribe back in, but on a namespace level. So that makes no sense to me. That's if the purpose of subscribe namespace is name discovery, that has nothing to do with object forwarding, and we shouldn't make it do object forwarding. If people want to have it object forwarding also, then you have to bring everything from subscribe. Why would you not? What would not be present in subscribe namespace from subscribe if you wanted to get objects with it?
I do sort of feel like that's a sort of orthogonal.
I think
we're
veering off.
I wish I had like a physical stamp, half deadline stamp, because I feel like we decided on subscribe.
I think it's reasonable. Okay, I don't want to talk about it anymore here.
So would this be important for filtering right now, right, in the discussion? If this is not there or differently.
It doesn't matter whether we put these filters in subscribe or subscribe namespace.
Then
the current spelling puts them in subscribe because you need all the stuff in subscribe, and none of that stuff is in subscribe namespace. So we'd have to pull a lot of things. The PR would be much bigger, and the changes to subscribe namespace would be much bigger than the change to subscribe. You're going to see the change to subscribe is like nothing. There actually is no change to subscribe. There's only a change to the object filters, 2 lines.
We move along. Yeah.
Next slide. So the next 2 major pillars are specifying how many tracks you want and what metric is used to evaluate that selection. And so there's 2 options for that. The first option is what Ian mentioned. Use the existing forward flag in subscribe and use the existing priorities in the published objects. I think there's some problems with that, which we'll get into in the next slide. The other option is to use the object filter that Alan just presented in the last hour and extend that to support these new things, the top tracks and the selection metric. And that's what I think is the best path forward. So that's what we'll get into the spelling of. Next slide. So first I want
to comment. I completely agree that the suggestion I made is not as robust as like arbitrary object, filtering and such, especially when you start talking about like parameters and all of that stuff. Like it was kind of more aimed at a like, can we get 90% of the functionality for like 2% of the work kind of thing.
This is it. This is exactly what you were proposing, right? So option one is to use the current forward flag in subscribe, but instead of letting it be a binary flag, let it be greater than 1. If you want to say, I want 4 tracks, you put forward equals 4.
Actually, I was thinking if you want all things with a priority less than 4, but it's different. Yeah.
This, you're using it for the number of tracks. I was using it for objects.
I was thinking publisher quality.
Objects that have a certain priority within a single track.
Okay, so that doesn't even solve this. So the real use case we want is how you want to limit number of tracks. It's not useful to say I only want the ones of a certain priority, because if you have 1 million subscribers, the odds are, you won't have 255 priorities, right? So you're going to have 250,000 subscribers at the same priority.
But someone has to. I guess my point is priority is just a number you stick on the wire. So like someone should do the right thing and pick the right number.
But if you say, give me everything that matches this number, you are guaranteed to get thousands or millions of them if your population is 255 times 1,000 or 1,000,000, right? Because you only have 255 priorities. You're going to have collisions. Once you go beyond 255, you're guaranteed to have at least one collision, right?
Let me insert something here. I mean, I think the issue is that the people publishing these numbers have no way to coordinate them between themselves. So like if you're trying to use the volume level of a speaker to do active speaker,
right?
Like you can't coordinate that across all the clients. Or if it's security cameras that are leaking suspicious video, like they can't coordinate those numbers between them exactly. They're just giving a rating from 0 to 100%.
And that's the key design feature, is that this is not coordinated by some central entity. This is distributed. These are distributed calculations happening in a coordinated way. They all have to have the same algorithm to compute the same thing. But what they come up with is not in any way shared across anything other than the relay network is the first one that's going to see and be able to aggregate these things. Nobody else has seen or aggregated these numbers. So I thought your proposal was that forward indicated the number of tracks you wanted to see, not whether or not.
I think you were talking about 2 different things. I think you should keep going with your.
You could make it do that, I guess. But I was trying to pick something simpler.
But even the object filter would have already done that, right? Alan's object filter, you could already say priority.
Ian was a different spelling of the object filter.
Yeah.
So I misinterpreted. I thought you wanted to support top in with that. But so real quick, the problem with using forward is you have a limit of 255, and the problem with priorities is you also have a limit of 255. So on the limit of 255 tracks, that may be okay for most media use cases. I think it's probably okay. But for non-media use cases, I think that could easily be an unreasonable limit.
Just raise the priority again. I'm just devil's advocate, like just make it varant again. Does that fix the issue?
So again, yes, you could increase forward to varant, you could increase priority to varant, and it would remove the 255 things. What it doesn't remove is that there's also an interaction with for forward, the pause resume ability. The whole point of forward is to be able to turn on and off something. So now you have to respecify the entire filter every time. If you just wanted to mute or unmute this entire, so the typical thing is like, you say you had 1,000 speakers and you only want to see the one active speaker, right? You have 1,000 participants, one active speaker. So you're only getting one. You said top one track, right? Now, if you just want to, hide your video window, right? You switch to another application. You just want to mute the incoming stream, right? You just want to squelch the incoming stream. You do forward 0. Right. So conflating with forward 0 or 1, you can't just say forward 1 anymore. Now you have to put forward with your full filter set again. Forward 1 doesn't. that doesn't work anymore. You have to say, I give you the full filter set again.
So we're overdue for break, and this is not your preferred option, so can we just move to your
Yeah.
preferred option? Okay.
Option 2.
Well, just real quick, in that example you just gave, is that not the top speaker there? Don't they have 2 tracks? Like audio and video?
Oh,
so
so-
for top end.
Yeah, but I'm assuming that those would be different namespaces. So if you want a
Different
selection of an audio namespace and a video namespace, there'll be two different namespaces, and you pick you have a filter on both of them.
Kind of has implications for namespace design that maybe people don't like. That's different than when Luke was talking about in his application.
And actually, our metrics are even different. For audio switching and video switching, our metrics are different. So you specify 2 different metrics. So this is what I recommend as the preferred path for the PRs to extend the current object filter. And the extension is pretty simple. There's only stealing a bit from the operands. So right now there's only 5 operands, and we have 7 bits. So don't need any of those. Only need 3 bits right today. So you steal a bit from the operand, and you turn that bit into a top tracks flag. A top tracks flag basically tells the relay that this filter is across the entire namespace, and I only want a certain number of top tracks. And that number of top tracks is in the values. So values typically would be ranges that you want for whatever metric you picked. But now the values is how many tracks do I want? I only want 3 tracks. Then that's what I put in the values.
Oh, if you have top tracks, then values has to be like
Yes.
1.
So if you set top tracks flag equals 1, then you have one single thing in the values array.
Yeah.
And that value means that's how many tracks you want. 1 track, 2 tracks.
I might be out of date, but how does the relay know all the tracks that exist in a namespace?
It doesn't.
They show up.
They just show up with publish, right? But with subscribe, it doesn't have any idea what tracks exist.
That's a general question for relay routing in general. Right?
But you're saying
they have to get announced. You don't have to
With
get
publish, they know they exist.
No. Again, we're conflating.
Subscribe needs to work. Right.
We don't have a track discovery mechanism. We have a namespace.
Announce is supposed to be that mechanism, right?
Well, it's for a namespace, but yes.
But in production networks, we probably would not use announce. There's probably going to be some other way that a production relay network will decide what the relay routing is going to be towards an origin. It's probably something that is different relay networks will have a way to do it. I don't think they're going to be using announces for.
I'm just saying you need tracks in announce for this.
But that's a general problem. That's how does subscription ever get to a publisher? Right?
I mean, we fixed that today with subscribe namespace plus publish. But you're
No. You didn't fix it with publish. You can do it with announce, right?
Not in the draft. Announce has never announced a single track name. The only way to get a single track name is to subscribe namespaces and get a publish for it.
You can announce your entire namespace.
The question Luke is asking is even much more basic than this. If you've got 2 relays and somebody, you published a full track name on one side and you subscribe to that same full track name on the other side, that's supposed to work.
It does work.
Right.
Be a namespace.
Yeah. No, you just subscribe to the actual track name.
That works. You catch about a year worth of drafts.
There's some magic that makes
the
it work.
relays need to have that information available one way or another.
No, but I
so
think,
they can
but I
make
do
it
hear what
subscribe.
Luke is saying, which is that if the model is that the track names only become known at the relay when the end clients subscribe to them specifically, which is how it worked up until draft 11. Then this doesn't exactly work.
This
Because
works.
announce unless you're saying now when I announce, I have to announce the full list of names in order to make this work. Yeah, I think Luke's right.
Victor?
Yeah, I mean, it's worked up to draft 11, and it still can work that way, right? We've not removed announce or subscribe.
I'm just saying it doesn't work with this. This won't work with that.
Yeah, the problem with this specifically is this assumes that the way you do let's say active speaker discovery, and you pick the top 4 by volume. The problem is this assumes that everyone is actively publishing nonstop to the relay network.
They joined the app joined the session. So yes, Luke's question was how did the relay network even know that those things exist? Because they joined, they're part of the application. They joined at some other node. They didn't join at the subscribe node, but they joined the relay network and did a announce or publish or something. They are in this conference. They are in this session. They have joined the namespace for this whole thing. So they are actively publishing. That publication is not making it to the subscriber because the subscriber hasn't subscribed, but they are publishing. And so the relay network magic is supposed to distribute that publish or that announcement throughout the whole relay network so the subscriber anywhere in the world can be able to get it, right? So this has nothing to do with.
I think it works in both the flows.
This has nothing to do with that problem, right? That problem should already be fixed today by something in MOQ.
If not, MOQ is not working.
Yeah. What? It's unspecified.
Work with both the flows because unless you send a publish to a subscriber, he does say, okay, there's no, that's in the relay knows because it's forwarding the publish to the subscriber. It knows about the track.
Imagine a world, say you're using only draft 11, which has no notion of publish, and it has no way to announce the name of an individual track.
Just the namespace.
Just the namespace. Then this won't work.
MOQ doesn't work. This has nothing to do with this. MOQ would not work, right? You have 1,000 people and they all have,
Right.
and
What
they
I'm
have no
saying
way to announce their
is you can't
tracks.
add, if you try to add this feature.
Right. This is nothing about this feature. There's nothing.
What are we talking about?
Whoa.
Let's say
Nothing about describing to us why Dash 11 got
let's say
changed
there's no
to Dash
filtering.
12, right?
Let's say there's no filtering. Forget this feature. There's no filtering at all. The meeting doesn't work. If you had 1,000 subscribers and they all just sent what? Publish?
You have to have some track name, you subscribe to catalog. For
Right.
example,
Yeah.
the catalog contains the track names.
Right.
Now the relay doesn't know what the track names are.
Let's say none of them know anything about track names. Everybody subscribes to some track names. Nobody is publishing that track, right? They can't send a publish. So how can anybody send anything? Where did the subscribe go to?
Announce is a namespace, and it relays route based on the namespace.
Who did the announce? Who did the
original? The publisher. They didn't do a publish. They did an announce.
Why did they
That's the
relay
clarification?
names, right? Like how?
All right, but I think we
It doesn't matter.
We lost the thread
It's the
here.
implementation detail. Like,
Yeah. You have this top tracks flag. Top based on what? What's the filtering criteria?
Okay, so that's the metric that you're using.
Okay.
The metric that you're using is the operand. Okay, so do I want the top based on the object ID, or based on the group ID, or based on the extension header ID? That's the metric that you're specifying in the operand. And so you want the top values, or if you do the negation flag, you want the bottom values. So normally you get the highest values, and if you want to negate it and get the lowest values, you set the negation flag. So do you want the lowest object IDs or the highest object IDs, or if you want only object ID 0, you can implement a filter. I'll talk about that later, but you can implement multiple of these filters, right? You have
most of those are like nonsensical. I'm going to be totally honest. Like the top object IDs is like silly.
Top end subgroup IDs is
like
yeah.
the only one. I mean, publisher priority makes sense, and like extension headers I think makes sense.
Extension
where
headers
it's
make the most sense.
Group ID might make sense too.
Yeah.
Sorry, subgroup ID is what I should say.
Oh yeah,
subgroup.
But subgroup ID is like almost always correlated with priority. Publisher priority, so it's like
Most
yeah,
likely
here
those,
we go.
most
Yeah,
likely
yeah,
those
yeah. So
other
they're-
ones you'd use with the
But the extension
standard
thing
filter.
is, yeah. So I'm just trying to figure out like which cases we're talking about. Okay.
The vast majority of times you're going to use the top end with your own metric. And so
It's-
your
it's
own
either
metric
prior-
is going to be an extension most likely. You're going to create the metric based on your app needs. So it's probably going to be an extension.
Yeah.
Okay, so are these extensions, they all require ordering?
Require what?
This only works for things that are ordered.
Variant. It has to be the numeric extensions.
It's like even type extensions.
The variant extensions.
Yeah, we said
Not the byte.
the previous
Variant
proposal.
comparisons.
You can't do equals, which I'm actually not sure. If I was going to do filtering, I actually would want equals, but that's still a different question.
No, you can do equals with the regular object filter. This is not mutually exclusive.
okay.
with regular
Okay,
objects.
so this
So
is in addition to that.
this
This
is-
is the counter.
This is just another filter, and we're going to say that you can say, how many of these filters do you allow at setup or something, right? So you can say 5 filters.
You can say no.
Then you can say 3 regular ones and then 1 top end one.
If you have 2 top end, can you have more than 1 top end with different metrics? And how does that work?
All the filters all cause restriction, right? Every filter causes restriction.
So I can sort by A and then by B?
Yes, you would restrict it to this and then to that.
Yeah, you go.
And then you
the
base
order.
around a sort order and pick X most highest
reorder
values.
that
or-
filter chain later.
So I want to clarify that this is different from just copying like an object filter onto every publish that comes in for a namespace, because you are literally only going to get a publish for the top end tracks.
Let's go to the, so
Keep
let's
going
talk about
through the
publish.
mechanics, yeah.
Let's talk
Okay,
about publish.
okay.
So I think we can skip this. The option 3 is just, those are not the only 2 spellings. You could do a bunch of other spellings. I don't like the option 3, but I just put it out there so people want to look at other spellings. More details. So like I just said, you could have multiple of these filters. You could have multiple single track filters, the traditional object filters. Those would get evaluated first, not the top end ones, but the regular object filters without top end. Those get evaluated first, and then you evaluate the top end. And yeah, you could do multiple top ends. I can't think of many apps that would want to do multiple top ends, but you would probably have to have a rule that it would be in ascending order of top ends, because otherwise, descending order of top ends, because otherwise you'd be overly restrictive and the other filters wouldn't hit. You have to support tiebreakers. So your metrics are computed distributed, right? So they're not coordinated anyway. So you most likely will have collisions. When you have a tie, you have to decide how do you resolve that tie. I think the simplest mechanism is to keep the old track that's selected, not pick the new track. If applications want to pick the new track, they would implement some kind of time bits in their metric. So if you want freshness to be part of the selection criteria, you add freshness into your metric.
You're saying that does not have to be release headache. It should be applications.
Right. It has nothing to do with the relay. The relay logic is still, like Will said, comparing variants. Just like object ID, subgroup ID, whatever. It's just comparing 2 variants and deciding whether to drop this object or forward it on the egress leg. That's the entire operation of the relay filtering logic. Okay, so this is what people were asking about, publish. So now, when you get something new that's being selected, the subscriber has never seen it, right? And so it has to know the track alias and the track name, because otherwise when it gets an ingress stream, never seen before, it needs to know the track alias and the track name. So the question is, how do we deliver those? One way is to send a publish. Whenever the relay network decides to select something new, it will send a publish to that subscriber to announce the name and the alias. But that gets pretty chatty, because now you may have a publish storm upon selection. It's not as bad as the full control message storm without this. It's only on when there are new selection changes, and that probably doesn't happen that much, and it's a small number, but still, it's a bunch of control messages that are racing the data plane streams that are being forwarded to the subscriber. So I personally would not like to see that published. I think it'd be better if we could communicate the track alias and name as extensions in the data plane, so the relay forwards those with the stream that comes down, instead of having to send another publish message. But we could go either way.
I mean, I think on that one, I sort of end up on the separate way that this is going to have to happen. Sort of the knowledge of that happens seems like it would be figured out in the control plane, and it seems like that publish message is going to be going over the same QUIC channel, like QUIC. I mean, it's going to be on the same QUIC connection as everything else. Like I think that publish is going to land there just as fast. I think I lean towards using a publish message, set that up versus trying to do something data plane. Because unfortunately, the thing to decide you need to do that, I think, is in the control plane flow, not the data plane flow as much. But we could reason through that. But I think I sort of differ a little bit.
So I very much think it should be a publish and not like changing the stuff we send and publish. Like if you somehow allow like data to be sent in the control plane without establishing the subscription view, without establishing the subscription in the control plane, and then data starts flowing, like it breaks everything that we currently have. So like, I'd rather not.
So sending the publish just means we need to go through the spelling of it to make sure that all of the fields of publish make sense. Next slide, we'll get into some of those details. There are more. Next slide. Yeah, so there are more details in publish. If you pick the publish path, there are things in publish that may differ across all these newly selected publishers, right?
Yeah.
So these other fields in publish, delivery timeout, max cache duration, publisher priority, all those things could differ.
That's why that's why you have to send to publish.
Yeah.
So you communicate them.
are we okay with letting the solution be so flexible that all these things can change every time a selection happens? We're allowing the new publishers to have different values for all of these things.
I think it makes more sense with like the house of cards we've currently built. If you like, will work much better. If
Okay,
you
I thought
let
there'd be more pushback against this.
Now-
That you're gonna have.
If you put control messages in the extensions, you've broken everything.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
No, but it's not the control message. It's
like
no, your track names and all that. No,
we're
that's
talking about adding a track header in some other PR, right? The track header will eventually have, I guarantee you, the alias in the name. I guarantee you that's gonna happen.
All right.
I guarantee you that will happen.
Okay. Well, let's. We already have plenty of things to disagree about.
We want to put the entire catalog in it, segments in it. There's going to be a track name in there. There's going to be a track.
My question is, do you unsubscribe? Or sorry, do you publish done the old? Let's say I had top 3 and a new thing came and kicked the old one out. Do I publish done that old one, or does it go more like forward 0?
So again, the whole purpose of this, the design motivation is to avoid control message storms. So I would bias against anything that adds a lot more control messages. Now, if you got to send equivalent information somewhere else, no, do it in the control message. If people don't like sending things in the data plane, that would be the same volume as if they were sent in the control plane. Let's stick with the control plane. But if something can be eliminated and never sent, let's go that way.
I guess what I'm saying is like, does the subscript like I had top N, the first 3 things, I had top 3, the first 3 came, publish. I'm like, great, okay, and data is flowing. And then it changes. One of those things gets kicked out. So there's 2 options. One is I just add a 4th, like I stop receiving objects on the old number 3.
Yes.
And its subscription still exists. And I would potentially receive more objects on it without establishing a new subscription there.
Yes.
I can always unsubscribe and expires, our best friend, still applies.
That's the design that I was originally, if we go down the publish route, that's the design that I was expecting, is that there's not an explicit publish done or anything like that, or there's not a, subscribe, cancel, or
So I would still potentially end up with 1 million subscriptions if they like all.
No, if they were selected. If
selected.
they were individually selected, but they may come back, right?
Yeah.
The reason that you got them is because it was selected as active. It may come back active. And so do you want to publish again?
Yeah, no.
So-
I just want to make sure I understand what your proposal is. Okay, that makes sense.
Just from a use case point of view, if you just take top 10 and there's a new 11th one, you need to know which, wills no longer should be shown on the screen, right? The client does need to know which
You
one.
need something. You need some information.
You need to know that it's no longer selected.
Yes, you have the metric too. The metric is coordinated in the app, right? The app is both the subscriber and the publisher, and the subscriber sees the metric when it gets it, so it knows exactly what was selected.
But the one that got kicked out, you won't know which one.
No, you got him. You received him, and so you know the metric that was evicted. You know the one that was evicted because you were receiving it, and then it was evicted.
So in the data plane, in the data streams, they will include that. I mean, the extension will include the metric.
Yes, and I'll add that there are some things that need to be thought about, and I don't think they're exclusive to this. Like for example, today, if you say forward 0, and an object is in flight, first few bytes of it are out, but there's 1,000 more packets behind it. Do you terminate the stream? I don't think you do, right?
It doesn't say.
You let it go, right? Because you said you could go 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, and as long as another object wasn't published, you could.
I didn't think about the
you
middle
would never
one.
touch the stream, right?
Yeah.
So today, when you say forward 0, objects that are in flight still continue to be in flight. Same problem with this. If you started, if the relay selected these 2 tracks, you say top 2, selected these 2 tracks, and they both have objects in flight. And now a new object comes in from another track that becomes the selected track. Does it keep letting those 2 objects flow from the old, one of them becoming evicted? Does it let the evicted object keep flowing, or does it reset that stream? That's the same kind of thing as forward 0 to me. What does a relay continue to forward something that it knows is not going to forward more objects on this stream from this track, but is the one in flight allowed to stay in flight, or should it be terminated? There's some issues like that with this, but they're now not just one stream. There, how many were top ends? You said you could get 10 more. You could have top end 10, and you could get 10 more new tracks that evict all those 10. And so do you send 10 fins, or do you let all those 10 objects what if they're megabyte objects? Right? What if they're really big objects?
Your last slide.
I would say do your last slide, then we have a break and then come back and do
Well,
more
yeah, I
discussion.
have a couple before
So
that.
the last slide is unsolved problems. So this is things that we wanted to do with this, but we don't still have a clear path to getting there yet. ABR server-side switching was one of the hopes. You had a bunch of tracks, different resolutions, and you want to switch between them. Unfortunately, it's not as simple as a metric that the publisher can compute independently, because the metric that you really care about is the sender bandwidth on every hop all the way along. So there's no easy way to do this without some really ugly thing like each relay inserts. Let's say the bandwidth is a header extension. You add a sender bandwidth header extension at the original publisher. Every relay hop would have to know that header extension and insert its own view of that estimated sender bandwidth in order for the ABR to work. It just seems really ugly and hokey. And
yeah, isn't the problem here that some of the metrics for inside a relay network, they either you need to have the superset or you can maintain the minimal set, and that will vary between depending on what the metric is and for what purpose it's used and how it affects the set of downstream receivers you have.
well, the metric has to be coordinated by the app.
Yes, I understand that, but
not by the relay network. The relay network doesn't know what the metric is.
Yeah. Yes, but you might have some set of receivers that has one subset of parameters.
Yes.
And another that, and that means that you will get the superset inside a relay network.
Yes. So the subscription state is still per subscriber, right? So the relay networks have to still maintain subscription state per subscriber, and that's part of that subscription state is the filter, and the filter could be totally different for every single subscriber.
And then you have to create supersets out of
Yeah. So if somebody said, give me the top 10 lowest this number, and somebody said, give me the top 10 highest this number, you're obviously going to get 20 tracks coming into you. No way around that. And the other aspirational thing that don't have a clear way is, can you count the number of tracks? So for example, I want to know how many subscribers do I have? I don't have an easy way to do that today. So it's not clear what signal. Is it a data plane signal, a control plane signal? It was an aspirational thing to get that count, but I don't see a clear way to be able to count feedback yet. You can aggregate to get a single feedback from a large pool, but you can't count how many are in that large pool that are sending you that signal.
I mean, I think the count should just be done a totally different way with a track in the reverse direction, right? Like multi-publisher type thing or something. But for the ABR, it seems like we're within very much striking distance of that. If you saw it as not something that was executed over all the network, so it was executed by the last hop relay only, and that the last hop relay that was the place doing the ABR, and that it had defined in it in the same way we had these other metric things we can look at, like the operand, the things that you could feed into these operands, like we have like priority, right? If you had downstream bandwidth, or if you had some sort of bandwidth estimates that the relay was keeping track of and could be used as values that you evaluated in your filter, or that you took the top one up, you'd be saying,
But the problem with ABR is that it requires asking your QUIC stack or somehow figure out what is your estimated sender bandwidth. So the relay would have to figure out what is its estimated sender bandwidth for that one track. So it's not comparing two variants that are opaque to it. It has to grab that variant from its QUIC stack or something.
No, that's what I'm
Sure,
saying.
That's really ugly.
That's how that has to work, though. That's fine.
We get in the weeds here on server-side ABR. We're a long way from where we started.
Yes.
Well,
so it's maybe doable, but it's not in the generic mechanism. It's a very specific new thing that requires extra relay logic above and beyond the filters.
Okay, sorry.
All right, so there's no PR for this right now. So is this one of those, are people interested in seeing a PR presentations? Is that the objective of this talk?
Yes.
All right. This is a lot to digest. Let's take a 15-minute break, return at 3:30. Well, Magnus and I are going to talk a little bit about next steps with all this filter stuff. And we might have a question or two for the group after that, and then we'll go to the next issue. Okay?
Sounds wonderful.
All right. And we can have some discussion about this if we need to. Let's take a break. Be back here at 3:30.
I did the little thing for relay. It's just a very small bug where if you're sorry, you guys will talk.
Yeah, finish.
Okay.
Dude,
this seems like small.
What's up, man?
I'm just telling you this by
Like I'm giving you an
on this like
figure out how to use it.
Do you care?
Web
Like, you don't
developers
care.
haven't managed to like use it
I don't
properly.
care.
yet. So
I don't
think
have
it's
it.
only UNH, so maybe you can do better.
Like it smells like.
I don't know. I mean, this is an
because
extension.
you can negotiate it on and off.
The question is,
and,
does
and we
extension
could
make
absolutely add it as an extension. So there's that, and I also think that Relay's better implementer. They're going to lose in the marketplace.
Okay.
And I don't know if it would make us go faster or slower. I do believe it's an issue fountain. So I think all the things are true for me. So I don't have a strong opinion.
Well, so I mean, like, if we, well, I mean, I'm inclined to get a show of hands to the group on where this should start, whether it's a draft or PR. And like, this is mainly a protect Alan thing because like,
don't make me the decider.
well, like ultimately you'd be responsible for all this stuff if it's sitting in the draft. And
Are you going to be at WebExpo?
secondly,
So you will be.
I think it's
Okay.
inevitably
I'll get in Saturday.
some increasing
Oh,
amount of
awesome.
time
Okay, so I'll get in
before we
Sunday,
submit this draft.
And
Maybe it's like not a lot of time.
I mean,
but-
Shop End is makes the first thing look like a.
I got on my calendar, like.
Yeah, I was about to say, I was
We
like,
just respelled everything that we do.
Well, like, as I put,
Are you sure it was
Google,
real,
like,
or I know
this is
Adele was
fine,
playing with that.
I think he
beautiful
spelled
tool.
this in exactly
She
the
sent
wrong
me
way,
invites
like
too, but I was
completely
like,
180
no,
degrees
they're all
south
there.
of the spell.
I thought she may be just playing
Which
with
maybe
that
makes
beautiful
another
tool.
issue top.
Figure out how it
Yeah,
works.
but okay. So this is what I want to do. I want to have.
I'm gonna go get a snack
I
downstairs.
think we can have like a limited amount of discussion about.
Well, then have a snack on the floor.
Didn't have any. And then you can do a show of hands.
Oh, there's snacks now.
For both of these.
Oh, look at that. See? Oh my God.
Okay. Should all this object filtering stuff go in a separate draft or not? Unless you feel strongly one or the other.
I mean, we can ask, and I think for the first thing, talking about first part.
Then you different com.
It's gonna be working on PR. And I think it's done. I mean, until the PR is in the stage where it could be merged. I think it's like all of the issue problems like this. I think it's strong enough interest to have it.
Well, clearly we're gonna do the work.
Yes.
Like, the question is
Yeah,
if it's gonna be blocking for MOQ or not.
Yeah, but it's yeah. My reading
I think we should probably
interest currently
goes
is
to the detail.
PR not check that. If it's really it's
Seems pretty
if
good.
this
You
is
want me to
There's
draft
lots of
questions
details in
and
this.
just make it blocking on MOQ?
Will's right. When people implement it and actually see the implementation, it's two lines of diff on the specifier. So when you actually
I think
implement it,
my
it's actually going to
I
clean
think
up your
it ends
implementation
up being
because it
blocking
will
in the end.
consolidate all of your checks into one
No,
place.
it takes too long to do.
And now you have one place to do all of your
That's when
checks,
you're like, okay,
whether or
let's
not
just
you're forwarding this object or
Oh,
not.
so you want to do it the other way?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Because I do think it's important enough. I mean, my reading of the rules, but that's where we can.
Okay.
I think that's what we can. It's like
Subscribe namespace will force you to bring
Yeah,
all the
verifying
fields
it.
from subscribe over.
interesting.
Oh, you don't need to. That's not right. Point out, I want names, wildcard subscription, and filter
And where are you going to put the filter?
on subscribe namespace.
But the filter isn't subscribe. Now you can move all the filters to subscribe namespace.
Yes, there will be filter in subscribe namespace and also filter will be in subscribe. Subscribe.
And where's forward 0 and 1?
It will be on both. Today we have forward on both subscribe namespace and in subscribe.
No, we don't have forward in subscribe namespace.
No, there is a PR which.
And that PR hasn't gone nowhere yet.
No, I understand, but that's.
And I disagree with that PR because that means subscribe namespace is all of a sudden going to give you tracks.
Exactly, that's okay. You can add another message which is discover names. You don't, it does not give you the.
What field in subscribe do you not need in subscribe namespace? Why would a field exist in subscribe if subscribe namespace now allows you to subscribe to tracks? What field from subscribe would you not need in subscribe namespace anymore?
It's possible you just replace subscribe with subscribe namespace with a specific name as one of the filters. I want the track name. Yes.
And that's exactly exactly what I was saying. Subscribe is already everything. You're gonna pull everything over to subscribe namespace.
You can't put the name.
I see how you
name
got
as
where
one.
you're
So basically, subscribe namespace should only be for name discovery. And
I don't think
subscribe should do
that's
everything
totally
else.
right either. Like you can't put name as the filter because name is not in there.
What do you mean name is the filter?
And you can't put name as one filter because name is not in the filter.
Name is not an int. You can only filter ints.
I mean, you sort of, I mean, names are directly mappable to a track alias, and track alias is in the day plane and signature. But I'm not, I think the thing that we need to think about comparing is like the.
I was just thinking. Step goes forward.
Which PR?
Subscribe namespace for if that goes forward, and just add filter to both. That's the name change.
The other thing too is as all of these filters get moved to parameters, then people think they're easy to implement in 2 places instead of one. It's all fun.
You know, they have filters in both places.
I let them get snacks or something. Maybe tap beat.
You're gonna have to duplicate everything from subscribe into subscribe namespace.
What is the problem?
He was kind of like an amateur.
It's not true. Like only items, for example. Like, I do not want to send it to my back of the report. I don't do. And so you need this filter also need to be added. Which is not. It's just really scenario that really doesn't like. And then like I pick filters instead of combining, I want them to or and another one. You need a change, right? That would be really innovation. I'm not saying you have That's funny, right?
Force it from anything as downgrade or the superset.
That's why you want Oh, that's true as well. I don't have that restriction. I do not want I think that is a good. It's like it forces you to do things, right? It requires applications to like and something directly to and that's why these filters maybe honestly, I just want to subscribe to I don't want to receive it. And then at the very last mile, it's independent, right? Everyone's right, I need to get all these objects right. Yeah, you need to I have to subscribe to the project. That's what that's funny. You're right, otherwise that's why I don't have
all those spaces, like building in DC. I don't even like database, updating them all the time. You build database.
You like don't know which topics were filtered out when it's this. You have to like press only the ones that were you know. Right, you have to do eventually the inverse. I'm sure about these. So that's why we get technical. And it's the really the last smiling kind of filter. I don't think that is like something probably have.
I always think it's so wow. Also, your question is
yeah, I don't know.
No, not.
Like, yeah, it's very clear that it's an administrative implementation. You need to put it next to it's like that's what you have to combine. Whatever, unless you're me, I'm spending is gonna. The filters today, you want to get all the edges. Like, I don't know if you need an explicit representation of the filter. It might just be like, you're close. I mean, like, let's say somebody wanted priorities. One for every issue you find. Right. One else wants every one. How well does the filter play out? If you're person, I want something for one, somebody else wants something for three. I don't think it's the deal. You can have somebody. No, but it's only down that array of values. It might be that like AI will have to common things you want to. And the other reason I hold on to like this. That's a lot of 2 minutes, everyone. If you have multiple buildings, if you want to end by leaving, refilter the area. Over the end. I mean, the way we've been. Filter more things out.
I think it's part of the problem that you brought up as well. So if you ever then keep the same objects twice.
That might be confusing.
That's why I'm asking multiple filters.
Oh, you saw this as well. But I don't catch it. I mean, I think the case you do. I only have extensions. Yeah, all these cases. Yeah, I mean, once you have extensions, then. I think one was a problem. I'm looking at like a number, and you're doing something with that. You didn't need all the stuff below or above that number. Object filter. 1 minute, folks. Okay, is the whole.
You know, if I walk in, it's like aspirational but unsolved.
Yes, and that's the one.
That should be our group motto.
Yeah.
Aspirational.
I think I forgot to put my button last night.
You have the.
That's a chart,
the
right?
Is it a USB-C? Yeah.
Yes, this is.
Then yeah, I can see the end.
All right, I think this is good. This is a good crowd to have consensus calls.
See, if I'll volunteer Alan to do whatever work.
All of the scribes are gone, so I'll protect it.
I already volunteered to write PRs too.
Guys, I'm doing consensus.
Sorry.
I'll just do lightning.
Mine is still lightning cable.
So you guys might want to sit.
Oh,
Thank you.
Where is everybody?
Bathroom.
Still got the old
I'll see.
the old phone.
Yeah, because I have one of my devices that
You
is
guys
like.
like, you want nitrate?
Oh my God, what it on.
That would be my solution. And then you also have to subscribe to P-Frames if you want those too. But then you can buy them.
Go, guys. Where's Alan?
It's an application.
Bathroom. You know, it's not go faster before I said.
Do you want to
No, I'm actually. I moved this around.
I wish I said.
I wish I had the USB-C phone.
Or you're not even going to the dinner, or you're going
I'm
to
going to
dinner?
do everything, and it would be great.
I come to the dinner.
Aside from on the side.
All right, you know what? Okay. All right. Magnus and I have come up with a little set of questions. All right, let's all. I know we all like to bike shed the chair questions, but here we go. Okay. So let's rewind our brains to the object filtering discussion that came before Mo's. All right. I think, Magnus and I talked about it. We believe there's a strong signal from the group that we should work on this functionality, that it should be optional to support. Would anyone like to strongly dissent to that?
Just to say it one more time, I just like, I heard the wrong.
Object filtering, the object filtering thing that was before most talk.
Single track.
Single track object filtering is a functionality we should work on, and that it should be optional support by MOQ endpoints.
I have a clarification question.
Yes.
Are we opening into reducing the feature set of what was proposed? Because
yes, this is a very high level question.
Okay. Okay.
We can bike shed the.
Okay.
How it exactly how it looks. Yes.
Right.
That's
Okay.
that's the next
Does anyone
step.
think that's not the consensus? Okay. It shall be recorded as such. Okay. Now there's this definitely second order question of where it lives. Now Magnus and I talked. Magnus made some great points to me while in the break. Now there's basically two ways we can do this. I think everyone agrees there's at least some risk of additional delay to MOQ. We can start with a PR that goes into the MOQ draft, and if at some later date we figure out we're blocked by this, we can then decide at that time to separate it, forklift it out, and do separate draft. Right. The second path is to assume that this is going to be a blocker in the long run, start it in a draft, and it turns out not to be a blocker. Then we bring it back into MOQ. Now, these are in many ways function equivalent. But one thing that is different is who is ultimately responsible for this content, like the current editors / authors, or whoever authors, editors this other draft. So there's some bandwidth resource questions here. So we're going to do a quick. Now, I don't think this is a huge decision that we spend a ton of time on. Would anyone like to say anything brief that is germane to this, where we have a show of hands on which way to go?
Can we have somebody to volunteer to drive we go with the PR route? Somebody to, I mean, I wrote the draft based on Will's issue. Somebody else take it and be like, as if they had written their own draft, but they cared about every issue that comes in on filters. They're like on it, like, and they're writing PRs and they're responding. and they want to shepherd this feature through so that the editors don't have to, we can concentrate on the other 154 issues. Is anybody willing to raise their hand and say, I'm going to do that? What?
I'm happy to take it with filters.
Okay.
All right, there we go. Okay.
I have a clarification on the scope thing again. If we want this in the core draft, but like the scope starts getting too wide, are we willing to like narrow the scope slightly to like make it more tractable and say like, okay, you can't do I don't know, something. I can't even think of something. Like we
can always make changes.
I just want to make sure like at some point like we might want to keep the core functionality, but like I can imagine doing things and these things that are like pretty darn complicated, and like if people start asking for that, asking for ponies, then like
there's functionally a small difference between whether we start in the MOQ draft or a different draft. But so this is a bit of a beauty contest.
Yeah.
But I don't want to spend, and for that reason, I don't want to spend hours arguing about it or running around. Colin.
I just want to point out that I have done several things that are in our charter that I ask for time and I never get agenda time. That's why I'm very, very adamant this needs to be in the base draft as a PR, not the other way around. If our track record as a working group was somewhat different, I'd feel differently about this, but it is where it is. So I'd like this in the I'd like this as a PR.
I'm surprised you don't think you're getting agenda time that you've asked for.
Can you have that discussion another time?
Sure. Okay. Wow. All right. Okay. So let's have a show of hands. You can go to WebEx. You can use the raise hands function. Who believes this should start in the MOQ draft? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
So what's the question again?
7. Should the object filtering stuff begin in the MOQ draft and not somewhere else?
Not Mo's presentation, just the first.
Just the object filtering.
PR 1164. I mean, technically it already has started in the MOQ draft.
Right. 6, 7, 8. Okay. Who believes it should exist in some other draft? 1, 2. The individual, I'll say 3, but I don't think it really matters.
3, yeah,
Okay. Can anyone not live with it in the MOQ draft?
Can I ask the objections to it being in the core draft? Is it just based on time? What's
Yes.
the not technical
For me,
objections?
yes. Mike?
Okay.
Yeah, I have. If anything can be optional at this point, I don't think we should have it in the core draft, because if we agree it's optional, the draft is complicated enough.
I think the easiest way to think if it's optional or not is that what are the charter to do, and if that is aligns with charter, then it's not optional.
There's a splitting the document up is sometimes necessary, and some maybe like doing it in stages. I think it's fine, and you can split your charter. I mean, it's the whole. It's like when is the working group finished? Is maybe when, if you still have energy to complete all the things it's like you can split this up however you want. So
QUIC is at least 3 RCs, right?
Yeah.
If the only objection is time, then we can try to accelerate hashing out all of the design issues, spelling issues, and get some real implementation experience to justify and give people a comfort factor that it's working well. It's not much complexity. It didn't add any runtime, things like that. I think we can accelerate that effort. If the only objection is time.
People are worried about working group time more than
Yeah.
anything, I think, if I could speak for the other 2 people.
I think it's also about like the length and complexity of the core.
That said, I think the group has spoken weekly, but like spoken enough that we should just proceed with the PR and run the MOQ draft. And if editors, like, you can raise the flag if you feel that.
I am handing the ownership of that PR to Mo.
Right.
Mo will drive
but
PR, all related issues.
But if Mo frankly is not performing to his
Then I
obligation,
think we need to cut it.
Right.
Yeah.
And
If-
like
if
so
4 months from now it's like not.
So I need you to raise the flag if that's the case, and the working group can make the decision to.
Does that seem fair?
So-
like if we care about it, we need to work on it.
Right.
So, one question, Will, did you have anything to add, or you just left the hand up from?
I just don't.
My point.
Will, are you there? You're muted if you are.
I am here. Yes. Sorry,
Okay.
my hand was still raised.
Oh, there we go. Okay, excellent.
Yeah, that's
Okay. All right. So I think that is done. Do the people who own that PR, they have what they need to proceed?
Ask them.
Well, you have to proceed from that meeting.
The only
Well, we haven't
Technical
talked about
objections I
those.
heard were-
Yeah, we're getting there.
All technical objections I heard were from Victor, so maybe we can have some design meeting, offline design meeting, Victor, if you have time, we can try to, or if you want to just add your stuff to the current PR, add your concerns to the current PR, and we'll try to figure out how to integrate them.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen, for being proactive on that. Okay, now the turn to, so Mo gave us a very interesting presentation with a lot of stuff in it. And we went to break because it was about 3 o'clock already. I would like to have how much time do we need to discuss this? 10 minutes? Can we have questions and comments in 10 minutes on this?
What is the goal of what is the outcome of the discussion you're hoping to achieve?
For us to understand if people want this, A, and B, like, okay. So Mo would like to eventually go ahead and have a PR here. And so, first of all, is this overall feature a thing we want? Number two, like, is the spelling in the broadly general direction, or is it like completely in the wrong direction? Is that fair? Okay. So let's have some discussion and comment about that. Colin.
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
I was going to say, from a scalability perspective, I don't love the fact that, like, most of the filters that we were discussing are things that are actually on objects, which means in order to like narrow down the 1,000 tracks to like 3, I literally have to like look at and like the headers of like potentially every single object in the 1,000 tracks, and there's no kind of like, and I don't know. It seems.
Can I clarify?
Sure. Yeah.
So you have these operations are happening at the relay network nodes, right? That means that relay network node has to have 1,000 publishers coming into it that are publishing those objects. So you are evaluating that anyway. This is not changing what you're evaluating. You are already getting 1,000 streams coming into you. If you don't have this, you're forwarding all those 1,000 streams. You're ingressing and you're egressing out all those 1,000 streams. You did some evaluation to figure out whether or not you should forward them anyway, right? There's already some baseline stuff. So adding this filter, all it does is reduce the number that you're going to egress. It doesn't change the number that you're going to ingress. It reduces the number you're going to egress.
I guess I feel like I would feel better about it if the filtering could be done on the track metadata itself rather than the objects.
This is dynamic. This is happening as the track is.
Sure, I'm just thinking out loud. I'm just saying, like, from a like the track metadata is like a much smaller thing. So like that way, like if you had 1,000 stream people who were publishing and you only actually needed 5 of them, you would just, put forward 0 on the other 995 and not actually get the data, right? And
But again, to clarify, this is dynamic. This is not whether or not I'm interested in your track. It's what are you doing right now that I'm interested in? Are you speaking? Are you not speaking? You don't know that when you publish your track. You know that when you're setting objects in your track.
Well, that's what I was saying. Like, I mean, but you could change the track metadata like dynamically, like during.
Oh, you're talking about metadata track, not a track.
Well, I mean, I guess what I'm really saying is like, I would like to not have to consume all 1,000 streams in order to figure out which ones I want to set like forward to 1 on, so I can actually consume them. It just like if I really was to like build a 1,000-person video conference system. I mean, I think today probably we do at Google ingest like everything. I'm not absolutely sure, but like it certainly seems reasonable that one might want to build a system that like if you're only showing like 5 people to anyone on Earth, like you just don't pull in the other 995 because like that's just a scalability bottleneck. I don't know.
This will solve that.
Huh?
This proposal should solve that issue for you, right?
No, but it doesn't solve the fact that like I need to get the objects in order to do.
So actually, I want to say something else to say, but just to sort of clarify how these generally work, right? Like this is what Google Meet does, okay? In their SFU is they're pulling in audio from all 1,000 people, right? And they're picking who the active speakers are out of that.
Sure.
And then they're turning on and off the video for those 5 active speakers or however many are displaying and forwarding on. So they are getting 1,000 audio, but they're only getting as many videos are actually being displayed. They're getting a handful of videos, sort of thing. So it's sort of like replicating that type of functionality. I was just trying to clarify, like, there's a big difference between getting the 1,000 audio and getting the 1,000 video.
I guess to conclude my thoughts, the filters can be sent. In theory, these filters can be sent to like the original publishers, right? And so and so that could solve the scalability problem as well, but not if it's top N, because on top N, like, you can't tell everyone like, give me your top restreams when you only have one or something. Right? So
That would come to the original publisher. The top end does go to the original publisher. The relay connected to the publisher doesn't even know he's the original publisher, right? He will still send him the subscribe that comes in, or subscribe namespace, whatever we decide is, whatever subscribe message came into that relay, that's going to get forwarded down to that subscribe to that publisher, right?
But I mean,
they'll see it.
That's going to work better if it's like audio volume greater than X than if it's like, give me your top. We're only publishing one stream, so like top N is going to be everything no matter what. So like the person who needs to do the top N logic is like the relay, but the fan end into the relay. I'm just saying it's easier if I'm saying top N is harder than just like this value is greater than 5, right? From a scalability perspective, potentially. Because then you can delegate and fan in, fan out filters if it's N's greater than 5, but top N you can't like delegate an distributed method.
And if we have object filters, you can already do that, right? If you have object filters, you can already do that with the object filter.
We can't do the top N. I guess
no, you can do the audio level.
Audio is less.
Yeah, no. So that's what I'm saying. So I like the audio level greater than X.
Yes,
better than the top N.
You can self-suppress at the original publisher with that.
Yeah, to build on this though, like the top N is something that you have to do at whichever aggregation point to make that decision, which means that if you have a large number of connected subscribers connected to different edge relays, they all have to do that work. They all have to do that work, right? So they're all taking in like a lot more upstream things. There's no way to like push that further up into the hierarchy and like get a consistent set of things. Unless you can take it all down.
Without top N, if there are subscribers here and subscribers there asking for same tracks, you have to get all the data. Only thing this top N is doing is how much will get down there. But what's coming into those edge relays are not changing though.
Yeah, so either I need to like do this all as big distributed application, or somehow have logic to do this more centrally, or I'm going to be duplicating this work all over the place and shipping a lot more like tracks around.
No, but if you don't have this, you're going to send all the tracks, right? This is a filter that reduces the number that you egress. So if you don't have this filter, you're going to ingress 100, you're going to egress 100, right? And then somebody later down the road is going to an app server is going to get all those and run the filter.
But I think the way I see it, number of media that gets distributed within the network is way lesser compared to what would happen without the filter being there because of the pruning happening.
Well, it changes the balance of who has to deal with the volume of like media that you're moving around, for better or worse. But
we'll be dealing with less media though. With this, you want
the worst case scenario is the filters all pass.
Yeah, which is no filter.
So
So
I was well to Q as well.
Go ahead.
Okay, I was just gonna say, backbone usage is really important for CDN. So like the idea that every edge node serving a broadcast is all going to get all 1,000 streams is like it's a no-go. What we need is some way of what Ian's saying is if an edge is only serving 5 subscriptions, it is only going to fetch 5 from the next upstream relay, ideally. And we need some way of expressing that capability and not just doing last mile filtering. So if there's any signal that you can do filtering, it needs to also be able to continue propagating upstream. Otherwise, we're just wasting our bandwidth for like 1,000 streams just to perform top K on it.
This does propagate. This is a subscribe, so subscribes are going to have to propagate, right? This is subscribe or subscribe namespace. They propagate.
And
yeah.
How's that work?
So I think I've been the queue from the very original. Go ahead. So look, I do think that this is, I mean, I get what people are saying. All of these things are well understood. Many of these things were described in our original requirement documents, and we were talking about like this is how every large scale audio video conferencing system deals with this problem. And we did talk about this very early on. I think we do need to come up with some solution to this. I don't think it needs to look necessarily exactly like this, but I mean, I think that this, active speaker selection, Spencer was presenting on it, whatever, 5 years ago. So I think that I don't care the exact solution, but I do think we do need to come up with something that solves this. And like all the things like we could walk through in much more detail. Maybe wouldn't it be worth having an hour presentation on like what a mechanism like this would look like when deployed at scale on a backbone with multiple POPs, and how it reduces the amount of traffic down. But like every major system I'm aware of has some variant of this today, right? So I think it does sort of hit those goals, and I don't know if that's worth. We need to draw some pretty big diagrams or some better diagrams to explain where the media flows with and without this.
Okay, I'm next in the queue. As an individual, 100% as an individual, at the higher order bit is I really, really like this. I think I understand what you're doing, and I see how it could reduce control traffic substantially. I also, as a side effect, really like the fact that we can eliminate the multi-publisher case, which like I find very hard to reason about. I think the way you've chosen to spell this is 180 degrees wrong. I think this would be much better done under the subscribe namespace framework with like parameters.
Totally open to that.
So like, you and I think Alan and I have a lot of the same ideas, so we could talk about that when you're crafting a PR. But like,
Let's try to talk this week before we all leave.
Okay, sure.
Live.
I'm good. I'm around on Thursday all day, so whatever. Okay, thanks, Victor.
I appreciate the use cases this tries to solve. The abstract top N over a million tracks that are public ingressed at various nodes, it sounds like really hard to compute scalably.
Hard to
So
compute?
I am skeptical
Hard to
of
compute?
implementation of Lifestay here.
Can I just ask, is the way your algorithm envision, is it like when I'm going any given object, it's really just its order of the of n, of whatever top n is, right? Like I just go and say like, is it in this range?
Across any relay node, you're only ever going to ingress in you're only ever going to egress in from the top end. You will ingress how many ever, if you're an edge relay, you're going to ingress how many ever subscribers are on you, right? There's no avoiding that. Regardless of this, you're the edge relay, you're going to get as many subscribers that are interested in that track. No way around that, okay? If you're the edge relay, you only have to egress top end of that. If you're an interior relay, you're only going to be ingressing in. You're only going to be ever ingressing in. It doesn't matter how many there are across each connection to each of your relay peers. If you have 10 different relay connections and each of those are edge relays, they may have a different top end. So you may get, in from each of those relay connections, but you're only ever going to get in. You're never going to get 1,000 or a million or whatever. You're only going to get how many ever the subscriber actually wanted.
Okay, Will's next. I'm going to close the queue soon, so raise your hand if you want in. Suhas. Will, go.
Yeah, I was sympathetic, I think, to Ian's point that at the edge, we're having to receive the audio and video data, and then we're going to read a little extension value to know whether it's in our top. So could we solve that by having the publisher just send empty objects with the same extension value? And it could be a subscribe mode, right? Just send me these objects with the extension header. And then the moment you're in the top, I'll tell you to start sending me the real objects. That would save the bandwidth in the first mile, but still provide this filtering capability.
Mo, do you have more?
Yeah, so on Ian's point, publishers can already self-suppress. If you know that there's a threshold in the metric, you can already self-suppress. You don't need any mechanism, whatever, right? The individual publishers can already self-suppress without any MOQ, anything, right? If you need to suppress based on other people's information, you can't do that yourself. If it's a comparison, only the next hop
I
can
know.
do that comparison. So
Yeah.
you can't self-suppress in comparison to others. You can only self-suppress against an absolute threshold.
Highly aware.
Yeah. So
And that's my concern.
but I don't think that's anything to do with this solution or design. It's just inherent. There's no way around that. And what I really wanted to, I was surprised that Mike thought this was something that may not work well or cause churn, because it's exactly, I think, what Cloudflare would want. A CDN vendor, this is the perfect thing for them to minimize their bandwidth and compute and to offer the most premium service that it can upcharge an app vendor for, because it reduces the app servers that the app vendor has to deploy and puts them onto the Cloudflare nodes.
I think I need to better understand what kind of determinism is expected for the selection criteria, partly because of how like the issues that we were talking about earlier with how people become aware of tracks, right? So like if you don't know that the tracks exist, how do you know that you're selecting top N from the appropriate total set of tracks?
Okay, I'm gonna close the queue, but there are 3 people in it. Luke.
I think one of the misunderstandings, Mo, is when you have like 1,000 people in a conference call and you're an edge relay, you don't have one upstream relay, you actually have 10. Or in the case of Cloudflare, it's Anycast, it could be 100 ones. So if you do top K to the edge relay, top 10, and then it does top 10 to the next upstream relays, you end up receiving everything. So what you need to do if you, again, a Cloudflare, like a distributed Anycast edge, is you need some global state that performs the top K and synchronizes it with the edges so they already know preemptively like which ones to receive. And that's where the complexity here. Forwarding the top K subscription doesn't work when you have fan out. Because you'll receive more than 10. You'll receive 10 from each connection.
Let's talk offline so I can.
Can I just clarify what you're saying? You're asking if I, as like the end subscriber, actually have a session to more than one upstream relay?
Yeah.
Oh,
So for
I don't know if is that
And you're actively forwarding across.
for the case of
redundant
Cloudflare,
publishing across
Cloudflare,
both?
for example, like you connect with Anycast, the closest edge,
Yes.
it will know about all the
Our
other
solution
edges.
today uses Anycast.
Okay, it'll know about all the other edges within the network, and it will also send that same subscribe to all of them and say, can you give me the top 10 to each of them? Right?
Wait, I'm just trying to describe what you're describing.
Or-
There's a bunch of pods.
Yes.
And pods for Cloudflare.
Probably not, but
Has
yeah.
a small handful of
Sorry,
subscribers.
remote people.
And let's say there's 2 here, 3 here, 5 here.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Okay. Do you end up with a effectively n-squared full mesh connection between all of these
Not
things?
necessarily full mesh, but it's going to be tiered.
Yeah. And there may be some distribution
Yeah,
tier.
exactly. Yeah.
So
You're going to say 10 per region, maybe.
it's like that is the relay to relay stuff where a lot of clever things happen to sort of try. I mean, in any CDN traffic steering, nothing to do, even just HTTP, there's all kinds of interesting things happening there to try and optimize how the network works across that. It's even more true with MOQ.
And I'm saying top K in a distributed system like this, it gets complicated.
We
is
have
my
a distributed
point.
system
Yes.
like this, and we are running a routing protocol.
You can do it. You can do it. It's just
And we're
it's
still only
not
forwarding,
trivial.
and we're still guaranteeing prune paths of only N across every connection.
Yeah.
Suhas.
That's fine.
You just
Alan?
Yeah, I think my question is like sort of the same question with object filter. What would happen if the top N operand was something that you could negotiate on? You say like, I don't support top N, or I do support top N. Like, is that, or are we saying if you support any filters, you have to support top N?
I don't know there's this filter, but I'm pretty keen on that, the interactive video conferencing sort of use case is somehow satisfied by the base document.
Well, okay. Yeah, but
think
it's
so.
not satisfied without secure object, and it's not satisfied without loc, and it's not satisfied without plenty of things. So
look, how it's distributed across documents is a sort of separate section. But
well, yeah. I'm just wondering. I mean, there's object filtering. I can wrap my head around much more simply in terms of I think it can work. It doesn't seem like that. Like for a single track. This one, I'm worried that it's going to explode. I guess I'm wondering how can we mitigate that risk? There's quite a lot to work out here.
One question though, why do you think this is like exponentially more than object filtering?
I mean, just look at the two different discussions and the faces of the people in the room. I'm not the only one that was like, okay, yeah, I get it.
Your
Like,
perspective, because you implemented relation. I want to understand your perspective. Like,
Yeah, that exact object thing that we presented, that was presented last, I don't know, a year, 8 months ago by Victor, basically. We've presented at several meetings since. There's been a lot more thinking about that, right?
Sorry.
What you presented today, that PR.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, yeah, it was in Stockholm, the Victor had.
Yeah, so it goes back a ways that we've been thinking about that. And, you know, some of this infiltrating, I think it's been talked about a little bit, but I mean, I think we're just sort of, I think we need to see more details and see what it looks like, right? I think that's part of why there's confusion. One of those we've been talking about a lot more and a lot longer than the other one.
Okay, let me see if I can wrap this up.
Yeah.
So I think I can summarize what I think I heard. That there's quite a bit of interest in this functionality. I think some people need to think a little bit more on whether there's some systemic problem with it. There's a lot of concerns about detail. One is spelling. The other one is like, I think people may want to fight a war metric by metric in terms of these conditions that you have. What I might recommend, and this is, I guess I'm wearing the chair hat, but this is not the law. Like I think people can bike shit this with me. Maybe a structural PR that does some spelling and says how you would do individual criteria with maybe a criteria on it, and then have separate PRs for the individual criteria so we can fight those out. Might be the modular way to approach this. This is me brainstorming.
This is for track selection filters.
Yes.
Maybe I could suggest something else. This is
sure.
The main driving use case of this seemed to be, I think, largely around looking at a extension parameter that was the voice activity level. Okay.
Is that true?
That's where it started.
Okay.
Then we
why don't we
looked at all these
I was
cases.
thinking if we're going to focus on that's been the one.
Yeah.
I think Magnus is sort of nodding here. This has been the one since the very beginning that drives all this, right? Maybe we should focus exclusively on that one for a second. Not to say we never do others, but like put all of our design and thinking energy to understand that one, and then decide if we add others.
Obviously, make it extensible, right? Like so, we have a code point that could be other things besides the voice parameter. Build that PR. We can work out the spelling. We can work out the like, does this blow up something problems, and then we go through and like if Ian hates top end whatever, then we can we can argue that out in separate PRs. That maybe is the work minimizing way to do this. That's my suggestion, but
I agree. I think it's like present more details a little bit, let people think more about it before we take a firm decision on.
Wait, present more or just actually write a PR?
I think these need to be written down, so and just not presentations.
All right, so I think you're okay. Again, people. My suggestion is you write a PR. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ian. I can't see your arm.
Oh, sorry. I was actually going to suggest, like, I'm fine with, and maybe I like this because it gets rid of top end. I was going to say, like, basically basing a PR on top of the object filter parameter PR that basically just throws object filter parameter into subscribe namespace, and that's basically like what the PR is. Like that, I guess in my mind, that's like a PR I can grok, I think. I mean, you need more text around like you're only going to get publishes that actually match and like, so on and so forth. But like
you're saying throw out top end.
With or without top end?
I'm saying without top end, you can basically take 1164 or whatever 1164 evolves into the PR about object filtering and just slap the same object filter on subscribe namespace and like add some text about you're only going to get publishes for stuff you're actually going to get objects for.
But without top end.
Right, and
So
then you're
you
done.
pick an absolute threshold, and you're going to get the arbitrary number of streams coming in that meet that threshold. So the threshold would be voice activity.
So stop. We need to end this now. So yeah.
I'm okay with that direction.
Yeah,
We can start there.
So get a PR. There's a couple people that I think want an early look because they have problems like spelling or whatever.
I mean, I was going to sort of suggest it's a small design team to work out the details and write a PR. So,
all right,
that's a good idea.
So look, in the unsolved problem slide, we had server side APR.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's exactly going away. I think that we ought to be thinking about that at the same time. Like, I mean, even if our decision is we're not going to do it, if we are going to do it, we ought to be thinking about it together here. I think that that was sort of my condition. I'm not quite sure what to do with that, but
That's fair. So like, let's have a P. Like, so I think the design team is not a terrible idea, but the objective is to produce a PR that solves a use case, like a very narrowly defined use case, but displays the architecture. We can mull over it if we need to have another discussion in like Montreal or call or whatever. That's great. And then like when that lands, then we can add more use cases.
Obviously very intertwined, independent on 1164 with the base object filters.
Agreed.
I think there's some things that we need to iron out there first.
Yes.
So if we're, and it's the same people in the design team, I think anyway, for both of them. So I think we should have immediate focus on the 1164 stabilization, get that done, and then that same design team follow on if they're all interested in fleshing out the PR for the multi-track case. Because
it's largely the same. I personally like only care about this subscribe namespaces. Or like, well, which, like, there's specific issues around like using the existing message framework we have with subscribe namespace and publish that Alan articulated that I associate with, which is not relevant to 1164.
Because you're scared that that people will use multi-publisher support. If we add object filters and we don't do this,
No.
use multi-publisher.
My concern is that I think like the existing mechanism with very minor tweaks can solve the problems you need without like doing all the messages and what all the messages mean, which means just like blowing up half the draft. And
this was the bit about don't use subscribe namespace.
Right. I mean that side rant like really was not where I wanted to go.
There's no scope here, like because 1164 is more about spelling more than about.
I agree.
The design and how things work. I think that like Mo and Victor can handle separately, and a design team that will work on the PR for taking this into one use case that we proposed.
So what I'm hearing is 1164 first. So why don't we get 1164 in at least 95% solution, right, or wherever we need to be, and then we can solicit a design team for this thing. Because you gotta work in series.
If I'm not wrong, like I'm saying opposite to that one. Design team can start independently to design this PR because that's only spelling of the PR.
Okay.
That Victor has some concerns, and we have PR which is pretty much.
Mo, you're the quarterback of both these things. You want to do this in series or in parallel?
I can do them in parallel. What I really mostly want to get is, I don't want to do throwaway work, so I want to make sure that, and we don't have much time, the people that are objecting are mostly based on time. So let's figure out what's the fastest way to do this. What I hear is that if we finish the object filters 90% of the way and just slide that into subscribe namespace, people are more willing to do that. And then perhaps also add the top in to that.
Yep.
That's the fastest way to get consensus with everything.
I think so.
Yep. Okay, so we can do those in parallel.
Okay.
Do the
All
design
right.
team for that.
Do we need an 1164 design team, or do we know what we're doing? Like, weren't you going to talk to Victor about it or something?
The only objection I heard was from Victor.
Okay.
So does anybody else have an opinion?
Does anyone feel they need to be on the design team for 1164?
No.
I think the spelling's a little bit messed up, but like I'll send some comments.
Yeah, I was about to say. Okay, so
the
the action item for 1164 is Mo will reach out to Victor, and then Mo will massage that PR and eventually land it once all the gates have crossed. Okay. Now, so the second question is for track filtering, I guess, for lack of a better term. Sounds like we need a design team. Who would like to be on that design team? Suhas, Mo, Mo, you better raise your hand. Victor wandered off. Okay.
You want it?
Well, I think one of the two of us should be on that because we share a brain on subscribe namespace.
Yeah, you should.
Or Erica, you could do it.
No, I think you just volunteered yourself.
Okay, put my name on it.
I'm no longer your mentor. Not my problem.
Who's listening to?
Is he actually manageable?
Yeah, okay.
Question.
Did you catch everyone?
That's fine.
That's what I'm asking.
Okay, stop.
What names do I write down for the?
Suhas, Martin, Mo, QUIC.
Maybe Victor.
We'll see what if Victor wants in on this when he gets back. Okay. All
You
right.
could also send it, let the list know in case somebody wants to
Yeah.
express.
Can you send an email to the list about that?
Yes.
Thank you. All right.
And the work that was going to happen to make subscribe namespace amenable to this, is that going forward quickly forward being added to subscribe namespace?
That PR is
Being
approved
published
and ready to merge. It just needs to be open for another few days before it meets.
We could merge that today.
Like if you, first we got to change the process.
Right, so and then we merge it, and then we can undo the change of the process.
So then subscribe namespace actually becomes wildcard subscribe without the filters.
Yes.
So all you have to do is move the filters over, add the top end one, and then we'll let people review that.
Yeah, let's, all right, well,
okay.
I think we manage this offline.
If you need something to land fast, I'll land it.
Does anyone have anything else they need to say about this topic or about the course you're taking forward on it, or can we move on?
No.
Going once. Okay.
Alan, you're back on.
Alan,
What do I have?
man?
That's on my slides. Put my slides back.
Can you,
You have
50
50
on.
on 50
all right, let me
minutes.
stop sharing.
God knows what's next. You know the slides we go. Oh, good. It's extensibility.
Oh. Do we really want to do that?
We can do it. We can't do it in 51 minutes. We can't do it.
We can do the forward one right now.
No.
To get an easy win.
Do this. I got everybody worn down. I'm gonna go through and do it. Make it bigger for
Everyone's tired.
For
It's
40
controversial.
Okay. I hope it's not controversial. Okay. We're gonna talk about extensive. Well, when we get to error codes.
It's just a lot of thinking. It's a lot of reading. There's a lot of words on these slides.
What's after extensibility?
Error codes.
Well, error that's part of extensibility.
Oh,
Our error code is extensible. So go subscribe, update, acknowledgements, and publish update. You want to do that instead?
Oh, that's easier. Yeah.
Okay.
That's smaller.
Fine.
Yeah.
Come on, it's Wednesday. We're supposed to smash the patriarchy.
All right.
Hey, I'm
Get
the
in,
patriarch.
losers. Okay, here we go. Subscribe, update, acknowledgements, and publish. So we decided back in Stockholm that we need acknowledgements for subscribe, update. This is what our plan is. The request error, the generic request error message already landed. There's a PR which we talked about in one of our virtual instruments, our proposal for a request OK message, which is going to replace the two messages that are currently identical, but leave the special ones special. And then once we have both of those, then we're going to change it so that after you send a subscribe update, you will get request OK or request error in response based on whether your subscribe update worked or didn't work. Is everybody on board with this plan?
Sounds good.
Didn't I file an issue about this and then you convinced me it was done? In GitHub.
I don't think so.
That's about subscribe update, okay.
I don't think so.
All right.
All right. I knew there was something we talked about, but anyway. Okay, so I want to make sure that everyone's on board here. What can subscribe update? It can update priority. I think that's uncontroversial. Sounds like people are leaning away from group order. I don't know if we want to talk about it now or not, but yes.
Well, if we want to talk about it, like, I mean, I guess the thing is, it just has so many edge cases of what it means while you're in the transition process. I can't figure out how to do this. So I'm perfectly fine with ending the subscribe and starting a new subscribe with the opposite group order, but I can't even write the test cases for this.
I mean, it's not any different than changing priority because group order is just part of the priority algorithm. So whatever you do for your priority change updates is the same for your group order updates, but I don't have a use case either, so I don't care.
I still think it's a little bit different. I think it's more complicated, but
What's
that's
that?
me. I still think.
Does anybody want to say you I think right now you can't. I will close it unless someone says.
Actually, let me flip it the other way. Does anyone have a use case where this would ever be useful? If not, let's just say no.
How about changing group order in the middle of fetch?
No, this is subscribe update.
No.
There's no fetch. Obviously, you can't change it in fetch.
Well, so, I mean, I guess if you're a relay and you have multiple subscribers and then like you go from subscribers being ascending to all subscribers descending, for instance, over time.
Is that ever really going to happen?
I don't know. No,
I think
probably
this is
not.
one of the things we say not to propagate up.
Yeah, no, don't do that. Yeah, forget it. Okay.
Okay, we will.
Okay, so I think this is sounding like
I'm
until
happy.
further notice. This is a
I'm happy to close an issue and not write any text for it.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm happy to close 156 that way.
Worst case, you could just unsubscribe and resubscribe if something doesn't
You might miss
work.
something, but yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. You can filter. You can update your filter range. You can narrow either end, and you can extend the end. Although we don't have the text that says you can extend the end yet, but that was an agreement from Stockholm. You can update the forward flag. You can update your auth token. you can update the delivery timeout. Some of those things can fail, some cannot, right? You can't fail upgrading priority, you cannot fail.
And I assume the new object filters will be added to this.
Yeah, I mean, when we get there, I mean, I think that flood 64 put it there. Okay, do we want to say that you get an, even if you change something that doesn't need acknowledgement, we're going to send acknowledgement for everything? Is that, you always get an okay or an error?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and Sue, I remember you saying something about forward. It's already chatty to update forward all the time. Now it's going to be twice as chatty because you can just update forward. You also get an okay.
Right. If you get the filtering work, then we don't update forward multiple times.
Okay. So you're happy.
Okay. If the filter comes in, we don't need to.
No, but you're going to get the okay for the filter.
Only with the filter
No,
changes.
no. When the filter changes.
You really got to
Not
rename
every time
filter.
someone- Go from top 4 to top 3.
No, object filter.
Yeah.
Sorry, can you please?
They're called Skittles.
That's good. I'm for it. Taste the rainbow. So if we change delivery time, I don't have to go reset all my timers, right? I can just like set new timers.
I mean, I think delivery time has already been updatable since forever. So I don't know. What
Okay.
people, but happy to. What do people think should happen when you update delivery time?
I think like the publisher, like any new group, it should start a timer with a new timeout. But like, I don't know if I want to every time I get one of these, like reset all my timers.
I don't think we need to specify anything.
Yeah,
I think I update the integer in the code and like do nothing else and move on with my life.
Right, which means that new timers will like okay.
It's best effort anyway, right?
Yeah, fair enough. Okay. All right. As long as if we're not forcing me to do that, that's
No, we could really unclear, like really vaguely flexible about when you time things anyway, right?
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay, great. That's all I want to check.
Okay. Does a failed update terminate the subscription?
If authentication fails, we should terminate.
Yes, I think it does. Because the alternative, I've played this game before, and the alternative answer is worse.
Okay, I'm fine with that. Anybody,
So the old off token.
So if I send you a new subscribe update, like I send a subscribe, things are great. I subscribe update, but I screw the filter up. Then I get a publish done, or I get then the subscription will terminate.
How do you screw up the filter?
You set an absolute range and you back up the start.
Ah, okay. So that's a protocol violation.
Yes.
And
Is
I think
that that killed my whole session?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
That's impressive. Okay.
You gotta teach those users somehow.
I don't understand. Why don't you silently truncate? What's the error in that?
There's no reason you should do that. There's no like honest way to actually end up in that situation by accident.
Well, yeah, you might if you're talking to the moon and you don't know that 1,000 objects are in flight, and you do an update.
No. You have a left edge to your subscription. You move it to the left. Like you send an original subscribe that starts in group 2, and I say no, group 0.
Yeah. You were getting group 1, or you're on 2, and your range was 4 to 8 or something, right?
Yeah.
But there's a high latency to getting you stuff. So you said, "Oh no, I want to go get it."
But
it's a scribe. You can't.
You're moving. This seems like a totally separate
Yeah,
issue.
let's not talk about
issue
it.
for like
It is-
expanding things out.
It
That's
is.
fine.
Yeah. We've already talked about this and we agreed that so we just haven't updated the text.
Okay.
Okay. I think. Does anybody want to say the subscription stays alive when you screw up the update?
No.
Well, so
Here's my argument against doing it. Is inevitably in the code when people implement this. At the point it's screwed up, they've already made some of the changes that were being made, and they have to be able to roll those back. And no one ever implements that correctly, and it's just always a mess.
Oh,
so
I'm already sold. Does anybody want to argue against
Yeah.
Okay.
I kill it.
But wait, what messages do I get back when that happens?
That's the next question. Okay. So
Subscription update
you
error.
just you get your subscribe update will fail. You'll get request error in response to your subscribe update.
Mm-hmm.
We also get publish done on the data, or we also get the publish done message.
I think so.
You think you need both?
We want the stream count.
I want the stream count. Okay. Yes.
And we don't want to put that in subscribe.
Okay.
Did that make the minutes?
Almost. So, is it both?
Both.
Yes, then both.
And both.
Do we need a reason code for the published done?
We need 3 reason codes.
Okay.
Two phrases.
Two phrases.
Translate them.
Well, yes. And we need reason phrase compression, so we need to add that to one.
Yes, it is references, reason phrase alias.
Also needs to reference Colin's name in each of the reason phrases.
Yes.
Include my phone number.
That was actually the proposal we had the other night. So the main reason we wanted to have reason phrases is so we know who to call when we get an error in our logs. And so we're just going to change it to a phone number. To be Victor's phone number. Okay. You need to know, should we put the largest object when we talked about this a little bit before? If you update forward from 0 to 1, would you like the response to contain largest object at the time that the relay processed it? Or the time
That's useful.
Yeah, I think it is. Okay.
So we can't just request okay.
So then you subscribe up.
You can know largest object is going to be a parameter.
They're going to add.
Okay. Excellent. All right.
What was the last decision?
Okay. When you change forward, or maybe when you change, maybe you just always get it. When you send a subscribe update, you just always get largest objects.
I think so.
It sounds great. Why not?
That's easier. Is there a reason that's not a good idea?
No, it's a wonderful idea.
Okay, ship it.
Someone note the time in the YouTube recording so we can come back and watch or something. Okay. All right, that's all the questions here. Next slide. Do we need a publish update? Yes. So these are things that, so earlier today I heard Colin say the publisher can send a subscribe update, which was certainly news to me. But maybe that's how we want to do it. Here are the things the publisher could update. The default publisher priority, which we recently added. Its group order preference doesn't actually change, but no, we just said group order is gone. So remove that. You can't change the group order in the middle. It could update its vision of delivery timeout. It can update max cache duration. For publish, it could update its auth token. It can update expires.
Now that we know what that means. Yay. Our favorite word.
Now they know what it means. And then, I don't know, can a publisher update the forward state?
So I think, I don't think that forward is the wrong name for this. I think what it should actually be is supports forward, right? Because we use this to negotiate whether the forward flag is useful, right?
No, forward's just, it's unilateral. The only time normally the subscriber sets it. The only time the publisher can set it is in publish.
And which is for to say that it supports the other side's doing it?
What it means is I'm sending you objects right now, and if you don't want them, you better send me a publish OK 0. Publish OK with forward 0.
So the other thing that supports is a new group parameter. That's different. But I think if we make the subscribe update, it's updating a subscription. Even if it's a publisher or subscriber does not matter. It's updating a subscription. And we should let it.
I'm not arguing. I think we do need this. For sure, I think we almost have to have it for the auth token.
Yes.
If no other case.
Didn't some issue say just rename it subscription update? And
that's what it says at the bottom of this slide.
Oh,
yeah.
No.
If we do something like that, then the auth token will be the publisher's auth token on that one versus subscriber's auth token on that one. That's still.
Is that okay?
Okay.
Okay. Good.
I think that's fine. I don't know. Yeah. What's going to go wrong?
The track will fail.
We'll find out.
Let's implement this.
Perfect. Ship it.
Okay. The one thing I want to point about is updating the default publisher priority is racy.
Yes.
So the way things are spelled now is like when the publisher since publisher subscribe, okay, it says the default the priority of this track is currently 10. And then when it's sending objects in the data plane, it doesn't have to put the priority anymore, and it just inherits it from what was set in the control plane. Later you change it. And now there's a race between when that control thing shows up and when those objects show up, what priority they have.
Doesn't bother me in the slightest. That'll be fine.
Largest object.
Include largest object. So
Stick a largest object param in subscription update when you send it from the publisher side.
But you don't know
No, that
what
seems
order
legit.
objects are.
That works.
Wait, but you don't know what.
Okay, but then if you go,
I mean, we just add some text like it takes effect on
well, it
starting
doesn't
that
work
object.
if you send if you're.
I mean,
An application where you're really actually doing this, you're just going to be like, I have some objects queued. I really wish I'd I wish you're changing the priority. This is suddenly more important. You're almost always in a situation where everything I sent before, I wish I could retroactively send or change the priority on. It just doesn't matter. Like,
Okay.
this stuff will get through or not get through. Priorities are vague at the best of times.
Can everyone live with if you don't want it to be racy, you can fix it.
You put it in the objects. You put the priority.
You put the priority in the objects until you get the okay.
Yep. We support today.
So if you care, you do it, and if you don't care, it's fine. Now, do we want to allow priority to be? Right now, it says if you get the same object twice and it's got a different priority on it, that is a malform track. We want to relax that and say a priority change does not trigger a malform track.
But why are we sending same object 2 times?
You get it from 2 publishers. Redundant ingest relay.
Make people break, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I saw this as saying this is a just bad idea. Kinda.
It's a bad idea, which could be more specific. What was it?
That's only if you actually get the object with 2 different priorities. Not like this. This is a totally different parameter, which is the object won't have a priority. So it won't be the same.
You could go through a relay that happens to encode it with an explicit priority based on what it.
Can you do that?
Altered the priority to.
Can you do that?
Sometime in June last year, we already had this conversation about how priorities work on publisher side. And we pointed out that the most logical one is that the publisher priority is associated with specific data and not track. And because of that, we made publisher priority per object and not per track. I don't think it makes much sense to update default publisher priority, mostly because it's a compression mechanism. And if we decide,
reason to do that.
Yeah, that's wrong. That's why you want to do it. Avoid having to send it on the wire.
Mike pointed out that I think only the original publishers are supposed to set the priority on the wire, and no one else is supposed to muck with it.
No,
that's right.
Okay.
Okay, I didn't see those first.
Go ahead, Bill.
I thought the whole malform thing was because we didn't want the things that were supposed to be immutable to ever have a chance to change. So that's malform because it's immutable. But if something is not immutable, why do we consider that malform?
I think that if we change the draft to say different, you might get a different priority in this object, and that is not malform track.
Mutable fields should not be malformed. It's just. It
just says what it says because we said everything was immutable. We could just say priority is mutable. Who cares?
But I mean, look, I guess what I'm saying is like, that the priority of the packet when written into the object data is immutable. But I think the default priority when there's nothing in the other location is totally mutable.
But then you cache it with the wrong.
You don't cache it.
Priority gets cached.
It does.
And serve via fetch.
But okay, this is the question. Does it get fetched if it wasn't in the original packet? It gets cached. Oh, okay. Yeah,
So, like,
no, I see where you're going. That makes sense.
I don't have a specific like thing that breaks if priority is like immutable, but like I don't want to go down the road of suddenly like making mutable stuff in the object if we don't have it. Like this seems like opening a whole can of worms that like
Priority seems like the last thing you'd ever want to be immutable because that it's going to change.
But not the publisher. I mean, this is
not on an object. Like an individual object is important or it's not, right? Like it can change over the life of a track, but like if like an object is important because the guy is speaking, like that object remains important in the future when it's served up, right? Because he's still speaking.
We said Relay's going to do what Relay's going to do. So their view of priority is not going to necessarily be the same across each relay hop.
No, but that's why you have the subscriber. I mean, subscriber priority is the control mechanism you have, but you can change subscriber priority. But why do you need to change the publisher priority?
Okay, first question is priority mutable or immutable?
The publisher priority.
If publisher priority is immutable, then we have 2 choices. We can tell you that if you're gonna update the publisher priority because it's a compression mechanism and you better know what you're doing and wait for the okay before put it explicitly in objects as well until you get the okay. Or don't ever change it and just set it on the objects explicitly and you won't run foul.
I'm a bit skeptical the first one actually works.
Ooh, you're usually right about stuff.
Because imagine You have objects, and then you send priority update, and then on objects after the priority update, you send explicit priority. But what if that priority update gets lost and like you reordered with those objects you sent before?
But then you'll get we'll get an app. This message will get an okay when the receiver has processed it, and that is when the publisher receives the okay. It knows that the subscriber has the new default priority, and it can start emitting it again.
That sounds
No, but what about before you send publisher a priority update? What about those objects?
You wouldn't want to set it. You would just maybe. I don't understand.
Here, let me try. So
they're
not
not
worried about the end when the okay comes. You just sent a low priority. You just sent a low priority object.
Okay. Was it inheriting the default or not?
It's inheriting the default.
Okay.
And then immediately after that,
and it gets delivered after the okay.
Change the default, and those messages get reversed in order, which they will because the controller channel is higher priority than that low priority object you just sent.
Okay, so the old objects can get reprioritized.
Yeah, it's objects that you think have sent you've sent but haven't really made it there yet. Are sort of allowed to sync. So you could solve this by labeling all of your objects for a second before you sent the update my priority, but no one's going to do that.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, so then we're back to we either allow priority to be malleable or we don't allow it to be we don't allow the default update.
I'm in the no default update category.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what was the answer?
I think I'm in the.
What's the problem with the largest object parameter?
Oh, my suggestion is like stick largest object in there, and that's the
that assumes your objects are sent in sequence order.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If they are not.
Is anyone?
At least it makes it non-risky.
I mean, I think my question is there anyone really sees a need to update this?
I mean, I think it's for compression reasons. It might be really useful.
It kind of could be really useful. I mean, maybe like what if you wanted to use it as a way to do stuff like active speaker, and you want to do a publish update with like a higher default priority. I mean, I'm not saying that's the way you would do that, but that's a way to do that. Huh?
Like we're in a conference and then you're going to be speaking for the next half an hour. Like it'd be great if we could just update your track priority to the highest priority, and then we don't have to send it on everything.
If you're really concerned about glitches during the transition, then you
do a new publish.
No. If you're really concerned about the glitch, then send the explicit priority that you want on the objects during the transition, and then if the concern is that there's ambiguity about things during the transition, then the original publisher should disambiguate by putting explicit priorities on just those objects during the transition. So I think it's better let it happen.
I think it gets an act back on the control channel.
The control we decided that doesn't fix it.
Why?
Because the old objects you sent before the priority.
But I'm saying during the transition, you know that you're going to transition it. Start stamping your stuff with what you want to disambiguate, and then you do your transition. And once you get the confirmation act that your transition is over, then you can stop stamping your stuff again and go back to compression.
I mean, it's a lot of text.
It's not text. It's just it's an application choice. It's not,
okay. Is the priority still immutable? Are we still on that, or are we saying if somehow you got it screwed up, it's not a problem?
The object's priority.
Huh?
The object's priority.
If I receive the same object and somehow I got the two different priorities on it, is it malformed?
The explicit object priority field is not mutable.
Yeah. I don't like trying to remember the fact of how the priority was communicated to me in my cache.
I think it is ultimately a property of the object and therefore immutable. Like whether
it was compressed out or not.
Exactly.
I agree.
And it's
okay. If it's immutable, that means if you're gonna change it, caveat emptor, don't screw it up.
You can use my.
If everyone's okay with that, I am.
You don't have to call it largest object, but you can do something like that and just stick it in there.
I
And just say this has an effect at this point. I don't know.
I'm tempted. The text I can write is very simple. Just don't screw it up.
It's not a foot gun, but okay.
No. What would if you ran the circus as an individual, Martin? What would you rather have?
I would just delete this. The whole.
No more default publish bar. It saves 1 byte per datagram for low bit audio, which
No.
fully support.
It could exist, but not in an update.
But then if I change my speaker track, I'm back to losing my compression efficiency.
Correct.
Yeah, it's kind of a drag. I don't know how much these guys can tell me if it's a big deal or not.
I don't know. I was sitting here thinking that doesn't sound like too much of a drag.
I mean,
Can we throw
I
food
think
at each
that-
other at some point and get back to on this?
The context here is that, like, even in real conferencing, it's very rare you change the priorities of your streams once you get into the meeting, saying that now this stream is better than others. That's the very, you don't even have control to change so many of those things. Even if you have that kind of a control, right? And in those cases, this happens, it's okay.
But I mean, the example was that you're sending and you're not, you want to auto squelch yourself. So you're changing the priority of your stuff from low to high because you're talking or not talking.
That's not the part. That further there's the audio level and other things, right? We are trying to
Also priority, both. The audio level is not going to be looked at by anything that looks at the priority, right? It's not going to figure into the priority mechanism. That's selection mechanism, filtering mechanism, yes, but not the priority mechanism. So you need to do both. It's to go into the priority mechanism too. You want to compete against bandwidth that your high rate video is sending.
I think wire compression is like a second order thing.
Okay.
And like object mutability is like a first order thing. And like we're just going through generations for like a little bit of compression is crazy.
When I read this, should I just say you can't change it? And if you guys feel really strongly about it, you guys write a follow-on PR that says, yes, you can change it. This is how it works.
Sounds good.
Clarify, you're talking about not changing it from object on one leg versus the object on another leg.
The default on a hop by hop basis.
So the thing that you put in in the publish message, you can put what the default priority is, so it doesn't have that. We're talking about whether you can update in the publish message the default priority. In the publish update.
I thought people said that we could.
Yeah, but we've also been talking about it for 10 or 15 minutes and nobody likes it. So I want to land everything else and then do the separate. Like, if you really want it, you can do it.
Maybe I'm hearing that, but I heard 3 use cases where people wanted to change that, like active speaker flow, active speaker.
The question is, okay, but they all have warts. Nobody likes it. I mean, not nobody likes it, I should say. That they're all inconvenient. I can live with it, but I hear. But are we gonna show hands or something? You want it or not?
Are any of those 3 use cases really? Like
I don't think so.
use case. You're like trying to throw us a bone and like, yeah, no. That bone looks ugly.
To change the original publisher default priority, is that allowed? Can original publisher do priority, publish update and change?
There's no publish update message. I want to know what to write in it. What do you want?
Is there a problem with letting the publish update include, for the original publisher, publish update to include the priority field?
Yes, because it has a race condition where if that field is immutable, that we might end up with it in a state that didn't match.
Like some downstream relay might get 2 copies of that object with different priorities because things got reordered in the network. Because it wanted, because of how.
And you could be careful to not cause that to happen. There's things you could do to be careful.
Yes, like I said, stamp during the transition.
Yeah. So
for how long to be sure?
Until you get the okay.
No, that the okay on it, it's not. It's how much do you have to start stamping before the begin? That's what we don't.
Yeah, I've got objects and quick buffers. I have no idea when they're going to get there.
The problem is, like, if you're trying to like do the thing well, if you make sufficiently like this is like the distributed systems fire where you're trying to.
I mean, I guess if whatever we call the delivery timeout, like that would be the upper bound on how soon before you'd have to start restamping before you can send your default priority change.
But you never know when your priority is going to change anyway. You can't pre-stamp.
I know. It's also one of these things that specs, right?
Couldn't we like keep it immutable? Just say that once you get the objects with different priority, just ignore it. So like the happy path and most of the cases work.
Then yes, you can update it. Yes, it might be screwed up. No, we don't care.
Yes, you can pre-stamp. I don't.
Yeah, forget pre-stamp.
You're the one sending the message. You're the one sending the publish update message. You can delay it however long you want.
But you
You
don't
send a
know.
publish update for a compression reason, right?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So during the time that you think it's gonna propagate to the network, you stamp your stuff and you hold off your compression publish update until you think that it's fully propagated, and then you do your publish update. And then when you get the acknowledgement that it's conclusively updated, you stop stamping and you get your compression back.
That would
For
work
a
fine.
small window of time, you have a little wire efficiency problem.
I have a question.
I want to answer this.
I want to talk about mass castration.
No. We're talking about some published update.
And we're talking about the least useful one here. We're going to take on.
Okay.
If I update the max cache duration, what objects does that apply to?
Same problem, right?
Oh, yeah, that's what I was going to say.
That's
It's the same problem.
But that's not mutable, right? And that's mutable.
Max cache duration is not an immutable property, but I don't think anyone expects you to go back.
Okay,
Like
but
update your max cache duration.
It still needs it. I mean, it's still kind of the same problem of.
But you apply it from the point the receiving subscriber in this case get it.
What if I get objects out of order? I use the new max cache duration for the stuff that got reordered and got delivered late, even though it's before the largest object.
Well, that's
Okay, can we go back to priorities? I feel like
Sure. Okay.
I've like multiple different options. I have no idea. I think I've heard everybody argue every position, and I have no idea what anyone.
I want a
largest.
Mo's position was very compelling. I think that's one option, exactly what Mo said. And I think the other option is we do not allow the update to change it ever. I think those are the only two options on the table.
So sorry, Mo's was the property is immutable.
Yep.
The property is immutable. Don't
When
screw
you
it
want
up.
to change it, you start. Yeah, don't screw it up.
Don't screw it up.
And there's a well-defined way to do
If you
that.
screw it up, it's your fault.
Yeah.
And you'll suffer the consequence. You'll have a drop out of your own audio.
How do you know what's the time for propagation to like the whole?
But it's just like, okay, you're gonna have to assume some worst case situation and then.
Every one of these apps has an end-to-end metric. Every one of these apps knows.
2 minutes, right?
All these test app has an end-to-end metric of latency, and you can even adjust it, right? So,
Well, why not? Can we just stick an object ID and group ID in there, and that's like the thing that
If they only ever increased monotonically, yes.
Well, Mo's going to solve that problem for us. So like, but my point is like, I mean, the cache duration thing is true too. It's like it'd be nice to know like which thing I'm slapping, like what value am I slapping on what. And I just sort of like imagine myself implementing the proxy though, and I've got like, let's just say everything is going in chronological order, but like I got this like list, like, you know, objects after this point have this priority, and ones after this point have this priority, and like,
Okay, fair.
you know, testing the object. I don't know.
To this point, though, there's an issue with the ambiguity here to begin with. Like, regardless of, like, if you can communicate it with the compression. Oh no, wait! It only applies if you update.
This is an enormous amount of suffering for a tiny bit of wire compression.
Yeah.
This is like worse than Mach.
I think we spend more time on control plane compression, and given that this is data plane compression, it's much more valuable to spend the time here.
Yeah. I would suggest that you not have this as an option to publish update, and we can have a PR if we want to continue to fight about this. But it seems like to incrementally add it.
That was kind of my proposal. I'm going to do that.
Okay.
The first version of publish update will not let you do this. Someone is welcome to write the second version of publish update for that.
Can anyone not live with that?
So what can you do in publish update?
Everything's at the default publish priority and group order preference.
I'm still unclear if what it means to update forward if you're a publisher.
Well, that's right. That's okay. Well, we can do the rest of the list now. But we finally argued about it. We kind of got rest of number one to the ground.
Okay. Or at least decided to talk about it later.
Yeah.
I mean, actually, I can imagine updating forward to 0 if like you're doing. Imagine we did in the world where we have server-side ADR. You basically decide that the peer does not have the bandwidth to actually get the content at the moment, and you're just basically telling him like, I'm just going to give up sending this to you for now, and if the bandwidth gets better in the future, maybe I'll send it to you in the future or something.
Why would you leave it? Why would you do forward 0 instead of publish that?
Because if the network improves, you might want to take again.
But you can send a publish then.
The problem I see with allowing forward 0 is that now the publisher would have to either keep state that it was the one that did a forward 0, because then it could go forward 1. But if the subscriber did the forward 0, it can't unilaterally forward 1, right?
That's
the publisher can't turn back on.
I already
subscribers
called
either.
in the elves and said, imagine we had a server-side APR solution. And so, yes, I agree your concern is valid, but I'm like...
It's fine if we have text that says the publisher must remember that it turned off forward 0, because otherwise, if forward was 1, and the subscriber is the one that's turning it off, I don't think the publisher should be allowed to turn it back on, right?
I'm quite tempted to also say the first version of publish update won't let you update forward either.
Okay.
And you just have to,
Sure.
if somebody really has a use case for it, they can add the text for it, but it's complicated because the initial one from publish, the publisher does get to say what it's doing.
Yeah.
But everything after that, it's subscriber controlled. And I don't
Yeah.
really feel like handing the control back to the publisher. I
Is
think it creates a bunch of problems.
Is it anything in here except for authentication token that actually works?
Expires. No, expires definitely works.
But that's going in another direction, isn't it?
It's the right token, though.
No, this is right there. No.
This is
No,
It expires?
it's the publish update. Okay, that would currently expires. That wouldn't be.
Well,
No, but what
that's- I think we decided that's a different expires, or should be a different expires, right?
The changing this to subscription update might make that discussion go away or be clearer to all of us.
The weird part is like forward is, oh no, we're gonna make forward a parameter. Did we say that? Okay.
Yeah.
That's better. That's the least dumb thing.
I think you could totally like set update expires and like reduce it. Say I gave you like an hour before, and now I'm gonna give you 2 minutes, so I'm gonna like go away or something. I don't know.
Is it relative to the update or the original?
The update expires applies to the moment you receive that integer field, I believe.
Okay. Okay. You want to open it? I don't even know if we have an issue for publish update, unfortunately.
No, we do have. There's some issues.
Can you just in the minutes? Can you just write down whatever we're gonna do, Mike? Whatever side that is.
I don't know what the issue is, but yeah.
So what
does zero mean when?
So it'll be publish update that allows you to change delivery timeout, max cache duration, op token, and expires.
It wasn't obvious that max cache duration was problem free either.
Right. I heard explicitly not including priority and forward.
Correct.
Okay. That's what I've written down.
If it's a subscription update, not a publish update, if that's the direction that we go, you could turn forward into 2 bits. This both publisher and subscriber view. If this becomes a subscription update, common message between
Someone's got to come with an
subscriber and publisher.
actual use case that says like it will work.
Well, Ian's use case is a good one. You know, the sender just doesn't want to send the stream anymore.
I think we have not done enough thinking and talking and presenting about ABR to be like half designing mechanisms without like a completely holistic view of how we're going to solve
even not ABR, even not a regular publisher. I muted, you know, I squelched my stream. I'm going to stop sending the stream. So I give you an explicit signal that I'm going to stop sending the stream instead of you seeing silence on the wire. And you don't know if it's missed objects.
I don't think that's what forward is. Forward is like a subscriber control thing. Like I want you to
exactly
send
that bit. That's a subscriber desire to forward.
If you
It's
want
also
a publisher, if you want a publisher side bit, then it needs to
That's what I'm
be
saying.
something
2
else.
bits, 2 different bits for forward.
You can find,
And then
publisher
already
view and
have
subscriber view.
You can use Suhas's pause issue if you want to advocate.
This
for
is
that.
simpler than that. It's
Just then,
But
I came
it's-
back to my original question. What is the forward and publish? Or there isn't one?
There isn't one. That's why I put a question mark there.
I see.
Oh, there is forward
Yeah,
and publish.
no. There is.
Sorry, there's a yes. That's correct. Sorry.
Priority and publish.
There is forward and publish.
There is forward
Is that
publish,
default
which is
publisher?
the initial state. Like, am I planning to send you objects right now?
Without waiting for
Without waiting for.
no.
Yeah.
You need to open it from.
Why can't we apply the same?
That probably needs a different name. All right.
I can write a separate issue of suggesting that forward turns into 2 bits, the subscriber's view, the subscriber's preference of forwarding, and the publisher's preference of forwarding. And forwarding only happens when both of those are on. And it doesn't happen when either one of them are on. And the publisher can only update its view, the subscriber can only update its view. And if either one of them have a 0, the stream is not flowing.
We always walk
If I ask a quick question on that one, if publish update forward goes as 1 and publish update okay comes with forward.
There's not a 1 or 0, there's 2 different bits.
I understand, but we want to get the subscriber view more important, right? So I'm saying you want to change, but I don't want to do that.
Do we run aground here? Do we have recorded what we're going to do? Yep.
I think we can do something and talk about the rest later.
Yeah.
4 items and like, if you want to change forward later, that's great.
Probably an issue.
Yes.
If we assume it'll take us 52 weeks to close our 152 issues, then we can resolve these 3 issues per week. So every time we file an issue, we're adding 2 days to the end of this thing. Think about it.
All right, you have 13 minutes. Can you solve anything in 13 minutes?
Oh, yes. Let's go to the next one.
That's your resolution?
Yes, well, maybe I can't. In 13 minutes. Let's see if we can do it or not.
What for those?
Okay,
early is also.
we were so close to landing fetch. The fetch realization bureau has been open forever.
Oh yeah.
And last time we talked about it, we were talking about what does it mean if priority is omitted. And what we said we wanted to do was, if it's the first object, it's 128.
Oh yes.
If it's the first object in a subgroup, then it's whatever the previous object in the fetch stream was. And if it's not the first object in a subgroup, it's whatever it was for the first object in the subgroup in the response. The problem with this is that it requires the receiver to keep state. It needs to have a map that's at least as big as the number of subgroups in a group that tells it what the default priority, like what the priority was for the first object that saw in that group, even if there's no more objects coming in that subgroup. Even if it was like datagrams and there's one object for every subgroup, like there's no way to tell that in fetch. So like you might have this map until the group rolls over and you clear the map. So I was like, okay, I don't love that. So we either need to limit the size of this map, or we just say we back down our compression efficiency in some way and do it differently. Yes.
Oh, okay. So this is just a clarifying question because I asked this and somebody told me no and then I didn't understand. So if we had the first object in every subgroup has a priority or it's 128. Right. If it doesn't have one, then it's 128 for the whole subgroup.
No. It's the first object. The first in the fetch response.
No, I'm proposing this as an alternative.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Does that hopefully solve the problem?
It's the first object. No. Because the issue is you still have to keep that around until the end of the group, even if there are no more objects in the subgroup.
It's the effort to keep the priority the same for everything in the subgroup, and acknowledging the fact that like the object IDs could be like even odd in the worst case, like Swiss cheese or something, where like you have your enhancement layer like interleave with the other one. So
I think given that we had three cases and this happens only, the ambiguity comes only the third case of the bullet points you had. And it make like you're already optimizing the compression mechanism, the group ID, subgroup ID, and object ID. One bit of priority, I don't think so.
So this is where it hurts.
Okay.
So the simplest thing to do is if priority is not there, priority is the one of the previous object. This reduces the receiver state to just the priority of the previous object. So it's not a state problem. But the compression efficiency goes down in the case where you have two subgroups and they alternate even odd, and they have different priorities. Which means the priority of this object is never the priority of the previous object.
And unfortunately, that is the dominant case in video.
Yeah. Okay.
That
So
is-
but it
that
adds
is the structure.
Okay, but it's video, and we're talking about 1 byte per object.
Yeah, and I don't think we would deliver those over datagram, if that was your concern.
No. It doesn't impact the datagram case.
Yeah, since it's video, I would still say we don't have to optimize to that level.
Yeah.
And let me just add another thing, like even if you had to have that map, I mean, you have to have full video codec context for each one of those subgroups, which is going to make that map look like a real drop.
Not necessarily. I might be a relay. I don't have any codec anything. Like I did fetch upstream, and now I have to like receive all these objects and write them into my cache. And like I need.
I see.
The part that made me really sad
that makes me sad. I agree.
was when I realized that datagrams, like if you had a long running audio track, you could end up with like a group of like 1,024 datagrams or something, and like literally like you would end up making an entry into this map, and it would never ever be used ever again, because basically a datagram is
And
one.
in that case, probably every datagram in the group has the same priority. And so
Probably, yeah,
using
exactly.
the previous object in that case makes sense. So maybe the right thing is just use the previous object always. Then you don't need a map. I mean, you don't need to limit the size of it.
Yeah, I mean,
And then in the multi subgroup case, the even odds, it's video, and so who cares? It's 1 byte.
yeah, that's fair.
It's one, or like,
I mean-
unless somebody has a different even odd case that's not video.
That's so easy to implement. I mean, I was going to go to the text. So I was convinced actually by reading the text in
Wait,
this.
is that 1 byte and not two?
Which one?
Publisher priority?
It's 1 byte.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Okay.
Why would it be 2?
You
Yaku?
bumped it to it?
What's up, Yaku?
Yeah, just want to express a maybe a question for related to second point, right? The second point for the diagram.
Oh, we haven't gotten to the second point on the slide.
Oh,
okay. Let's close out on the priority thing.
Okay.
Can anybody not live with it if we change it to if priority is not there, it's just the priority of the previous object.
In subgroup, two subgroups, it will have a wrong now, right?
Then you have to explicitly encode it on every object.
Okay.
As you go 0, 1, 0, 1, like there will be a priority on every
So
object.
like, are you saying that if there's more than one subgroup, include priority explicitly?
Well, I mean, if your priority is different from the previous one in the fetch stream, you have to include it.
Are you saying you would have to do that on the original subscription or just on the fetch?
Just a fetch if it included both subs.
Somebody fetched you and you're honoring the fetch, you have to explicitly encode the priorities in your fetch.
On every object.
I like what it
It's a fetch, it's not even real
It's
time.
not same as previous one included.
I agree.
Same as previous one, don't include it.
Yeah. Okay.
Priority. What's wrong with what we have currently in the PR?
I think what I just what is in the PR right now?
In the PR now is like
It's up on the screen.
It has the 64 thing. Yeah. The
Yeah.
problem is that this map is it's complicated and it may never even be used. Like, so okay, like the receiver keeps a map of up to 64 subgroups, and then after the 64th subgroup, then you get a totally different encoding.
But on the other hand, I don't expect a lot of use cases would really use more than 64. 64 is very good enough for those scalable video stuff, which this is super good made with the major use cases, right? But it's really helpful. I think it's nice there.
So so that your preference is we
would I prefer what we have now.
the one that as it's written. I forget what I wrote, and I had like
Your rule is like this. Okay. If it's the first one in the fetch, it's 128, right? If the first in the group, then it's from the previous object. Otherwise, if it's not first in the subgroup, then you take from the first object in the subgroup. I think that's pretty nice for at least for all those video use cases.
I think it is a reasonable amount of subscriber state and the best compression at the cost of being hard to describe and somewhat harder to implement. So I actually don't care. I just want to land this PR.
Yeah. I think that description is good. I mean, just couple sentences.
I think you should explain what's the new proposal that you're making. Maybe that would make.
Well, the new proposal is essentially it's just simple. There's only two steps. It's either if you're the first one, it's 128. Otherwise, it's previous. Right? No, I think AP understands that. I think he likes the compression properties of what's here. Right. It uses the map and lets you do the first one, and it compresses out that byte in all the cases.
I like the simplicity of if the previous one is not same, put in that's
okay. How are we gonna resolve in 5 minutes?
This draft is complicated. I think simple is good, but that's.
Do you want to do us to do a quick show of hands?
Sure.
Like, all right. You want me to ask the question? Who wants it to just be the previous object, even if that's not the best compression? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And nobody on the WebEx.
On the WebEx. And who wants it to get the best compression at the cost of a little bit of more complexity? 2.5.
Well, it's not a question of compression, it's a question of being right.
It'll be correct. There's no way to be, the only way, it might be incorrect if you implement the algorithm wrong, but it'll require more specification text to explain what the heck to do.
Oh, you mean because you have to be explicit about your priorities instead of implicit?
What I mean is you'll say like, okay, if you're the encoder, then have you already serialized 64 different subgroups in this group? If so,
fetch sender.
If you're a fetch sender.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's an encoder.
Yeah, okay. If you're the publisher responding to a fetch, then you've already encoded 64 different priorities, then you need to take one path versus a different path. And that's essentially, or like 64 or some other arbitrary number.
And on the receiver side too, if it's for 64, it will be zeros, and after that, it will start seeing the new values.
Potentially, if you have more than 64 subgroups with different priorities for each.
So in no case will the priorities actually be wrong.
They shouldn't have.
It's just that you have to encode more of them explicitly. I can go either way. I'm
okay. So I feel like is 5 versus 1.5.
Alan, it was 5.5 and 1.5. Alan had both here.
No. I zeroed myself out.
And I didn't vote, but I opted for. I mean, I think it. Put it this way:
Can one not live without a solution? Okay, I think we have an answer.
Okay, I'm going to do the simple thing.
Sorry, do the simple thing.
What does this even mean in a fetch? What does the priority even mean?
Don't
in a
ask
fetch?
those kinds of questions. That's more than what it is.
Doesn't mean anything.
Don't say that out loud.
Why do we?
I had that old issue like
Like,
why are they there?
Okay.
Can we use the object filter?
There you go. You might use it for object filter. I want to fetch only some downstream relay wants to fetch only. Great. Okay. Point E. Okay. I wanted to start. There's a second question on that slide. I don't know if we can get. I'll just get a show of hands on it then.
The second one.
It's basically like, do we want to have? We have 2 free bits in the serialization byte. Do we want to use some of that space to encode the fact to compress when the object ID and the subgroup ID are the same? The only thing that helps compress is something like a datagram track where object ID and subgroup ID are always the same, but the IDs are also non-sequential. So I published a datagram track that's like every other, like where I use 0248. It'll cost 1 extra byte to serialize each object, or we could steal one of our bits now and use to encode this. Yeah, great.
Yeah, so question related. I learned from the discussions different places is that the Telegram seems the major use case is low bitrate audio.
That's
and if that is the case, and if you guys thinking about that use case also would be used in fetch-based use cases, then this 7 may be essential for this low bitrate audio.
Not if you're not skipping object IDs.
Yeah. If you're using sequential object IDs, it's not a problem.
I think,
Yeah. So
can you explain why subgroup ID would equal object ID? What's the use case?
The subgroup ID is so like the fetch serialization always has a subgroup ID, even if it was a datagram originally. And so the way that the spec says to write that down is that if you had received the object via datagram, but somebody's fetching it later, you pretend like it has a subgroup ID that is equal to its object ID.
So, okay, I would like to suggest that we actually punt this and not do this yet, because if we are going to do subgroup filtering, we may have to really rethink the way we number subgroups, and maybe what is happening in datagram is not the right answer right now.
Okay, so leave the 2 bits.
Like subgroup ID, subgroup ID is suddenly going to have semantic meaning, and we're going to have to like redo the way we think about subgroup IDs, and a datagram is part of that.
Okay. So leave the 2 bits. Leave the 2 bits to 0 and don't add this yet.
I'm not seeing that would in any way change the meaning of subgroup.
So subgroup IDs are completely arbitrary. I can just say this: the highest priority subgroup is 4,000 just because. So there's absolutely no so like the way that like constructing a subgroup filter is really hard to do when it's a completely arbitrary decision by the original publisher. I presume we're going to migrate to something where like 0 is the highest priority subgroup, 1 is the second one, 2.
Priority is different than subgroup ID.
Well, I mean,
If we don't get
applications always the center and both ends always need to agree on what subgroups meant in the context of their application on every use case in whatever case.
You know what's going to happen is if we don't get the track selection filter, we're going to embed the track name in the subgroup ID so that we can use object filters instead of track filters.
Right. Well, but then like, all right, well, if applications are going to do well, I mean, right now we have subgroups being my point is datagram subgroup IDs are something very fraught, and we've made this sort of arbitrary decision that they are equal to the object ID. Because why not? Who cares? It doesn't matter because they're never going to put in subgroup streams.
Oh, interesting. If somebody issues a subgroup ID filter on a datagram track when they fetch, what does it do? It's a great question.
Yeah. So I would like
I'll take that point. I get.
I would like to table this because I don't know that this like object ID equals subject ID thing is actually going to hold.
I think we
Okay, I'm going to land this PR without making any
So
changes
just
to
here, but let me make a proposal to you that's a little bit different that you could land now and consider. Why wouldn't you just do it if the bit was set like I mean, can we have a bit that says don't include a subgroup ID, or we already have that? Whatever, I get lost on our.
There's lots of there's already 2 bits that help you not include a subgroup ID. In different ways.
But for datagrams, it defaults to 0, and there's one that says it defaults to the object ID.
And one that defaults to the previous one. I don't remember what they all say. But like, the point is that the cache doesn't actually remember that it received something as a datagram because it can't ever serve it again any other way except fetch. So like that piece of the state is thrown away, whether it was received in a one object stream or it was received in a datagram. So I don't know that anymore.
Right, but its subgroup ID is stored as a 64-bit integer, and off we go.
And so that's why it's, because if you were going to send the track as a series of one object streams, you would have had to set unique subgroup IDs for each of them. That's why it does. That's why datagrams assume subgroup ID equals object ID.
It's sort of, I mean, it's not cached in the long term, but it's cached in the short term because sessions, they have different subscriptions that you're going at a different rate.
Okay, well, it depends on how you define the word cache. Right. If Roberto was here,
Yeah.
I would say everything.
I got you. Yeah. Okay.
Do we specify what the subgroup ID becomes in the canonical object if it wasn't in a datagram?
Yeah. Yes. This subgroup ID is stored as the object ID in a cache.
Always.
Yeah.
Why? Why not zero?
It was an arbitrary decision that we are going to have to revisit because of the object filtering discussion, and that's
It
one
should be
thing
zero. It should be zero.
Okay.
Let's not do that in this PR. Let's
I think
table
we
this
should
and
end
do it
this for
later.
today.
Yes,
Most of
okay.
the audio use cases will have object ID to be 0 in every group. So
Guys, we're not renumbering out subgroup IDs today. Okay.
I already removed subgroup IDs from the entire draft.
We'll see you guys at 9, well, no later than 9:30 tomorrow. Doors open at 9, right, Colin? Is that fine? Somebody will be here to let us in, okay?
And the deadline is meet where?
5:45. 5:45 at that restaurant.
Oh,
right?
tomorrow start at 9?
No, doors open at 9.
Okay.
Don't show up before 9, but we're starting at 9:30 sharp. I'm talking.
Okay.
So don't be late unless you don't care about my talking.
And did everybody get the address for tonight? I put it in Slack, but I can.
Right, it's 40 minutes.
What's that?
It's in 40 minutes.
It's in 40 minutes.
Yeah, and it's probably
10-minute walk or whatever.
Yeah, less than
Stay here if you want. It's like
This is only 8-minute walk.
Mike,
Oh,
you want to
know
generate?
Santa rules, you mean?
Yes. Okay, so
Oh,
I'm
there's
going
a-
down to that
there's a
time.
permanent-
Are you walking back?
Really?
I'm going to my apartment condo right
So
now.
many things.
I'm gonna- yeah.
I'll enable it, sync the rules, and then I'll
It's
walk
right
it again.
across the
I'm like,
street.
this is not helpful. This is
So
preventing.
you're both going to be, and then you're both.
Yeah, it's down in,
Round up there. I went down like bring a bunch of extra.
I'm gonna go drop this in.
Okay. I'll see you guys at dinner.
I'm gonna go grab my stuff.
That's what we need to get out of there. Probably like 7:30.
Okay, you can just mess it down.
So
It's
like,
just like,
I'm
I'll
just
drop
gonna
you
go
in
back.
Slack.
Yeah, Second City? Yeah. It's across the street.
Because I have meetings starting at 6.
Mike, oh, there you go.
Stupid West Coast people.
We're going all the same places, I think, so, yeah.
Yeah, Mike, we're gonna go to dinner.
which hotel are you in right now?
Marriott, it's
The Westin?
Marriott.
They are from Westin. They are part of Marriott, right?
No, the Marriott, it's not, it's like a minute walk, if you want to go there. The
Yeah.
place is right here, it's 5
Yeah.
minutes across the street.
I'm if you're up at America, I'm not even further up, so, or I'm at the Doubletree, it's like, it takes me 20 minutes to go to my hotel, come back here, okay?
Yeah, I'm just gonna wait here and walk across the street.
Yeah.
See you tomorrow.
See you in the morning. Tell Shai, good job. You got everything out.
Is it all out? Or
She
packed up?
no, she said
And
the picture.
Will got the 2 displays.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I thought the shipping is yet to come.